Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Summer was a lively season. Plants competed for sunlight and nutrients, insects struggled to fulfill their brief purpose, and primary school graduates across Britain fought for places at the best secondary schools. At the dining table of number 7, Privet Drive, a gray-haired young man stared at the letter in front of him with confusion. So Raven received an acceptance letter from Eton College. Isn't the normal admission age 13? He only turned 11 today. The woman sitting opposite him, her long gray hair tied into a high ponytail, shrugged. Why does that matter? The difference is only 2 years. Maybe they paid for an exception. We didn't pay anything, said the gray-haired man seated at the head of the table. He lowered his newspaper and spoke calmly. Eton practically begged Raven to attend. The three shared similar delicate features and an elegant appearance. Although they lived on the same street as the famous Harry Potter, the family at number 7 was far from ordinary. If you were half as outstanding as your younger brother, we wouldn't have to worry so much about you. Their mother, Cecily, walked out of the kitchen carrying a plate of stewed meat and placed it on the table. Stop sitting there like an old man, go bring the cake and plates from the kitchen. She lightly smacked the back of her second son's head. All right, Mom. Gideon rubbed his head and headed into the kitchen. A moment later, he returned carrying a large birthday cake. Written across the top were the words, Happy 11th birthday, Raven Grindelwald. The youngest daughter's eyes immediately lit up when she saw it. Saren, go call your brother, Cecily said. Tell him not to study too hard on his birthday, he needs to rest sometimes. Okay, Moms. Upstairs, however, Raven was not studying. He sat on his bed, staring at the thick parchment envelope in his hands with a complicated expression. His name and address had been written in emerald green ink, Mr. Raven Vincent Grindelwald, 2nd floor, bedroom 7, Privet Drive, Little Winging, Surrey. On the back of the envelope was a purple wax seal bearing a crest divided into 4 parts. A lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a large letter H. There was no need to guess what it meant. Raven Grindelwald had received a letter from Hogwarts. He stared at it in silence. The Grindelwald family had not produced a wizard for generations. Why had magic suddenly awakened in him? As someone who had been reincarnated into this world with the memories of his previous life intact, Raven knew exactly what his surname represented. Grindelwald was not an ordinary name in the wizarding world. However, Raven had never paid much attention to it. His branch of the family had almost no connection to the infamous First Dark Lord. Even the old man living in self-imposed exile at Nurmengard might not know that a distant line of the Grindelwald family had settled in Britain and lived as Muggles for generations. They were not completely unrelated to the German Grindelwalds, but the connection was so distant that it barely mattered. Because of that, Raven had never imagined that he would be the one to awaken his family's magic. Yet reality had just struck him in the face. What should I do? Hesitation appeared on Raven's handsome face. It was not that he disliked the idea of becoming a wizard. Magic was fascinating, and Hogwarts was a place he had only known through stories in his previous life. The problem was his surname. The moment Raven entered the magical world, the name Grindelwald would attract attention, suspicion, and probably a great deal of trouble. There was also the matter of Eton College. Raven had worked hard for years to secure a place at a prestigious school. Eton had not offered him early admission out of kindness. His academic ability had earned it. If he chose Hogwarts, most of that effort would become meaningless. But if he refused to study magic, what would happen? Would his uncontrolled magic eventually turn him into an obscurial? Raven tried to remember everything he knew about obscuruses. Refusing to attend a magical school did not automatically create one, but suppressing magic could be dangerous. Tusk, you really arrived at the perfect time. What made it stranger was that Raven had never experienced an obvious magical outburst. No floating objects, no disappearing glass, no unexplained accidents. There had been no signs at all. After thinking for a while, Raven decided to tell his parents and let them worry about the difficult parts. Knock, knock, knock. Raven, come downstairs for dinner. I'm coming. Raven's birthday should have been the day his family surprised him. Instead, he surprised them. Magic. A wizard. The Grindelwald family had always passed down stories about the magical world. Their ancestors had spoken of witches, wizards, spells, and magical creatures. However, after several generations without a single magical child, those stories had gradually become little more than family legends. Now Raven had placed proof directly in front of them. After so many generations, the Grindelwald family had finally produced another wizard. Because they had grown up hearing stories about magic, they accepted the truth faster than most Muggle families would have. But once the initial excitement faded, a difficult question remained. Should Raven attend Hogwarts? Raven was the most gifted child in the family. His future in the ordinary world was already bright. He had received an acceptance letter from Eton College, one of Britain's most prestigious schools. With his intelligence and academic ability, he could easily aim for Oxford, Cambridge, or another world-renowned university after graduation. Hogwarts, on the other hand, offered 7 years of magical education. But what came after that? What opportunities existed in the wizarding world for their most talented child? Cecily was not completely opposed to Hogwarts, but she was deeply worried. Raven's siblings believed he should go. His father, Zane, also supported the idea. Unfortunately for them, Cecily held the final veto. In the end, the family agreed to send a reply requesting that a Hogwarts professor visit their home and explain everything in person. "Go write the letter, Raven," Cecily said, while stroking the owl that had delivered his invitation. "This owl is beautiful." Although she did not want her most promising son to enter an unfamiliar world alone, she was clearly fascinated by magic. The owl had already eaten its fill and now rested comfortably in her arms, enjoying the attention. "Magic," Gideon muttered, scratching his head. "I'll have to delay my flight tomorrow. There's no way I'm missing this." He had been planning to return to the United States to deal with a gang that had been causing problems, but postponing the trip by 1 day should not matter. Raven's older sister also nodded. Her company was already busy, but she decided to remain at home for another day. She wanted to see what a real witch or wizard looked like. As for Saren, the youngest child in the family, she spent the entire evening following Raven around and begging him to perform magic. She was only 9 years old after all. Raven was confused. Could it be that Hogwarts wasn't far from the city center? If it's a long distance, how can an owl fly back and forth in such a short time? By the way, is this owl still awake? Raven handed the reply to Cecily and then took on the task of feeding and massaging the round-faced, chubby Scottish chicken. "This job isn't easy, is it?" The owl hummed contentedly as it enjoyed Raven's petting. The reply stated that Hogwarts would send someone this afternoon to provide a detailed introduction to Hogwarts, and that if needed, he would also take Raven to Diagon Alley to purchase necessary items. After confirming that the people would arrive in the afternoon, Raven returned to his regular holiday routine. The cycle is 3 days. The first day is for reading and memorizing, the second day is for honing one's artistic skills, and the third day is for physical exercise. Today he should work on his artistic skills. Soon, elegant piano music filled the music room at home. My family is used to it by now. Raven has developed into a well-rounded individual with strong moral character, intellectual ability, physical fitness, aesthetic appreciation, and practical skills. It wasn't just talent that mattered. Sweat and hard work were equally important, and his family knew this best. However, shortly after Raven began his practice for the day, a figure with a long white beard appeared at the door of Raven's house. The old man wore a large robe and a pointed magic hat, and his deep blue eyes shone with wisdom. Looking at the name written on the mailbox outside the house, the old man's eyes fell into memories. Grindelwald. Such an ancient surname, yet the memories are so vivid as if it all happened yesterday. When Professor McGonagall told him last night that a young wizard named Grindelwald had appeared, heaven knows how he felt. Worry, nostalgia, curiosity, doubt. He thought perhaps all of these emotions were present. Regardless, a young wizard named Grindelwald is worthy of his personal recruitment efforts. The melodious sound of a piano drifted from inside the room. Dumbledore knocked gently on the door. The sound wasn't loud, but because the eldest sister, Cylin, happened to be passing by the door, she heard the knocking. Upon opening the door and seeing the person outside, Saren's eyes widened in surprise. The reason is simple. Dumbledore practically wore "I am a wizard" on his body. Even a fool could tell who he was. "Hello, is this the home of Raven's Vincent Grindelwald?" Siren snapped out of her daze and quickly nodded. "Yes, yes, and who are you?" "I am Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts. I apologize for disturbing you so early, and I hope this will not disrupt your plans." "School? No, of course not, please come in." Siren was starting to panic. She and her younger brother Gideon were both among the worst students in school. This was the first time she had seen a school principal up close. What's up with Reese? Does he have so much influence that he can get the principal to come and recruit students in person? When the family heard that Dumbledore had arrived, they all rushed out to greet him in a panic. Thessaly intended to call her son out, but Dumbledore stopped her. He's very interested in this young man and wants to know more about him. I quietly approach the piano room. The door here is made of glass, so Dumbledore can easily see inside. A white-haired boy's fingers flew across the piano keys. His movements were so elegant and his standards for himself were so high. If even a single syllable is slightly off or even just a little too heavily, he will go back and play the passage again. Elegant, has high standards for herself and is highly focused. The wall opposite Raven was a full mirror, through which Dumbledore could easily see Raven's face. It's so similar, so incredibly similar. Raven was almost a carbon copy of that man, with only slight differences in his facial features. If you were to dye his white hair blonde, even the most trusted aide in the UMNO party might mistake him for someone else. He already sensed something was wrong when he saw Siren and the others. Raven's reaction was even more exaggerated. Wasn't it said that this lineage has basically no connection to that person? It doesn't matter that they look so alike. I'm sorry, Professor Dumbledore, Reese is just like that. We originally intended for him not to practice this morning, but he insisted on not wanting to waste time. Zane was a little embarrassed. Although he was very satisfied with his son's efficiency and ambition, it was indeed a bit impolite at this moment. No, it's all right, I also love music. Mr. Raven seems to be a very demanding child. Raven seemed to be the pride of the family. Even the youngest child, Theodoria, would genuinely show pride when talking about him. Reese is the best. The youngest children are often the ones who can state the conclusions most directly. Raven quickly finished his first set of exercises. Taking advantage of the opportunity to go out for a drink and a rest, he finally realized that Hogwarts had sent people ahead of time. He wasn't surprised at all that he had been able to summon Dumbledore directly. Come on, the Grindelwald surname is no joke when it comes to Dumbledore's appeal. To his surprise, Dumbledore looked like a kind and amusing old child. Raven believes that the conspiracy theories he witnessed in his past life are utter nonsense. At least from what we've seen so far, Dumbledore is kind, wise, and even has a good sense of humor in conversation. Raven didn't sense legitimacy watching him. He only felt the tolerance of an elder towards a younger person. I can't guarantee that every student graduating from Hogwarts will find the job they want. There was this kid who accidentally set his workstation at the Ministry of Magic on fire during his internship, which cost him a valuable opportunity. Although he later opened his own pastry shop in Diagon Alley, I suspect that job wasn't what he truly wanted. The old man was very talkative and answered almost all of Cesar's concerns in a relaxed manner. Cesar and Zane discussed it privately and ultimately decided to let Raven give it a try, but they didn't want Raven to fall behind in his Muggle studies. At least this way, if Raven wants to go to college again, they can spend some money and pull some strings to have a chance to get into a suitable university in the Muggle world. Parents always hope their children have more choices. If Raven follows their plan and gets into a good university among ordinary people after graduating from Hogwarts, then Raven will truly have many more options. To give their children more options, Thessaly and Zane eventually agreed to Dumbledore's request. Oh, Merlin's beard, does my attire really look strange among Muggles, Mr. Raven? As far as I know, in Muggle areas, you only see people dressed like you on the street around Halloween. Raven was somewhat embarrassed. When Old Deng was young, his style of dress could at most be described as retro, but now, Raven would at least be considered an oddball among Muggles. That's why the taxi driver complained about me earlier. This is really sad. I even asked Minerva to help me pick out my best robe. What could Raven say? He could only remain silent. Dumbledore led Raven to the leaky cauldron. After declining Old Tom's invitation for a drink, he led Raven to the back of the bar. Just like I remembered, start from the trash can, count up 3 bricks, then count 2 bricks horizontally, and tap them in the correct order with your wand to open the passage and reveal Diagon Alley behind the wall. Diagon Alley is indeed very bustling. Unlike in the movie, it's not crowded here. It truly lives up to its reputation as the largest and most comprehensive wizarding market in the UK. So, Mr. Raven, what would you like to buy first after exchanging the money? Dumbledore looked at the little kid at his feet with his sapphire blue eyes. After a moment's thought, Raven made his decision. Buy them in that direction, Professor Dumbledore, it's the shortest route. He hadn't even had a strong desire to go to the magical world before, so naturally he had even less desire to go shopping. This answer seemed to be exactly what Dumbledore had expected. All right, let's go exchange some galleons first. Gringotts is just ahead, the only bank in England run by goblins. Be careful, most of them aren't easy to get along with. Gringotts Bank's main entrance faces Diagon Alley, with a white stone staircase leading to 2 gleaming bronze doors. After passing through the first gate, there is a second silver gate, with words engraved on the gates on the left and right sides. Seeing it in person is even more impressive than reading about it. At least considering Raven's current height, those two doors are truly incredibly tall and imposing. At Gringotts, Raven redeemed 100 galleons. This is the most money a young wizard from a Muggle family can exchange in a year. The fact that we were able to exchange for so many was only because Professor Dumbledore was here. Otherwise, the goblins would probably have tried to adjust the exchange rate and then give us fewer galleons. 100 galleons is not a small amount, but first-year students need to buy a lot of things. And Raven also needs money to buy some other things, so Raven still has to be careful with his money. Dumbledore watched Raven rapidly calculating and planning his expenses, and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. If Raven knew that he had a distant relative who had deposited huge amounts of galleons in wizarding banks around the world, and that the relative no longer needed them and Raven was essentially the sole heir, one wonders what Raven would think. However, he hasn't told Raven's family about that person yet. He still needs to observe Raven. Finally, after buying a huge amount of stuff and a small shopping cart, Raven only had 2 stores left. Go to Ollivander's wand shop first. Pushing open the door and entering, a shop that looks somewhat complicated, yet seems to have its own set of logical arrangements, comes into view. An elderly man with gray hair slid out from the depths of the escalator. Oh, Dumbledore, how rare. Ollivander, good evenings. Of course, good evening, bringing the little wizard to buy his first wand. Yes, a particularly interesting little guy, a freshman this year. The two elderly people started chatting casually. This gave Raven the opportunity to observe the store closely. Simply put, this store doesn't look clean or tidy at all. The boxes containing wands were piled up very high, all the way to the ceiling, which puzzled Raven. In this situation, how can Ollivander pull out the appropriate wand without knocking over the other wands piled on top? Levitate using magic. That's a bit too much effort, isn't it? What's your name, child? I need to make some records. Raven's Mr. Ollivander, Raven's Vincent Grindelwald. Grid. Ollivander had already guessed what Raven looked like when he first saw him. But when he actually heard the surname, his aged hand still trembled involuntarily. Is this really that person's descendant? Clearly, he had a brilliant misunderstanding. However, as an old man who had seen a lot in the world, Ollivander did not show any impolite behavior. He was just more cautious when measuring Raven's physical measurements. So, which hand are you more proficient with, Mr. Greg Ravens? I can use both hands, sir. Ollivander nodded, and the ruler coiled around Raven's body like a small snake. They carefully measured Raven's height, arm length, and other data. Even Ollivander couldn't help but gasp after receiving the data. Near-perfect data. In all his years selling wands, he had never seen such excellent and standard data from any minor wizard. Let me think about it. Perhaps this one would be suitable. Walnut wood with a unicorn tail core 12 inches long, perfect for a calm, intelligent, and righteous child. This could be an Ollivander-style test. However, Raven didn't seem to care much. Upon receiving the ancient and dignified wand, Ollivander and Raven immediately felt a surge of joy. Everyone present could sense that the wand really liked Raven, but Ollivander took the wand back. No, that's not right, it's still a little short. Ollivander put his wand away, feeling much relieved. At least Raven wasn't a dark-hearted child. Otherwise, he would have strongly resisted the wand, and it wouldn't have responded with joyful emotions. He then pulled out more than a dozen wands and handed them to Raven, but unfortunately, they were all just a little short. This left Ollivander scratching his head in frustration. If a strong reaction occurs, he can further narrow down the choices based on the characteristics and reactions of each wand. However, all the wands were just a little short. This puzzled him greatly. It's as if this child is a pentagon, top tier in combat ability, mentality, intellect, and personality, so all the wands are. Hiss. A child who is almost omnipotent. Maybe we could try that. Ollivander glanced at Raven. Then, as if making a decision, pulled out a wand box covered in dust and cobwebs from deep within the shop. Try this. Ollivander's aged hands trembled slightly as he opened the box, revealing a white wand inside. The patterns on this wand are more intricate than those on the other wands. There are even many openwork patterns on the top, and a crow is vividly carved at the end of the black handle. With the wand in hand, Raven felt something flowing smoothly within him, and the flow became faster and faster. A gentle breeze suddenly arose in the room, ruffling the hair of the 3 people inside. After a moment, Raven slowly let out a breath. This feels really good. At this moment, Ollivander was completely shocked. He cautiously took the wand back into his hand, swallowed hard, and then slowly said, Elderberry, the Stroud tail feathers 15 inches. Upon hearing this series of figures, Dumbledore's expression also turned serious. This is a creation my father and I made, completely replicating the data of the Elder Wand. However, after it was made, no one could use it. Unlike the Elder Wand, the energy of this wand we made was too violent and powerful. No wizard could withstand it. It was also too proud, unwilling to choose just any wizard. But after I got it, I just felt something flowing more smoothly inside me, Mr. Ollivander. Ollivander's eyes lit up with admiration upon hearing this. There aren't many children who are so sensitive to magic wands. Yes, Mr. Ravens, that's right, this is the first benefit this wand will bring to its master. He returned the wand to Ravens. This wand can only be used by near-perfect people, but being too perfect can be exhausting, Mr. Ravens. You need occasional outlets and rest. Anyway, I'm pretty sure you'll achieve amazing things in the future. Now 7 galleons. Afterwards, Dumbledore took Raven to the Madame Malkin's robe shop. Raven originally wanted to go to a second-hand robe shop, which would save him some money, but Dumbledore insisted that Raven's first wizarding robe should be brand new, not second-hand. Fortunately, Mrs. Malkin couldn't resist Raven's charm. She offered Raven a significant discount in exchange for him working as a summer intern at her shop for a month. Raven, of course, had no problem with this. It was only a month, and the robe shop didn't usually have many customers. After leaving Diagon Alley, Dumbledore escorted Raven home before returning to Hogwarts. Raven, I want to see your wand. Okay, but please remember not to damage it, okay? This thing is more expensive than I expected. Raven handed his wand to his younger sister, Theodoria. The little guy immediately started waving his arms around happily. Let me see. Crucible, parchment, measuring tape. It looks so vintage. Raven's sister, Siren, found this rather strange, feeling that wizards seemed somewhat out of touch with society. The whole family took it very seriously. However, Raven later recounted what he had seen in Diagon Alley. The wizarding world may indeed be somewhat disconnected from society, but it is not as primitive as one might imagine. Raven prefers to call it an excessive retro style. Once Reese has mastered his skills, he can help us deal with those bedbugs. Second brother Gideon flipped through the book a few times. Okay, I don't understand. He's a muggle who can't even learn math properly, let alone this stuff. It would be the death of him. Anyway, I shouldn't be thinking about it for the next 7 years. Professor Dumbledore said that wands contain something called tracer threads, and if a young wizard uses magic outside of school before adulthood, the Ministry of Magic will detect it and cause trouble. The remaining 2 months of this summer vacation should be the only period before I come of age when I can use magic outside of school. Upon hearing this, both the eldest sister and the second brother nodded. It's understandable. After all, they're all children. If they weren't properly regulated, society would probably be in chaos long ago. Raven took some interesting candies and snacks he had just bought in Diagon Alley from the stroller, intending to share them with his family. Just then, Theodoria, who had been playing around, spoke up, drawing everyone's attention to her. Turn into a frog. Normally, simply waving the wand like that shouldn't produce any effect. But to everyone's surprise, with Zia's wave and shout, the ashtray in front of him really did turn into a frog the size of a palm. Lifelike, the whole family stared wide-eyed. A generous gift. Is Zia also a wizard? Zane and Thessalonians stared wide-eyed at their youngest daughter. 2 wizards came from their family. Oblivious to the shock of her family, Zia was still clapping happily. Meanwhile, back at Hogwarts, Dumbledore sat in his headmaster's chair, looking at the Elder Wand in his hand. Unlike Raven's wand, the Elder Wand is not as flashy or beautiful. But Ollivander said the data is the same, so their wand data must be the same. Ollivander didn't say the rest of the story, but the reason that the wand, a complete replica of the Elder Wand, could choose Raven was twofold. Firstly, the wand only chooses near-perfect individuals, and secondly, because Raven's talent is so extraordinary that it has surpassed perfection. Yes, although this reason may sound too simplistic and hasty, it is indeed true. The Elder Wand is extremely loyal to its master, and its use is not difficult. One can use it simply by winning it from its previous owner. But the wands that Ollivander and his father made were not like that. Although that wand possesses power similar to the Elder Wand, only wizards who are equally powerful to the point of almost exceeding their limits are qualified to use it. If the so-called master does not possess a powerful force that it acknowledges, even if the other party's character and personality are close to perfect, that wand will not be completely at its disposal. This is the main reason why that wand was only sold today. Humble, elegant, and incredibly talented, he's just like you, Gellert, but he doesn't have your ambition. Dumbledore muttered to himself, Raven and Gellert look so alike. Similar faces, humble personalities, elegant manners, and exceptionally strong talents. In other words, this child hasn't shown any ambition, otherwise Dumbledore would have been more or less wary of him. The wizarding world truly cannot withstand a third Dark Lord. Do you think I should tell you about this? Dumbledore looked at the wand in his hand, and his thoughts drifted back to that summer when he was young. Beautiful memories. After a moment, Dumbledore put away his wand. He wants to observe the child further. If Raven truly has no problems, then Dumbledore will do everything in his power to nurture and protect him. In the days that followed, Raven adjusted his daily routine. He made learning spells his top priority. To his surprise, his talent in magic might be much greater than his talent in mathematics. In just a few days, he had already self-studied all the first-grade courses. Yes, I taught myself everything. To avoid wasting time, he went to Diagon Alley several more times and bought a lot of second-hand books. But he still learned very quickly. If he continues studying like this, he won't even have enough of his 100 galleons to buy gifts for family and friends during holidays, let alone a third of it. So Raven came up with a plan. Create a simple little spell and leave it at the second-hand bookstore, and every book sold from that bookstore will have an extra copy at Raven's. Raven was certain it was illegal, but his family wasn't exactly law-abiding, so he didn't feel any guilt about doing it. Anyway, he's not going to sell these books, and he won't reveal the curse publicly, so the second-hand bookstore will just lose out on his money. It's worth mentioning that West Asia's talent was on full display over the next 2 months. It's so exaggerated it's practically a matter of words becoming supernatural. No gestures or complicated spells are needed. All you need to do is point Raven's wand. A simple glow can turn on a broken light, and a simple fire can ignite a fireplace. If Raven's talent requires hard work to quickly realize its potential, then J's talent is so unreasonable that it doesn't need any learning at all. Finally, 2 months later, it was time for Raven to start school. Muggles cannot access Platform 9¾ so Raven will have to board the train himself. The family wasn't being sentimental, except for J, who pouted and said she definitely wanted to go to magic school in the future so she wouldn't have to be separated from her brother. Although everyone knew that J was reluctant to part with Raven's wand, they still gently comforted the little girl for a while. There were quite a few students. There were only about 100 first-year students. However, with students from the other 6 grades included, the platform became somewhat noisy and crowded. Raven pushed his luggage and finally managed to squeeze into the carriage. He arrived relatively early. There were still many empty carriages on the train. Raven pushed his luggage and randomly chose an empty carriage. He then cast a levitation spell on his luggage, causing it to float onto the luggage rack above the carriage. Wow, it's packed with people. Fortunately, he didn't buy any pets this year. Otherwise, this whole ordeal would have caused the little guy a lot of suffering. Raven took out his small white notebook and continued his calculations about a certain spell. Ever since creating the spell that could remotely copy books, Raven has shown a strong interest in creating spells. Back then, the Half-Blood Prince could create his own spells, and now Raven can certainly do it too. The new spell that Raven is currently working on is one that allows wizards to communicate with animals. With this spell, anyone can speak with a snake-like voice. However, it's quite difficult. Raven absorbed a great deal of knowledge during his vacation, but creating such a spell will still be quite difficult. A little boy with dark hair pushed his luggage past Raven's private room and his eyes lit up. He opened the door to the private room. Raven, you're a new student at Hogwarts too. Raven looked up at the boys. The boy looked thin and frail with messy black hair and very beautiful bright eyes. He also has a lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead. Oh, Harry, long time no see. Yes, I'm a Hogwarts freshman too. Raven closed his notebook and gave Harry a graceful smile. Oh my God, this is wonderful. I mean, I was a little worried since I don't know anyone at Hogwarts before. You may not know them, but they definitely know you, the famous Harry Potter. I've seen plenty of descriptions of you this summer. Harry blushed slightly at being teased like that by someone he knew. Stop teasing me, can I sit here? Raven nodded. Of course, I was the only one sitting in the entire private room, probably because I acted too unapproachable. Harry entered the box carrying his luggage and said with a look of disapproval, "You, difficult to get along with." I don't think even a blind person would say that. Although they attended different schools before, Raven and Harry lived on the same street, so they were bound to run into each other. My God, you have no idea how happy I was when I received my Hogwarts acceptance letter. My aunt and uncle didn't want me to go, and to stop me, they even moved me to a place that was like an isolated island. But Hagrid, oh, he's a half-giant, and he said he was the gamekeeper at Hogwarts, and he came to take me away. My aunt and uncle wouldn't even let me read letters. It wasn't until Hagrid arrived that I found out I was actually a wizard. To be honest, before he came, I was even thinking about stealing a boat and rowing back home. This is the first time I've ever received a letter in my life. Raven listened quietly to Harry's outpouring. Harry is a very kind boy and Raven enjoys spending time with him. Oh, by the way, look, this is my wand, isn't it beautiful? What kind of raven is your wand? Yes, it's very beautiful and it suits you perfectly, Harry. This is my wand. Raven drew his beautiful white wand from his black belt. His leather belt was a gift from his second brother, Gideon. It was made of crocodile skin and looked a lot like a cowboy belt. My goodness, your wand is so beautiful. Harry felt his wand visibly tremble after he said those words, and he quickly offered a few words of reassurance. But to be honest, he genuinely thought Raven's wand was cool. It looks like a work of art. Ollivander said the wand was supposed to be black, but as a young man, he wanted to experiment with different colors, so it became white. Raven started talking to Harry. As Harry's only friend at the moment, Harry and Raven can talk about anything. Raven is also a good friend. He doesn't flaunt his excellence. Instead, he proactively lowers his own level to match that of his friend. As the two chatted, the train slowly started moving. With a group of young wizards in tow, the train finally pulled into Hogwarts. I hope the other young wizards at Hogwarts won't be like that guy I met in the robes shop. He called Hagrid a servant, and I really disliked him. I almost got into a fight with him. Raven shrugged and said, based on what I've learned over the past 2 months, these people are probably a group of self-proclaimed purebloods in the wizarding world, and Hogwarts has quite a few students like that. Harry wasn't too disappointed when he heard this. Well, I just hope Hogwarts is better than Stonewall. Dudley told me before that Stonewall would shove freshmen's heads into the toilet. I think if Dudley went to that school, the toilets would definitely be overflowing with his head. I've heard of that high school too. Bullying is indeed quite serious there. But don't worry, Harry, the wizarding world is bigger than we imagine. There are quite a few young wizards from Muggle families. The school won't only have pureblood students. Just as the two were about to continue their conversation, a red-haired child with freckles appeared outside the door. He knocked on the door a little awkwardly. Excuse me, is there any room left here? All the other private rooms are full and I don't want to sit with my brother and the others. Harry and Raven both nodded, indicating that it was no problem. The private room is very large. It can comfortably seat 6 people. The red-haired boy breathed a sigh of relief and pushed the luggage in. As usual, Raven floated it onto the luggage rack. The red-haired boy stared wide-eyed at the scene. So cool. Raven smiled, which was taken as acceptance of his praise. Oh, by the way, my name is Ron Weasley, full name Ronald Billies Weasley, you can just call me Ron. My name is Harry Potters. Upon hearing this, Ron's eyes widened again. You're the ones, then you have that. What? Ron grinned, feeling it was a bit impolite to ask, but he simply couldn't suppress his curiosity. That scar. Oh, of course. Harry, on the other hand, openly showed off the scars that were hidden by his bangs. So cool. Raven found it somewhat amusing. Ron was clearly a good-looking kid, but he always made some rather blank expressions. Sorry, I forgot to ask your name. Ron glanced at Raven beside him, hoping Raven wouldn't be angry at his rudeness. Raven certainly wouldn't get angry about these things. Raven, his full name is Ravens Vincent Grindelwald. My family likes to call me Raven, but I prefer to be called Raven. Grindelwald. Strange, I don't seem to recall any pureblood family in the wizarding world having that name. It's probably because we're not pure-blooded at all. My parents and siblings are all muggles. Ron was surprised again. How can you use magic so skillfully? My brother taught me a spell before school started, but I still can't use it properly. Harry wasn't surprised by this. Raven is like that in everything he does, he learns very quickly. If he didn't go to Hogwarts, I think he would definitely go to a very good high school. Raven shrugged. I don't know much more than you guys, I've just mastered a few easier spells. Yes, not many, just about 100 spells. On the train, the 3 little ones were chatting enthusiastically. Although it was their first meeting, Ron quickly took a liking to Raven, a handsome and elegant peer. During the conversation, Ron casually mentioned that his family was not well off. He complained a little that his family always gave him second-hand things. His wand, his books, his robes, even his pet scabbers were second-hand, but he loved them dearly. Harry said that it was the same at his aunt's house, and even the room was the one his cousin Dudley used to store toys. Raven didn't try to mend Ron's pride with lies, but he also didn't flaunt his family background. Ron quickly gained more favor with her gentle and emotionally intelligent attitude. Do the kids need any snacks? A witch pushed a snack cart past the private room. Raven shook his head. As you know, I'm a wizard from a muggle family, and the money I can exchange at Gringotts each year isn't much, so I have to be careful with it. This act of thrift resonated with Ron as well. I also brought some sandwiches my mom made. We can eat them together if you don't mind. Harry realized that one of his friends genuinely wanted to save money, while the other genuinely didn't have any, and he immediately made up his mind. We want one of everything. He then pulled out a handful of loose change he had left in his pocket. Of course, even small change was enough to make Ron stare wide-eyed. Come on guys, I'd love to try Ron's sandwich too. Let's swap. To be fair, Ron and Harry are both very sensible. At least for their age, they are already quite considerate of others' feelings. There are cards to collect inside this chocolate frog. Young wizards these days really enjoy collecting these cards. Those Birdie Bots every flavor beans are gummies, but they come in an unimaginable number of flavors. Once, my brother Fred ate one that tasted like booger. We don't know how he knew it tasted like booger, and we just try not to think about it. As a young wizard in a wizarding family, Ron knew far more about these snacks than Raven and Harry combined, so he enjoyed the snacks while explaining them to Raven and Harry. Harry was interested in the chocolate frog, while Raven was more interested in the flavored beans. Oh, it's orange-flavored, I'm really lucky. Raven licked his lips. If he tastes something strange the first time, he might not want to try it again. Mrs. Weasley's beef sandwich was also quite good. This wasn't Raven's insincere praise. The food genuinely tasted very good. Mrs. Weasley must be a really good cook. She can even make sandwiches from canned beef taste so good. Raven also took out some bento boxes he had prepared beforehand and shared them with Harry and Ron. So, you're the Harry Potter they're talking about. The sound coming from outside the carriage caught the three people's attention. They saw a blonde boy standing arrogantly in the doorway, followed by two boys who looked like his henchmen. It seems these are the sassy guy, Ma Fen, Crabbe, and Gore. It's that person, the one I met at the robe shop before. It's obvious that the arrogant guy has forgotten about Harry and their first encounter. He arrogantly pushed open the door, and Crabbe and Gore behind him swallowed hard as they looked at the carriage full of snacks. You boy who survived that ordeal, I never imagined you'd end up with this kind of scum. Draco glanced at Ron with some disgust. Red hair, tattered robes, you must be another Weasley. Soon you'll find that some people in the wizarding world aren't worth your time, they're just pureblood scraps. You should associate with those who can truly help you, don't you think? Arrogant brats. If you've read the original books, you'll know that Draco is a bad kid. He has a foul mouth, is arrogant, and enjoys bullying other students at school. The movie portrayed many of his actions in a comedic way, but in reality, the things he did were truly unlikable. No, I think I have basic discernment. Harry's words drew a snort of displeasure from Draco. He frowned. Looks like the famous Harry Potter was just a bit dim-witted after all. If you're just here to spout useless nonsense, then I think I have the right to ask you to leave you. Blonde-haired, well-dressed classmate. Raven's voice finally drew Draco and the others' attention to him. With her white hair, clean and tidy clothes, and delicate features, she was a sight to behold. Who are you? Draco instinctively assumed that the person in front of him was a nobleman. Raven's Vincent Grindelwald, don't even think about it. I'm not a pure-blooded noble, but I think I still have the right to ask you to leave. Upon hearing that this was yet another person who wasn't even a pureblood, Draco almost laughed out of anger. Do you know who I am? I am Draco Malfoy. My father is Lucius Malfoy. Yes, that's how you people are always. You have a great name and a great father. Raven stood up from his seat. His well-developed physique made him appear a year older than Draco and his two henchmen. Let me make this clearer, Mr. Draco Malfoy. Get out of this carriage right now, or I don't know if I'll get a disciplinary action before school starts, but I know you'll definitely get a beating. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, quickly understanding the message in each other's eyes. Ron is Raven telling the truth. Harry, don't doubt it, what he said is absolutely true. Ron, Raven is that strong. Harry, there's something even more amazing I haven't told you yet. As it turned out, Malfoy wasn't very brave. Raven's words and imposing manner successfully intimidated the guy and his two henchmen. Malfoy ran away, yelling that he would tell his father to fire Raven. Ron was still taken aback by Malfoy's words and was very worried that Raven would really be expelled, since Malfoy's father was indeed a Hogwarts board member. But Raven said it didn't matter. If he could get in, he would. If not, he could go to the best high school in Muggle areas. In fact, he had already received an acceptance letter from that school, and his family had already made arrangements so that if the magical world couldn't accept him, he could immediately attend school back in the Muggle world. Actually, my family and I plan to use some connections to get into a good Muggle university after graduating from Hogwarts, so we can do both without neglecting either. Merlin's beard, you and my dad would get along really well. He loves muggles so much. I think his dream is to find a job among muggles. Ron said he didn't quite understand Raven, and his father's very positive attitude towards the muggle world. In his view, how could the backward muggle world compare to the advanced wizarding world? I think we're almost there. I feel the train slowing down. If we don't want to be in too much of a rush later, we should change into our robes now. Raven stood up, waved his wand, and neatly piled up the trash in the carriage, then raised his hand, intending to make the luggage float down from the overhead rack. However, his spellcasting was interrupted by another uninvited guest. Did you see Neville's toad? Oh, are you going to cast a spell? How about showing me? When Ron saw the girl with messy brown hair like instant noodles and who always showed two prominent front teeth when she spoke, his face couldn't help but wrinkle. Why do weirdos always seem to come to our workshop? Harry tugged at Ron's sleeve, signaling him to say less, while Raven gave the girl an apologetic smile. Then with a flick of his wrist, the 3 suitcases slowly opened and 3 robes flew out from them. Silent spellcasting, your parents must be incredibly powerful wizards, right? By the way, my name is Hermione Granger. You can just call me Hermione, and you are. Hermione speaks very fast, and Raven feels that if she were used in a language exam, many test takers would definitely criticize her. Raven's Vincent Grindelwald. Harry's Harry Potter's. Ron Weasley, Hermione's eyes lit up when she heard Harry's name. It's you, I saw your story in at least 5 books over the summer. Harry could only offer an awkward but polite smile. Well, thanks. Weren't you looking for a toad, or are you just here to watch us change into our robes? Ron didn't like the arrogant girl in front of him. He felt that the girl in front of him was a lot like that arrogant guy, Ma Fen. They both like to look down on people. Oh right, a toad. Raven smiled, then waved his wand. Navi's toad flew in. Soon, a somewhat ugly toad flew out from some unknown carriage and landed in Raven's hand. I think this is what you're looking for. Raven smiled and handed the toad to Hermione. He didn't quite understand how to keep this thing as a pet, but since he wasn't the one raising it, it didn't matter whether he understood it or not. Oh, thank you, I need to hurry and get the toad to Neville, lest he get too anxious. Hermione grabbed the toad and was about to run back to her carriage, but after a few steps she ran back. You know you're a little dirty here. Right around your nose. After saying that, he ran away. Ron was genuinely confused. Merlin's beard, she's so annoying. I mean, look at the way she talks, like she's looking down her nose at everyone. I bet no one will ever dare marry hers. What could Raven say to Ron? Aren't you that warrior? All right, let's hurry up and change into our robes. The train is getting slower and slower. The robe wasn't particularly difficult to wear, but it wasn't particularly attractive either. Only Raven can pull off this basic style of robe. Which house do you want to go to? I want to go to Gryffindor. My whole family graduated from Gryffindor and I hope I can go there too. But I'm open to any house as long as it's not Slytherin. My brother says all the dark wizards come from Slytherin. As Raven straightened his clothes, he spoke. That's a very hurtful prejudice. I know several great wizards from Slytherin, and I also know many dark wizards from Ravenclaw and even Gryffindor. Whether or not one becomes a dark wizard depends entirely on the individual Ron. Ron pursed his lips. Anyway, I just don't want to go to Slytherin. The Malfoy family all graduated from Slytherin, and I really dislike them. Well, Raven was speechless now. He didn't particularly like Malfoy either. The train slowly came to a stop. The train conductor informed the children that they did not need to carry their luggage. House elves would automatically deliver it to the common lounge later. This is quite convenient. After getting off the bus, the cool air blowing on Raven and the others' faces woke them up quite a bit, as the children, who had been feeling a bit drowsy from the ride, were now fully awake. Big Hagrid came to greet the first-year students, carrying a lantern. Raven finally met this huge half-giant for the first time. His beard and hair were indeed very messy, and the clothes he was wearing looked rather old. However, that large robe looked very warm. Hagrid. Hello, Harry. Hello, children. Please wait a moment while I check if everyone is here before I take you to the Great Hall. It's too cold in here. Hagrid counted them around, carrying his lantern. He also secretly used Raven's conspicuous white hair as a reference, otherwise it would be easy to miscount more than 100 students. After counting several times to make sure it was correct, he loudly proclaimed, "All freshmen follow me, don't fall behind." His voice was very loud, like the sound of a large bell. Oh look, Hogwarts even sent servants to pick us up. Upon hearing this, Harry immediately glared at Malfoy, as if he were about to rush up and give Malfoy a good beating if Malfoy said a few more words. Malfoy had originally planned to say a few more sarcastic remarks, but when he saw Raven and the wand in his hand, he shut his mouth and said nothing more. He didn't know why, but this seemingly beautiful child always gave him a dangerous feeling. Hagrid took the children to the shore of Black Lake and explained that the children would need to row to school during their first year. This is an ancient ceremony. It seems that this is how the 4 founders of Hogwarts went to Hogwarts. Therefore, only 4 children can sit on each boat. After rowing down to the foot of Hogwarts, Hagrid led the children to the Great Hall entrance. There, a witch dressed in a dark green robe who looked stern and somewhat old was waiting for them. Professor McGonagall, the new students have arrived. Thank you for your hard work, Hagrid. Professor McGonagall looked at the young wizards with a stern expression behind her glasses. Welcome to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall spoke in a dignified and clear voice. The opening banquet is about to begin, but before you take your seats in the auditorium, you should first determine which college you will be attending. Sorting is an ancient and important rite, because during your time at Hogwarts, your house will be like your home. You will attend classes with other students, live in the house dormitories, and spend your free time together in the common rooms. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own glorious history and has produced outstanding wizards and witches. Professor McGonagall glanced around at the children below, then fixed her gaze on the white-haired Raven and the black-haired Harry. During your time at Hogwarts, excellent conduct will earn your house bonus points, while any misconduct will deduct points. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will receive the House Cup, a very prestigious honor. I hope that whichever house you are sorted into, you will bring glory to your house. Now, I suggest you tidy your clothes and make yourselves look presentable, as the sorting ceremony will be held in front of the entire school. After speaking, Professor McGonagall pushed open the door and entered the auditorium at the back. Ron seemed a little uneasy. My family told me the sorting ceremony was dangerous. I feel like we might be facing trolls. Harry was startled by these words and immediately became uneasy. After all, he's not as good as Raven. He doesn't even know a single spell yet. Raven knew what was going on, but he wouldn't do anything insensitive. Soon, Professor McGonagall returned to the door. When she looked at Raven, her eyes revealed undisguised satisfaction. She had just seen it. Raven's attire was always impeccably neat and stylish. All right, quiet down, the sorting ceremony is about to begin. The sorting hat was right in the center of the Great Hall, and Ravendetta remarked that it did look quite dirty. Or is this what you call the sedimentation of history? In short, he must wash his hair properly before going to bed tonight. The opening was very cliché. The sorting hat sang a song. To be honest, Raven didn't think it sounded very good, but since it was the sorting hat's brainstorming idea, Raven still gave it a round of applause. Next, when I call out someone's name, that person should come forward. I will put the sorting hat on your head, and the sorting hat will sort you into your house. Next comes the selection of schools. Unlike in the movies, the sorting order in the real houses is based on the first letter of the surname. Ron was sorted after Harry. Raven's house was sorted before Harry's. Raven's Vincent Grindelwald. Raven stepped out from the crowd. His medium-length white hair quickly attracted everyone's attention. Grindelwald, that's a familiar surname. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Is he a nobleman? This child certainly looks more like one than the Slytherins. I don't know what you guys are babbling about. All I know is that this little guy is really pretty. He's my type. Hey, stop acting like a female hooligan, okay? He's only in 1st grade. What's wrong with 1st grade? I'm only in 5th grade too. It's only a 4-year age difference, which is practically no age difference. Raven's appearance always attracts the favor of some precocious people. He was already used to it. Professor McGonagall gracefully sat down on the stool and gently placed the sorting hat on Raven's head. She's actually starting to like this little wizard. Compared to the other young wizards, this one was elegant and poised, dignified and graceful, far superior to the mischievous lion cubs she commanded. I really wish a child like that could come to Gryffindor. Oh, a Grindelwald has come to Hogwarts, how rare, let me see. Quite a challenge, indeed quite a challenge. Your courage is exceptional, very suitable for Gryffindor, but you also possess outstanding intelligence and a very good cook. My cooking skills are barely passable, Mr. Sorting Hat, but I suppose house assignments aren't based on cooking skills, are they? Of course, I'm just saying you're suited to Gryffindor, known for its courage. You're suited to Ravenclaw, who pursues wisdom, and you're suited to Hufflepuff, the most loyal of all. For Merlin's sake, you actually support your family in doing these things. Raven shrugged slightly. All I know is that they are my family. I have no right to criticize or even blame them. Besides, I don't think what they did went too far, did it? The ugly face on the sorting cap looked even more awkward. Loyalty, courage, intelligence. So which house should I put you in? Aside from Slytherin, any house seems suitable. Am I not suited for Slytherin? Oh yes, child, you have absolutely no ambition, at most a slight desire for knowledge and money, but that's nowhere near enough to get you into Slytherin. These conversations all take place in Raven's mind. From the outside, Raven's eyes, which he closed after putting on the sorting hat, seemed to indicate that he had entered a state of light sleep. With his eyes closed, Raven exuded a powerful aura, as if the sorting hat on his head was a crown rather than a hat. Everyone stared intently at the beautiful child, hoping that she would be assigned to their college. Dumbledore, sitting in the headmaster's seat, leaned forward slightly, hoping to see which house the child would be sorted into. Time ticked by, and Professor McGonagall pulled out her pocket watch, only to find that her record had been broken by Raven. When she was sorted into her house, the sorting hat took 5 minutes to decide whether to put her in Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. At this moment, the sorting hat had been hesitating for more than 6 minutes, but still showed no sign of speaking. Where do you want to go, child? The learning environment in Ravenclaw will undoubtedly help you learn more and better. In Gryffindor, you're sure to experience many interesting adventures, while in Hufflepuff, you can make many loyal friends. The sorting hat really doesn't tell the difference. Raven is a true all-rounder. He can go anywhere and is suitable for any situation, so it decided to listen to Raven's opinion. After a moment's thought, Raven made his decision. I think Hufflepuff might be a better fit for me. I need a more relaxed and enjoyable atmosphere. A good choice, so the answer is obvious. Hufflepuff. When the sorting hat called out Hufflepuff, the young Hufflepuff wizards cheered with joy. Everyone likes good-looking people. Professor Sprout, the dean of Hufflepuff, also applauded happily. She could tell that Hufflepuff had welcomed another excellent young wizard. On the other side, Dumbledore felt relieved the moment he received the answer. His judgment was correct. Raven has no ambition. Having no ambition is a good thing. What the wizarding world needs now is a reformer, not a new ambitious figure. He slowly raised his hand and applauded Raven. Professor McGonagall removed the sorting hat from Raven, who nodded his thanks to her before heading to the long table at Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuff Badgers welcomed Raven's arrival, and a handsome third-year student even invited Raven to sit next to him. Cedric Diggory, welcome to Hufflepuff. Thank you, Senior. My name is Raven, Raven's Vincent Grindelwald. You can call me Raven. Raven shook hands with Cedric, then sat down beside him. Okay, Raven, I feel like I've heard your surname somewhere before. Were you from the wizarding world before? Raven shook his head. No, my parents and siblings are muggles, as are my grandparents and maternal grandparents. I might have misremembered. Anyways, welcome to the team. After Raven, it was Harry's turn to be sorted into his house. It's clear that sorting Harry into a different house was quite difficult, but in the end, the sorting hat sorted him into Gryffindor as Harry wished. A burst of enthusiastic applause immediately erupted at the Gryffindor table. Two red-haired, almost identical third-grade students shouted loudly, "We have Porter." "We have Porter." Raven figured these two must be Ron's two vengeful older brothers. Harry gave Raven an apologetic look, seemingly sorry that he hadn't gone to Hufflepuff as well, while Raven returned the look with a gesture that it was no big deal. Raven was already mentally prepared that Harry would still be sorted into Gryffindor despite Raven's influence as a friend. It wasn't because he believed Dumbledore was involved in Harry's sorting of houses. Rather, it's because, compared to Harry's other qualities, his courage and sharp tongue are already dazzling enough, making Gryffindor the most suitable school for him, followed by Slytherin. The reason I think this way is because it happened before, when they were playing in the park and Dudley came over and humiliated them. Harry didn't react much when they humiliated him, but he went berserk when they humiliated Raven. He rushed up and punched Dudley a few times, then grabbed Raven and ran, mocking Dudley as he ran, saying that the only difference between him and the gorillas in the zoo was the color of their fur. After they ran a distance, Raven asked him if he wasn't afraid of being put in solitary confinement. Harry said he didn't care. From that moment on, Raven knew that Gryffindor was the best house for Harry, and there was no way he would ever try to get Harry into any other house. After the sorting ceremony, Dumbledore stood up and waved his hand, and a large amount of food appeared on 4 long tables. There's sizzling roast chicken, fragrant roast lamb chops, and roast beef steaks. For a more balanced meal, there are also glistening, appetizing peas and carrots on the plate. Harry and Ron's eyes widened in surprise. Before the banquet begins, I'd like to say a few words. That is, idiot, crybaby, trash, squeeze. Thank you, everyone. Having said that, Dumbledore sat down decisively, signaling the start of the banquet. Harry's eyes twitched slightly upon hearing this. Is he a little crazy? Percy, who was standing next to Harry, immediately said, Crazy? He's a genius, the greatest wizard in the world, but you're right, he is a bit crazy. Want some potatoes, Harry? Harry's status as the savior always quickly attracts attention, even if he doesn't like it. This made him somewhat uneasy. Hey, I'm your brother Percy and you didn't even ask me. Ron loudly denounced Percy's injustice, but it was clear that his accusations were not taken seriously by Percy. Raven brought himself a plate of steak, some peas, and carrots. The way he ate was so pleasing to the eye that many of the upperclassmen in Hufflepuff were mesmerized and asked Raven if they could feed him. Unfortunately, Raven's diet was planned. Because he's working out, Raven carefully plans his daily food intake. Eating too much or too little is not advisable. Raven didn't even eat the dessert afterwards. Actually, you have a really great figure. I feel you can eat a little more, it's okay. Cedric hesitated for a moment before speaking. People always hope to become better. Well, Cedric felt that they had a really strange kid in Hufflepuff. If you only eat this little, you might go hungry tonight. I know a place where you can get a late-night snack. There's an oil painting of fruit hanging in the hallway near our common room. You can scratch the pear in the painting, and it will giggle and then turn into a doorknob, allowing you to go straight to the kitchen. It's important to note that the cooks at Hogwarts are house elves, so don't mention payment to them. They'll consider that an insult. Instead, use polite phrases like thank you, as they appreciate it when young wizards thank them. Cedric seemed convinced that Raven would go hungry that night, but Raven was thinking, actually, I eat this much at home too. However, he did not refute Cedric's good intentions but simply smiled. Okay, Cedric, I'll go find some late-night snacks if I get hungry. The dinner has ended. The plates in front of everyone instantly became empty. Dumbledore stood up and said, "Good evening, everyone, all right. New students, welcome to the new school. Returning students, welcome back. A new year of magical education awaits you." Dumbledore then gave instructions to the students, stating that any student who did not wish to die a horrible death should stay away from the fourth-floor corridors and the Forbidden Forest. Raven narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing these words. This looks like an attempt to lure the children into adventure, but Raven doesn't believe Dumbledore knows right now that Quirrell has Voldemort parasitizing the back of his head. This old man probably doesn't even understand the existence of Horcruxes yet. Sounds intimidating, doesn't it? Professor Dumbledore does this every year. Last year it was an empty classroom in the basement. Raven was even more confused. Does that mean Professor Dumbledore organizes this kind of event every year? Cedric thought for a moment and then answered, "It's not every year, but apparently it happens occasionally to add some fun to our campus life." Did the original work include these things? Raven doesn't recall having one. This does explain why Dumbledore said those things and why he set up so many obstacles on the fourth floor. It was just so the little wizard could play. So it seems that the so-called magic stone was fake too. I knew it. If the Philosopher's Stone is really that precious, why wouldn't Dumbledore carry it with him? Why would he put it out as a reward at the end of a level? The banquet concluded with the entire school singing the school song together, each in their preferred melody. Raven said he had never heard such a terrible song in his life. The entire student body was able to sing dozens of different tunes. Raven felt like he was going deaf. He was so shocked that he forgot to put on earplugs to listen to the incantation. The school song was concluded by the Weasley twins, who sang the entire song as a funeral march, while Dumbledore conducted until the very end. Raven felt that if it weren't for Professor McGonagall's murderous glare, the twins would have jumped onto the table, singing and dancing at the same time. They're capable of doing something like this. The current prefect of Hufflepuff is Gabriel Truman. He brought the Hufflepuff boy to the Hufflepuff common room for the first time. The entrance to Hufflepuff's lounge is located inside a large wooden barrel near the kitchen. To enter, you need to tap the second barrel in the middle of the second row in the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff, which will cause the lid to rotate open, allowing the young wizards to enter. If the wrong rhythm is struck or the wrong barrel is struck, the lids of the other barrels will burst open, spraying large amounts of vinegar onto the intruder. Raven wanted to know if he could eat this vinegar. After the prefect assigned dorm rooms, Raven could finally get some rest. Upon arriving at the dormitory, the yellow and black color scheme immediately catches the eye. Raven really liked this kind of dormitory. Although there were 5 people in the dormitory, each person had a 4-poster bed with curtains that could be drawn down to block out the light and provide privacy. "Oh my God, I'm actually sharing a room with His Highness the Prince." A blonde-haired child exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Raven's arrival. Raven was somewhat puzzled. "Your Highness." The blonde boy pursed his lips, seemingly regretting that he had just blurted out that nickname. "That's a nickname the other students gave you because you look like a prince." Another black-haired student already changed into his pajamas, lay on the bed explaining to Raven. Raven was surprised. In just a few minutes, this person had already changed into his pajamas. You have no idea, the girls in our college have gone crazy. They're staring at every dorm room like hungry wolves. Their gazes really make me uncomfortable. Another black-haired student who was packing his luggage said this. His Highness is actually staying in the same room as us. I must write a letter to my mother. A blonde child who was reading a book said this. He kept stuffing cookies into his mouth while reading, which made Raven very worried about his dental health. Okay, let me introduce myself first. My name is Raven, Raven's Vincent Grindelwald. My family likes to call me Raven, but I prefer to be called Raven. The blonde boy who exclaimed first raised his right hand. My name is Alex Thorne, but my family calls me Ack. The little boy has a round face, isn't fat, and is quite cute. My name is Kieran Baxter, you can call me Kieran. The black-haired boy, already dressed in his pajamas and lying in bed, introduced himself and then yawned. The little boy looked rather thin, and Raven didn't know why he was so sleepy. Gray Jasper Gresham. Gray was the kid who was packing his bags. He looked rather muscular and appeared to be a fan of the currently popular team, Rangers, because there were many related posters in his luggage. Hello, my name is Elijah Pendleton. You can call me Elijah or Ryan, my family prefers to call me Ryan. Ryan put down his book, clapped his hands by the bed to wipe all the cookie crumbs off his hands, and then reached out to Raven. Raven also shook hands politely with Ryan. Hello, okay, now I'd like to know what's the story behind the nickname Prince. I got a nickname on my very first day at school, what should I do? I need help urgently. Raven was genuinely surprised that Harry, Ron, and even Hermione were involved in giving him nicknames. The three guys spent ages bragging at the Gryffindor table about what happened on the train. Because the Hufflepuff table was right next to the Gryffindor table, many of the Hufflepuff girls heard what they were saying. The Hufflepuff students already had a good impression of Raven, and upon hearing this, they were even more furious. That's why Raven got a nickname on the very first day, Your Highness. His beautiful white hair, delicate face, and elegant demeanor perfectly matched every girl's fantasy of a prince. Raven was speechless. After a quick wash in the bathroom attached to each dormitory room, Raven secretly used a spell to dry his hair. In Hogwarts, each dormitory has a private bathroom, which, although small, is very convenient. Lying in bed, setting his alarm, Raven felt that his four roommates all had quite distinct personalities. With his baby face, Ack has a naive and optimistic personality, but he is always cautious in his interactions with others. Kieran always looks lazy and like he's never had enough sleep. He says he's been like that since he was a child. Gray is a passionate sports fan and also loves sports. Ryan, on the other hand, preferred reading. According to him, the Sorting Hat hesitated slightly about whether to sort him into Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff. Before going to bed, Raven checked the schedule and discovered that there was only one charms class taught by Professor Flitwick the next morning. Then he can wander around the castle to his heart's content tomorrow morning. His decision proved to be correct. Raven, who got up very early, wandered around the castle for nearly 2 hours, from 8 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock. We haven't even finished exploring yet. This castle is absolutely enormous. Raven could only first figure out what he needed. For example, the location of several classrooms, the road leading out of Black Lake, the library, the infirmary, and the kitchen. Raven doesn't really need late-night snacks, but he does need occasional treats, so knowing the location of the kitchen in advance is essential. Merlin's beard. Are you sure you're really a Hufflepuff student? I thought I was early enough, but Raven, what are you doing up at 6:30 this morning? Ack expressed both incomprehension and admiration for Raven's habit of getting up at 6:30 in the morning. Those girls who were blocking the door this morning were all for nothing. You have no idea what their expressions were when they opened the door and found you weren't there. Gray chuckled as he recalled what had just happened. Kieran, on the other hand, looked terrified. For Merlin's sake, those girls are insane. They actually pulled back my curtains to see if you were lying in my bed. I really don't know what they'll do next. Ryan also looked visibly shaken. He was clearly quite frightened by the group of crazy girls that morning. Raven felt somewhat apologetic. I'm sorry, I think I should stay in the dorm and explain it to them next time. Surprisingly, all four of them shook their heads almost simultaneously. It's best not to. I feel like they won't listen to your explanations at all, and you might end up getting stripped naked. They might keep your pajamas as a keepsake. They might even pull out your hairs. They even tried to take your blanket this morning. If we hadn't stopped them, they probably would have actually stolen it. It was terrifying. I think they're complete thugs. Okay, Raven understands why people always say Hufflepuff students are always the best friend candidates. They had only known each other for a day, yet they were willing to face the terrifying army of girls for him. Is it really that exaggerated? The four of them nodded in unison, then seemed to recall the scene from that morning and suddenly shivered again. That's terrifying. I'm starting to seriously doubt if you have any Vila blood at all. Ryan, whose parents were wizards, said with a serious expression. In his view, only Vila could possess such a terrifying attraction to the opposite S*X. Raven stated that his family has been muggles for generations and has absolutely no connection to Vila. Originally, Ak and his friends had overslept and had been attacked, so they hadn't had breakfast and still had to hurry to find the spell classroom. However, the thoughtful Raven had prepared breakfast for them in advance and even led them directly to the spell classroom. This deeply moved Ak and his companions. The charms teacher was Professor Flitwick, a short half-elf wizard. He is really small and he always makes a squeaking sound when he talks. But he has a great personality and his lectures are very clear. Today, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff had class together. He didn't teach spells in the first lesson, but instead used humorous language to teach the children some basic introductory techniques. The young wizards all adored Professor Flitwick, at least the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students did. After class, the young wizards rushed off to lunch, but Raven didn't hurry to leave. He told Gray and the others to go first, while he took out his notebook to ask Professor Flitwick some questions. He encountered many problems when creating the spell Whispers of All Beings. It's fine to let him find the solution himself, but that would take a lot of time. Asking Professor Flitwick or Professor Sprout directly would have been a much smarter approach. Professor, I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Are you in a hurry? Professor Flitwick's eyes lit up when he saw Raven. He also remembered the handsome boy well. He had felt a pang of regret the night before when he learned from the Sorting Hat that Raven could actually go to Ravenclaw. Of course, Mr. Vincent, I'd be happy to help you with some issues. Have you already previewed the textbook? Is there a problem with your spell usage? I must remind you, practicing spells in private is very dangerous. I suggest you practice spells in the presence of a professor. Raven grinned awkwardly. Actually, I've already finished studying all the spell textbooks from grades 1 to 5. Oh, grades 1 through 5s. Grades 1 through 5s. Professor Flitwick was so startled he almost fell off his chair. Raven quickly used a levitation charm to catch him, preventing him from falling off the stool. A beautiful silent levitation spell. For Merlin's big nose's sake, silent casting. Mr. Vincent, did you really learn all the spells from 1st to 5th grade? Reluctantly, Raven could only cast all the most representative and difficult spells from grades 1 to 5, and incidentally also performed an excellent transfiguration. Merlin's beard, your talent far exceeds my expectations, Mr. Vincent. I think I must tell Professor Dumbledore about this later. Your spells have been used very well. So what do you want to ask me now? Raven handed his notebook to Professor Flitwick. Professor, I'm very interested in creation spells, but I've encountered some problems. I'd like you to help me answer them. It would save me a lot of time. Professor Flitwick's face immediately turned serious when he heard that Raven was actually creating a spell. Mr. Grindelwald, I must solemnly remind you that creating and altering spells arbitrarily is extremely dangerous. You might blow your own hands and feet off. As he spoke, he opened Raven's notebook and then his eyes widened in surprise. For Merlin's sake, though, is this the notebook of an 11-year-old wizard? He'd believe you if you told him it was a magician's notebook. All right, Mr. Vincent, I can answer some of your questions, but I'd prefer you come to me or Professor Sprout when you begin experimenting with spells, would you please? Raven burst out laughing. Of course, Professor, I will. Albus, something terrible has happened. Professor Flitwick rushed to the principal's office without even having lunch. Calm down, Felius. What happened? Tell me slowly, calm down. Would you like some honey tea? Professor Flitwick, not even bothering to drink his tea, hurriedly told Dumbledore what had just happened. The more Dumbledore listened, the more tightly he pursed his lips. What did he just hear? Grindelwald, 11 years old, has taught himself all the spells from grades 1 to 5, and is now creating a spell that will allow everyone to understand all animal languages, and he is close to succeeding. Even Dumbledore, with his strong heart, couldn't help but twitch a few times. He knew Raven was talented, but he never imagined his talent was this great. Are you sure he's already taught himself all the spells from grades 1 to 5, Filius? That's over 100 spells. My God, Albus, he's even creating new spells, and he's very close to succeeding. I'd be surprised if he hadn't taught himself all the spells from grades 1 to 5. Creating a new spell is much more difficult than learning a known spell. And he also cast a Patronus charm in front of me, and a physical Patronus at that. For Merlin's sake, Albus, he released a raven-shaped Patronus right in front of me. Dumbledore's lips twitched involuntarily. This talent isn't just something the heavens were feeding us, it's practically Merlin reincarnated. Even Merlin himself wouldn't have gone this far. Was his family really a Muggle family? I mean, is it possible that someone else wrote those notes, or that they were actually in contact with that person all along? If Professor Flitwick had simply completed the curriculum from grades 1 to 5 through self-study, he wouldn't have found it so unacceptable. Unfortunately, Dumbledore shook his head. You know, Phileas, there haven't been any wizards in the Grindelwald lineage in England for at least 4 generations, and although his surname is Grindelwald, I really don't think he has much of a connection to that person. His talent. Dumbledore thought for a moment, then spoke. I think we've really found a very talented child, Phileas. Let's help him, okay? Raven was sorted into Hufflepuff by the Sorting Hat, and the Sorting Hat later indicated that Raven was suitable for the other 3 houses, but not for Slytherin. This is enough to prove that Raven is not an ambitious person. Dumbledore was more inclined to believe that Raven created the spells out of genuine interest, rather than for any other purpose. Professor Flitwick also had to accept the fact that the young wizard was a super genius. Should I continue to help him perfect that spell? Dumbledore gently shook his head. Just help him when he comes to you with problems, and please keep an eye on him during experiments as well. Professor Flitwick frowned slightly. Are you planning to use this spell to get him a Merlin medal? To obtain that badge, Raven must create the spell himself as much as possible. If he provides too much help, the Merlin Order will not award him the badge. Yes, Phileas, that's what I think. Aren't you worried that his early exposure to fame and fortune might negatively impact his development? Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly. No, he won't. Besides, geniuses should be treated like geniuses, shouldn't they? Over the next few days, Raven's reputation spread rapidly throughout all the courses. Exceptional talent, excellent manners. Even the most disliked potions professor, Snape, would find it difficult to deduct points from Hedgehog House because of him. Of course, it's difficult but not impossible. As it turns out, the great but annoying Professor Snape's talent for deducting points is comparable to Raven's other talents. Raven's Vincent Grindelwald, why didn't you warn your roommate not to join the Porcupines too early? Did it make you seem more impressive? Hufflepuff -1 point. Look, our elegant prince is the first to brew the potion again. Why don't you go help your classmate? Hufflepuff -5 points. Who gave you permission to run around and whisper in my class? Hufflepuff 5 points deducted. It turns out there was a reason why all the students disliked Snape. Raven felt like he'd been terribly fooled by a movie from his past life. Snape was a very vicious and annoying professor. As a student, he currently has no redeeming qualities. What? Responsible, sharp-tongued but soft heart. Raven had been in class for the entire period, and he still hadn't figured it out. A sharp tongue but a cruel heart is more like it. Snape's actions successfully angered the mild-mannered hedgehog students. They didn't really care about the school cup or anything like that. If Snape wanted to deduct points, so be it. But Snape can't target our prince like this. Thus, Snape successfully became the next target of the hedgehog students' cricket attacks, and even the gentle headmaster, Professor Sprout, began to have some complaints about Snape. He's so annoying, your scabies treatment is perfect. How could he deduct points from your score? Axe's little face was filled with indignation. Now I know why he's the most hated professor among the other students. Not only is he always targeting students from other departments, but he also speaks incredibly fast, and he's like a viper spewing venom everywhere. Hey, look, our prince has actually learned my method. 1 point deducted for your rote learning. For Merlin's sake, I really can't believe he could do that. Ryan also appeared very angry. He felt that Snape was completely unfit to be a teacher. During lunch, Harry and Ron comforted Raven for a while, expressing their deep sympathy for Raven's plight and mentioning that Snape had also deducted points from Harry twice in potions class. One time was because Harry couldn't answer Snape's question, and another time was because the other students made a mistake in their cooking. Snape used these reasons to deduct points from Harry's score again. I think he really hates us. Disgusting, for Merlin's old robe's sake, he definitely hates you. Ron ate his lunch with his face scrunched up like a napkin. I initially thought he was only targeting Gryffindor, but now he's starting to target Hufflepuff too. I think Ravenclaw isn't far behind. I really don't know why Dumbledore let someone like this teach us. He's not teaching properly at all. When Harry talked back to him, his eyes practically spit fire. Don't talk about him, Ron, he's disgusting. Even the mild-mannered Raven couldn't help but make a comment. In the afternoon, Hufflepuff has a flying lesson with Ravenclaw. This was their first flight lesson. Raven didn't expect to have any extraordinary flying talent, he just wanted to avoid making a fool of himself. I once chased after one of those muggle things called an airplane on a flying broomstick. I almost caught it, but a flock of geese flew by and stopped me. Ryan stood on the playground, bragging to his friends about his past flying experiences. He was the only one in the entire dormitory who had ridden a flying broom before the start of the semester, so he had the right to brag to his friends. Soon, a woman with a neat short haircut came to the playground. Madame Hooch looked very capable and her robes did not appear loose. I bet she was in the military. Gray whispered to Raven beside him. Zillion, who was standing on the other side of Raven, also heard this. Why do you say that? Kieran was somewhat puzzled. Look at how she walks. The spacing between her steps is always the same and it looks so neat and efficient. That proves nothing. Raven's walking distance is the same and he always walks cleanly and efficiently. Karen clearly disagreed with Gray's view. Just as the two were about to continue arguing, Mrs. Foster spoke up. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to your first ever flying lesson. Now please line up and stand on the left side of the broom. Harry and Ron didn't have classes right now, and they didn't want to do their homework, so they ran out to watch Raven and his friend's first flying lesson. The first flying lesson for first-year Gryffindor students won't begin until tomorrow afternoon. I once secretly rode Charlie's old broomstick and almost crashed into a Muggle plane. If that broomstick hadn't been old, I promise I could have avoided it. Ron boasted to Harry about his past experiences, and Harry obligingly chimed in. But whether what Ron said was true or not remained to be seen. The two little ones kept their eyes fixed on Raven and his friends. Now put your right hand on the broom and say, get up. Raven reached out his hand from the broom, and surprisingly, before he could even say get up, the broom flew eagerly into his hand. Everyone was stunned for a moment, even Madame Huochi was taken aback, but she quickly came to her senses. What are you all waiting for? Try it yourselves. The young wizards snapped out of their reverie, but their eyes still kept glancing at Raven. Mrs. Foster also found it strange. She slowly walked over to Raven and examined his broom but found nothing. Strange, very strange. Oh, it's nothing, child, I just feel something's odd. This has never happened before. Mrs. Hooch worried that there might be something wrong with the broom, but after checking it for a long time, she found that there was nothing wrong with the old broom at all. It's really baffling. It's all right now that you've grabbed the broom, please get on top. And hold on tight, you don't want to slip off. The young wizards all climbed onto their brooms. Once everyone was seated, Mrs. Hodge spoke again. Wait a minute, I'll whistle. As soon as you hear me whistle, you need to jump up as high as you can, keep your broom steady in the air, fly for a little while, then lean forward slightly and slowly fly back to the ground. Now listen to my whistle. 3, 2, 1. With a piercing whistle, the young wizards all jumped with all their might, but apart from Raven, none of the other Muggle-born wizards managed to take flight on their first try. Many flew for a moment and then fell back down, while others had no desire to get up at all and just bounced once in place. Raven, have you ever handled flying broomsticks before? Ryan was somewhat surprised. When he first took off, he jumped several times before he could fly, and then, because he couldn't balance, he quickly fell from the air. Raven shook his head. I've never flown before, maybe my broom is easier to control. Really? Is it true that brooms are easier to control? The flying lesson proceeded without incident. Before the lesson ended, Mrs. Hodge even allowed everyone to fly freely on the playground for a while. Raven played around quietly for a bit, unaware that Harry and Ron had been watching him because neither of them had told him they would be auditing the flying lesson. Ron was stunned. Merlin's eyebrows, that's a sloth rolling over a tree. A starfish hanging upside down and Lansky's faint. Harry, are you sure Raven hasn't played Quidditch before? Harry swallowed hard as he watched those dangerous maneuvers. Raven has always lived in the Muggle world, so of course he's never played Quidditch. Wow, Raven is a Quidditch genius. Unfortunately, only he and Ron realized this today, because Raven clearly didn't want anyone to discover his Quidditch talent. So he lowered his altitude to the average flight altitude of ordinary first-year wizards before people looked at him. Why doesn't he want to tell anyone? With that kind of talent, he'd be the youngest Hufflepuff Quidditch player Hogwarts has ever had. Perhaps he doesn't like attracting attention. Raven is always like that. He's always very low-key, although his low-key approach never seems to work. Ron was somewhat puzzled. But why? I bet if Malfoy had that talent, he'd be eager for the whole world to know. Even Filch's cat would find out within a day. Harry shook his head, indicating that he wasn't quite sure why either. Anyway, Raven is always like this. I think maybe he's tired of always being the center of attention wherever he goes. Then I think it makes no difference whether he reveals his Quidditch talent or not. Raven is currently a star among the first-year students. His Quidditch talent is merely icing on the cake. It's also possible that he's not very interested in competitive sports. He always says that exercise for him is just about staying healthy. In fact, Raven is very talented in many sports, but he doesn't participate in sports competitions at all. So he goes to the Black Lake every morning to exercise and stay healthy. This has become the talk of the town among all the first-year girls, and they all think Raven does it so he can sign up for Quidditch next year. But Raven really wasn't interested in any of these competitive sports. Among competitive sports, the ones he was most interested in were freestyle fighting and kickboxing. Ron involuntarily pursed his lips. It's hard to imagine that their elegant friend would have such a violent hobby. The next day, Gryffindor and Slytherin took flying lessons together. Raven had little interest in spying on or saving Neville. In fact, he had forgotten many plot points, including the fact that Neville would fall off his flying broomstick today. He had intentionally forgotten the plot because he believed he wouldn't be able to come to Hogwarts, so remembering so much was completely unnecessary. He doesn't try to remember now because he feels that this way he can better live his own life at Hogwarts, instead of simply following the so-called plot. While Harry and Ron were in class, Hufflepuff also had no classes. Raven approached Professor Flitwick, who wasn't too busy, and asked him for help with a problem he was having while constructing magic. These two syllables, I need them to be connected, providing their respective magical meanings and producing a reasonable combined effect. However, I've consulted many resources, which indicate that connecting these two syllables will only produce an explosive effect. Professor Flitwick, how can I solve this? Is the only solution to replace them with other syllables or find a way to separate them? In fact, you can also change the effect by altering the stress or unstress of syllables or the order of syllables. Raven absorbed a great deal of knowledge from Professor Flitwick and quickly applied it to his own spell creations. Professor Flitwick became increasingly alarmed as he taught. Raven's speed in absorbing and applying knowledge far exceeded his expectations. No wonder Raven was able to teach himself all the spells from grades 1 to 5 in just 2 months. Exceptional comprehension skills, outstanding ability to apply knowledge to new situations. With these abilities, Raven could master at least 5 spells a day, and with a little effort, learning 10 relatively easy spells a day wouldn't be difficult. Professor Flitwick was genuinely shocked. He was already considered a genius spellcaster, but Raven kept redefining his understanding of the word genius. If Raven knew what Professor Flitwick was thinking, he would surely say, "You haven't seen a true genius yet, Professor. Little Sister Zia can ignore spells and hand gestures and get whatever she wants. You're right, but that's the concept of God." Raven was rapidly constructing the spell. With Professor Flitwick's help, almost all of Raven's problems were solved on the spot. He quickly developed the spell to the point where it was experimental. Raven floated the incantations on the pages into the air, using his wand as a needle and magic as thread, and quickly connected all the characters together. Whispers of all beings. Raven was eager to begin, but Professor Flitwick suggested they wait, as he was worried the spell might have other dangerous effects. Professor Flitwick examined the spell 7 times, and after confirming there were no problems, he cast the spell on himself 7 times. Only after finding no issues did he tell Raven that he could begin his first attempt. A dragon has emerged from its cave. Professor Flitwick's wand exploded, and a black snake emerged from it, crashing heavily to the ground. To test whether the spell is effective, Raven needs a living being to communicate with. This snake is perfect. Whispers of all beings. Raven cast a spell on himself but didn't feel anything special, except for a slight itch in his throat. "Step back." Raven spoke to the black snake. Seemingly startled by Raven's sudden words, the black snake paused for a moment, then breathed on Raven again after recovering. "I said step back." Finally, the black snake, after being scolded by Raven, began to slowly retreat. Although Raven didn't hear the black snake speak, it was clear that the black snake understood him. "Professor." The preliminary experiment was a success. Without Raven's prompting, Professor Flitwick jumped up with joy, even floating in the air. "I heard you, child, ha-ha-ha, that was Parslian talk you just heard. You're a genius, Mr. Vincent. A true magical genius." Professor Flitwick was overjoyed. Could Gellert Grindelwald, whom everyone secretly calls the Dark Lord, have done something like this at the age of 11? And now the genius who can do this is his student. Nothing could make him happier than this. Professor Flitwick led Raven to the principal's office. Dumbledore was also very surprised by Raven's talent. He hadn't expected that in just a few days, less than a week, Raven would have already created this curse. Most importantly, although it was hard to believe, the evidence was right in front of him. Raven was able to fully explain his thought process in creating this spell, from its initial conception to its later construction. This spell was indeed created by Raven, and his purpose in creating it was simply for his hobby. When Dumbledore saw those shining eyes, he could assert that they contained only the purest joy without any other purpose. "We need to borrow your phoenix, Professor Dumbledore." Professor Flitwick stated this. "Oh, of course, I think he would be very willing to communicate with you." Phoenix Fox, standing on the shelf, turned to look at the handsome white-haired boy. Even by Fox's standards of beauty, this little boy is considered very handsome. Whispers of all beings. Raven cast the spell on himself again and began communicating with Fox. From Dumbledore's and Professor Flitwick's perspective, Raven's voice sounded like a pleasant bird call. He and Fox, one with a bird, chatted back and forth, getting more and more engrossed in their conversation. The conversation only stopped when the spell's effect wore off. Well, that's truly astounding. "May I ask what you and Fox discussed, Mr. Raven?" "Of course, Professor Dumbledore. I asked him his name, what he usually likes to eat, and whether he gets bored spending so much time in the headmaster's office." The child actually succeeded. "Mr. Raven, I have a very important question for you. You created this spell yourself, so do you intend to release it?" To Dumbledore's surprise, Raven asked a question that surprised both him and Flitwick. "Will I get a bonus if I publish this?" This surprised both professors, but then he burst into laughter. "Haha, I'm sorry, Mr. Raven, I just didn't expect you to ask that. Yes, there is a bonus, but the amount depends on luck. The Ministry of Magic will solicit donations from everyone who expands the spell library. If some important figures think your spells are useful, they will donate to you. The Ministry of Magic only takes 1% of that money. The rest is yours." In other words, if he's lucky, he could win a substantial bonus. Regardless of what others think, this spell is at least very helpful to magizoologists, who are generally not short of money. "No problem, Professor Dumbledore. I'm willing to publish this spell. However, Professor Flitwick and I have only tried it with a black snake and fox so far. We may need more examples to prove that this spell can indeed be widely used." Dumbledore appreciated Raven's academic rigor, but did not allow Raven to go to the Forbidden Forest. "It's too dangerous there. The work of experimenting with spells can be left to Professor Kettleburn, who frequently travels in and out of the Forbidden Forest, or even Hagrid." Raven had no objection to this. God knows how excited Professor Kettleburn was when he received the spell. He is someone who has an extreme love for dangerous magical creatures. For someone like him, being able to communicate with magical creatures is enough to make him so excited that he would remove his prosthetic leg and then wave it around like a flag. Raven, who hadn't yet witnessed Professor Kettleburn's particularly childlike side, was currently enjoying his dinner. However, he was eating at the Gryffindor table today. Since he also has friends in Gryffindor, he has been dining at the Gryffindor long table from time to time lately. The gentle badgers had no objections, and the enthusiastic lion cubs welcomed this rising star of the first year. "Can you believe it, Raven? Harry shot out like an arrow. I didn't even see how he flew, and he had already caught the memory orb." Ron was loudly recounting to Raven what had happened during the flight lesson. Raven also showed a surprised and admiring expression at the opportune moment. "My God, Harry, your flying talent is absolutely incredible." Raven's words only reminded Ron and Harry of yesterday. Harry rolled his eyes at Raven. "Your talent is equally impressive." Something's not right." Raven had a look on his face that said, "Something's not right with you too." Ron realized he couldn't hide it any longer, so he leaned close to Raven's ear and whispered, "We went to observe your class yesterday and watched until the very end." "Ah, no wonder, you two are really bored. Why can't you use this time to do your homework?" "Merlin's beard, don't mention homework to me. Just thinking about it gives me a headache, especially that old bat's homework. Ron gets listless whenever homework is mentioned." Harry immediately changed the subject. "You have no idea, when Professor McGonagall came in all angry, I thought she was going to expel me. Then she took me to an upperclassman's classroom and called Wood over. At that moment, I thought Professor McGonagall was going to hit me with a big wooden stick, but it turned out there really was an upperclassman named Wood. Luckily, Senior Wood is at the other end of the long table. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing if he had overheard. His name, Wood, does sound very similar to wood in English, so it's understandable that Harry would mistake it for something else when he was startled. To my surprise, that know-it-all girl actually knows more about you, Harry. I mean, even you didn't know your father used to be a chaser." Harry didn't seem to care. Anyone could probably know Doron better than I do. They later talked to Raven about his Quidditch talent. Ron tried his best to get Raven involved in Quidditch, but Raven consistently maintained that he had no interest in it. He didn't have many ideas about most competitive sports. He would never participate in Quidditch unless Professor Sprout asked him to. By the way, I created a spell, and Professor Kettleburn is currently experimenting with it. It seems to be working fine, and it should be released to the public soon. Upon hearing this, both Harry and Ron were stunned for a moment. Ron reacted the most, and the golden fried chicken leg slipped from his hand. What have you created? Ron jumped up and shouted. His voice was so loud that the entire auditorium could hear it. Realizing he had attracted the attention of the entire auditorium, Ron sat down somewhat awkwardly. Then he tried his best to lower his voice. You mean you created a completely new spell? Raven nodded. Actually, I had Professor Flitwick's help. There was a lot of knowledge I didn't understand, and it was Professor Flitwick who taught me that knowledge, which enabled me to successfully create it. The more Raven learned, the more frightened he became. It was really dangerous for him when he created that remote copying spell. The spell was only successfully created thanks to luck. If even one syllable is wrong, he will face at least an explosion capable of destroying the entire street. Creating spells lightly is a very irresponsible act. That's still quite an exaggeration. My God, are we really starting from the same point, Raven? I have a feeling you already knew magic. Although Harry didn't have a clear understanding of how difficult it was to create a spell, he knew it was definitely not something a first grader should be able to do. You already knew magic. I'm starting to suspect you're Merlin reincarnated, Raven. Tell me, did you used to wear underwear with strawberry patterns? Raven rolled his eyes. If I were Merlin reincarnated, I would definitely hang you from the ceiling of the Great Hall as a chandelier. The following days were rest days, and Professor Kettleburn wandered around the Forbidden Forest with his spells, enjoying himself like a grizzly bear that had eaten several jars of honey. Raven felt that if he didn't only have one arm and half a leg left, Professor Kettleburn would probably be tap dancing every day. One day, Raven ran into Professor Kettleburn while jogging by Black Lake. He thanked Raven enthusiastically, even excitedly, and said that he had now tried to communicate with 21 magical creatures, and that all of them could understand him, and he could understand them in turn. This is absolutely amazing. He even communicated with Hagrid's hound, Tooth, and discovered that they could communicate without any problems. This curse was exactly what he wanted. He truly regretted not being born in Raven's era. The emotional old man said that if this curse had appeared a few years earlier, he might not have lost his arm and leg. That way he could continue working for a few more years. Although Raven felt that the old man, even with all his physical parts intact, should be of retirement age, he still praised Professor Kettleburn's love and enthusiasm for magical creatures. Unexpectedly, Professor Kettleburn became even more excited by Raven's praise, and eventually even gave Raven his notes on magical creatures that he had previously compiled. According to Professor Kettleburn, he would donate a lot of money to Raven after the curse was revealed, but in his eyes, none of that money was as valuable as knowledge. Raven agreed and ultimately accepted Professor Kettleburn's notebook. Just kidding, Snape spied. That young professor's notes were incredibly helpful to Harry in his 6th year, so how could Professor Kettleburn's life's work be any less valuable? However, Professor Kettleburn stated that the best way to learn this knowledge is through practical experience, so Raven will probably have to sneak into the Forbidden Forest quite often from now on. Several days have passed. Thanks to Professor Kettleburn's intensive work, the curse was finally proven true. Currently, it appears to have no side effects, and all species with even a modicum of intelligence can use this spell to communicate. What was the Ministry of Magic's reaction when it received Dumbledore's letter? Raven didn't know, and he didn't want to know. All he knew was that after Dumbledore sent his first letter, he waited a whole week before anyone from the Ministry of Magic arrived. Minister of Magic Fudge didn't come in person, or perhaps he went directly to Dumbledore. In any case, it wasn't until the 3rd week of school that Raven officially faced the 2 members sent by the Ministry of Magic. These 2 members are said to have graduated from Hogwarts as well. They are both Hufflepuff little badgers. Raven was in potions class when they arrived, and their arrival interrupted Snape's spellcasting. Sorry, Snape. Professor, we need Raven to come with us. Snape's face was as dark and menacing as a demon. Kieran came down and told Raven that Snape had completely gone mad during that class. They kept finding fault with Hufflepuff and deducting points, but no one in Hufflepuff was angry. On the contrary, everyone was happy, because they knew that Snape had been outmaneuvered. Raven and 2 graduating seniors found an empty classroom to take the test. The 2 senior students were both surprised that the spell was indeed created by Raven, and proud that their academy had finally produced such a great genius. The last person to be this dazzling was Newt, who dropped out of school. Perhaps Fudge was prone to conspiracy theories, because even after both Ministry of Magic members had confirmed it was correct, he delayed releasing the spell for another week. And initially, it only occupied a very small section in the Daily Prophet. It was only later, as more and more people discovered this and the demand for more details grew, that Fudge finally put this section on the front page. Now it's October. That's strange. Haw can use this spell to communicate with Hedwig, but why can't I use it to communicate with Scabbard? Ron is still trying the Whisper of All Beings spell. However, he was still unable to talk to his pet Banban. Seeing that his friend Harry could already communicate with Hedwig without any problems, Ron became a little anxious. He also wanted to talk to Banban. Perhaps the spots are rather unusual. Raven spoke as he read the Daily Prophet delivered that morning. Okay, I think it might be because he's too old. I mean, I can talk to Hedwig too. The problem shouldn't be with me. Harry agreed, but Hermione disagreed. But the Daily Prophet says that this curse should currently allow communication with rats, which shouldn't be related to age. Upon hearing this, Ron's face scrunched up again. Then why do you think that is? The creator of the curse is sitting right here. Even Raven said it might be because Scabbers is too old. There must be something else wrong. After saying that, Hermione left with her head held high, intending to go to the library to look up some more information. After learning that Raven also came from a Muggle family, she seemed to have a grudge against him. There are currently 3 famous first graders: His Highness the Prince of Hufflepuff, Miss Gryffindor the Know-It-All, and Scarface. The nicknames Miss Know-It-All and Scarface were given to them by Slytherin. My God, she's so mean, only a fool would marry her. As usual, Ron cursed his future self. Raven, on the other hand, grew increasingly angry the more he read the Daily Prophet. That beast. His words startled Harry, Ron, and even Ryan, who had come over to greet Raven, because Raven hadn't sworn at all. Raven placed the newspaper on the long table and pointed to a sentence in it. Look what that beast Fudge said. Because the inventor of this curse is too young, and there are relatively few successful cases so far, we unanimously agree that the bonus should be suspended until the number of successful cases reaches the standard. Damn it. I must develop a curse that everyone can use, but only Fudge will turn into a stupid pig when he uses it. Raven was really angry. I can ignore Fudge's wariness of Dumbledore, but how dare you treat me like this? I'm not a tool Dumbledore used to attack you. By what right are you withholding my money? This messed up my plans, you know. This was the first time they had ever seen Raven so angry, and the other young wizards were at a loss for how to comfort him. My family has some connections in the magical world. How about I write a letter and ask my family to help you? Ryan said cautiously. Raven took a few deep breaths, then shook his head. No need, Fudge wants to play right. I want to play with him myself. Just kidding, don't you know what my family does? A mob godfather. As the best kid in our family right now, playing with you, Fudge, is a piece of cake. Raven wasn't joking. He immediately pulled out paper and pen from his bag and began writing a letter. When he wrote a long article accusing the Ministry of Magic and relentlessly smearing it, everyone gasped. Because the language in the letter was so sorrowful, anyone who read it would inevitably think, how could the Ministry of Magic be so wicked? As Raven wrote down the recipient's name, the surrounding young wizards gasped in unison once again. Because the recipient's name was the infamous rambling journalist, Rita Skeeter. Even the Ministry of Magic has a hard time controlling this reporter's mouth. Her ability to spout nonsense is extremely exaggerated. Raven's letter has both explosive moments and the ability to stir up emotions. This is exactly what Rita wants. With just a few minor alterations, her accusations against Fudge would be published in the Daily Prophet the next day. But that's not all. Raven cast a copy spell and the envelope multiplied into several. The recipients changed rapidly, and many of the names on the mail list were unfamiliar to the young wizards around them. The only names they could name were the currently popular author Gilderoy Lockhart and the dissenting editor-in-chief Xenophil Lovegood. Fuggy, right, here's something to whet your appetite. Of all the things Fudge should not have done, the worst thing he could have done was to take Raven's money. Raven wasn't a money grubber, but he needed the money to buy better gifts for his family and friends, and also to buy himself better equipment. He had even planned to write a letter in Diagon Alley to commission a fun Halloween costume. These all require a lot of money. Fudge withholding his bonus was tantamount to directly disrupting all of Raven's plans, which was exactly the feeling Raven hated most. These letters are just appetizers. It seems only Rita Skeeter and Xenolovegood will react immediately. As for the others, Raven has little hope that they will speak up. After sending out these letters, Raven will go to Dumbledore to discuss the next steps in the plan. Fudge got himself into big trouble. As Dumbledore listened to Raven's plan, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He had to use a lot of persuasion to calm Raven down. Otherwise, if Raven's plan had been followed, he would have built a network of relationships centered around himself by the end of the semester. And this network would have quickly developed into a powerful force. By the time Raven started his second year of school, he was able to easily cause trouble for Fudge and even impeach him. That's outrageous. Dumbledore would never dare let Raven do that. So he could only appease Raven and assure him that the money would arrive in Raven's hands on time. However, what he didn't expect was that he was just a step too late, and Fudge suffered a significant blow the very next day. Rita Skeeter suggests that Fudge's actions are likely an attempt to monopolize the glory and money that belong to the young wizards. Zenilofgood suggests that a creature called a harassing fly may have taken up residence in Fudge's head, or worse, that Fudge himself might be a harassing fly in disguise. The New York Ghost and the French Wine Daily both published articles mocking Fudge's stupidity and incompetence, because Raven's curse was also about to be publicly announced on their end. Dumbledore felt a chill run down his spine. He underestimated Raven's current influence. Raven is now showing early signs of talent comparable to Merlin in the wizarding world. Even the U.S. Ministry of Magic, which was initially very resistant to his surname, has now had to acknowledge Raven's exceptional talent. These important figures probably wouldn't even bother reading letters from other minor wizards, but these were Raven's letters, so they must have opened and read them as soon as they received them. He's a scourge, Albus. What exactly do you want to achieve through him? Looking at Fudge, who was red-faced and furious, Dumbledore felt utterly exhausted. I told you, Fudge, Mr. Raven's spell was created by himself. Only Filius provided theoretical guidance along the way. There was no conspiracy involved in his scheme. You think I'd believe you? Why is it such a coincidence? Why is it another Grindelwald with such exceptional talent? Why is a Grindelwald at Hogwarts? And right when you're the headmaster? Why, let me tell you why, it's all a conspiracy you've conspired against me. Dumbledore really didn't want to talk to this person anymore. He has a good temper and is very tolerant, but he really doesn't like communicating with people like Fudge who are both insecure and arrogant. His mind was in complete chaos. Regardless, you've already felt the pressure of withholding that child's money. I believe you'll make the right decision, Fudge. It's good to see you. In fact, Dumbledore felt that he didn't have to come today. Raven had put enough pressure on Fudge, and even if he hadn't come, Fudge would probably have reacted quickly. After he left, Fudge swung his overweight arms and cleared his desk. Damn it. That damned little B*******D. He should be locked up in Azkaban. Fudge withheld Raven's money partly because he feared it was all part of Dumbledore's scheme, but another reason was that the amount of money was truly substantial. The main beneficiaries of Raven's creation of this spell were the group of people who studied magical creatures. And unfortunately, this group happened to be one of the wealthiest people in the wizarding world. For example, a certain scamander who wished to remain anonymous donated 5,000 galleons to Raven. Good heavens, that's 5,000 galleons. The Triwizard tournament they once held only offered a prize of 1,000 galleons. This is just one person's donation. The group of people who raised dragons in Romania also donated a considerable sum. There's no wizard who wouldn't be tempted by that amount of money. However, he couldn't directly embezzle the funds because the department responsible for recording donations was largely outside his jurisdiction, and many of its members were members of the Order of Merlin. He could only withhold the bonus in the minister's name and then secretly use the money for the Ministry of Magic's operations. Fudge felt that things were really tough for him. He was doing all this for the Ministry of Magic, yet so many people are mocking him. He seemed to selectively forget his large belly. He wasn't this fat before he became a minister. There was no other way. The pressure was simply too great. Fudge had no choice but to agree to distribute Raven's bonus. This led to even more people mocking Fudge, believing that everything he did was meaningless. Raven received his prize money just in time, as he had hoped. The huge prize money almost flooded their dormitory, but luckily Raven had secretly cast a seamless extension spell on his satchel beforehand. The copies of the second-hand books he obtained are kept here. This spell is actually quite unstable, but Raven created a simple auxiliary spell. Using both spells together can create a stable and spacious area. After putting all the money into his bag, Raven's anger finally subsided considerably. Subsequent donations will be sent to Raven regularly. There will be no next time, Fudge. There will never be a next time. Looking at the gold coins in his bag, Raven said softly. He has no interest in power, but if Fudge causes him trouble again, even Dumbledore won't be able to stop him. He will definitely pull Fudge down from that position. The following days were relatively peaceful. Raven has begun a new creative endeavor, but this time, regarding the new spell, Professor Flitwick suggests that Professor McGonagall is a better fit for tutoring him than he is. So Raven went to the serious Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall also took a great liking to Raven, a bright and humble student. After Raven approached her, she subtly expressed her regret that he hadn't chosen to come to Gryffindor. Your new idea is interesting, but I think instead of creating a magical puppet that you can control, you should just create a stone golem from stones. Stone golems have more intelligence. Raven gently shook his head. My inspiration actually came from the stone golem charm, but Professor McGonagall, in my opinion, while the stone golem charms possess a small degree of intelligence, their combat skills are quite mediocre. Most of the time, they rely on overwhelming their opponents with their sheer weight. If I could create a puppet that I could completely control, I could make the puppet use more combat techniques, making it more agile than the stone golem in battle. Professor McGonagall nodded slightly. The stone golem does have this problem, and even if forcibly manipulated, it would require a huge amount of effort and consume a large amount of the wizard's magic power. All right, you've convinced me, Mr. Vincent. May I see your notes and get an idea of your current progress? Of course, Professor McGonagall. For Merlin's sake, Professor McGonagall thought Raven only had a basic idea, but to her surprise, Raven had once again reached a bottleneck in his research. This is terrifying. It's only been a few days since Raven's last curse was announced. Has it been 2 weeks? And yet this little guy has created yet another new curse. This is simply unbelievable. My idea is to treat magic as an object that can be freely transformed. This way, the puppets created would be entirely born from the wizard's own magic, making it much easier for the wizard to control them. However, I'm currently stuck at the magic transformation stage. The things I create with magic always go out of shape, while the subsequent control is fine. Raven looked at Professor McGonagall with a hint of apology, as he felt this might be a sign of his lack of skill. Professor McGonagall opened her mouth. Help, what should she say in this situation? Say, you're already very good. What if this child becomes arrogant? Professor McGonagall coughed lightly. Well, don't push yourself too hard, Mr. Vincent. Your approach and progress are quite good. It's just that your knowledge of transfiguration is still a little lacking. In the end, Professor McGonagall couldn't bring herself to pretend that Raven had done something wrong. His achievements are so dazzling that any attempt to tarnish them would be a desecration. Over the next few days, Professor McGonagall began giving Raven a crash course in transfiguration. She finally understood what Professor Flitwick meant by sponge-like learning. That's exaggerated, way too exaggerated. They can learn anything they're taught, and their ability to apply what they've learned to other situations is more than just that. She had summarized the essence of her life's work on transfiguration, which Raven learned in just a few days. He could even occasionally use her knowledge to come up with some very creative ideas. For example, since the transfiguration charm can transform magic, can it also transform light? Is it possible to create illusions or even attack others by distorting light? These clever little ideas showed Professor McGonagall endless possibilities. She was certain that if Raven could grow up properly, his achievements would be no less than Dumbledore's. With the occasional praise from Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, the other professors also developed a stronger interest in Raven. The gentle Professor Sprout spoke with Raven several times, worried that she might be neglecting this little genius in her school. But in reality, Professor Sprout cared about every student in Badger House, and the kind of thing she feared simply didn't happen. Don't push yourself too hard, Raven. You're already good enough. Looking at the plump witch opposite him, who seemed worried about him, Raven smiled and said, Without professors, I'm really enjoying my life now. I haven't really forced myself. I enjoy creating these spells, and I love the feeling of gradually turning my ideas into reality. Professor Sprout grinned. You didn't turn your ideas into reality little by little, okay, child, you know that's good enough. If you have any questions, just come to me, okay? Professors Flitwick and McGonagall's praise of you always makes me think you're a student from their college. Yes, Professor Sprout, actually, I might need to ask you about the next spell I want to create. I'd like to create a spell that accelerates plant growth, but I only have a simple idea right now. How could Professor Sprout possibly describe his current feelings? On the one hand, she felt relieved because her little badger had finally come to her for help. On the other hand, she didn't want Raven to be so tired. The next curse was already on its way before the current one was even finished. Okay, make sure you get enough rest, okay? I don't want you ending up in the school clinic this year. Of course, Professor, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Leave Professor Sprout's herb room. Raven walked toward the auditorium, planning what to give his family and friends for Halloween. However, he soon encountered an uninvited guest. Look, isn't this our prince? I suppose you're perhaps plotting your next spell to shock the wizarding world, or perhaps your next scam. The greasy, cold aura made Raven feel as if a giant venomous snake was standing in front of him. He could tell who it was without even looking up. I apologize, Professor Snape. I thought you would enjoy using my spells while dissecting those creatures, since that way you could hear their cries more clearly. Snape bent down abruptly. His rarely washed hair reeked of greasy scalp. Oh, I really enjoyed using the use spell back then, and I thought, perhaps I could use it when I'm teaching you dim-witted little wizards, so you can better understand what I'm saying. Then he took a black notebook from his pocket and practically slapped it in front of Raven's face. What is this, Professor? Your homework for this week, finish it within a week and master the potion mentioned above. Otherwise, you'll face confinement until the end of the year, and you'll be forced to use that spell continuously. I want to see if you're truly talented or just another stupid fool who only knows how to hype himself up. To be honest, Raven was a little confused after taking the laptop. What's going on? Isn't Snape a complete B********? Are they planning to give him special treatment? When Raven opened his notebook, he realized he had been wrong again. For Merlin's sake, that stinky socks. Snape, that big bat, actually gave him an ancient, lost potion recipe as homework. He demanded that Raven, the first-year wizard, complete the ancient, lost potion recipe within a week, and then skillfully concoct the potion using the methods he had provided. This BYD wants to put him in solitary confinement. Snape himself didn't complete the recipe. That old bat is going too far. Even the refining method he provided was incomplete since the recipe itself was incomplete. Damn it, if I can fix and brew this stuff in a week, you can forget about your title of potions master. Just give it to me. Raven sat down at the Hufflepuff table with a dejected look on his face. Ack and the others found it strange since Raven rarely seemed so downcast. What's going on? It looks like Snape has been roasting us for 10 lessons straight. Raven raised an eyebrow and looked at Gray. You might have the blood of a prophet. Kieran, Ack, and Ryan both stared wide-eyed. Huh, you really got crickets chirping for 10 consecutive classes. Raven climbed onto the table and took out the black notebook Snape had given him. No, but he gave me a task, and if I don't complete it, I'll have to be locked up at his place until the end of the year. Solitary confinement with Snape until the end of the year. What kind of torture is this? Ack and the others initially thought that no matter how annoying Snape was, he would never assign Raven an impossible task. They were wrong. Snape always manages to lower their standards. By Merlin, I saw this potion recipe in my home. It was said to be a potion from Merlin's time, and it's almost impossible to replicate or repair it now. Huh, Snape is really something. He could have just put you in solitary confinement, but instead he gave you a task. Why don't you pretend to be sick? No matter how annoying he is, you can't expect him to do your homework while you're sick, can you? I have serious doubts about that. Unless Raven is seriously injured and hospitalized, and even Professor Dumbledore has authorized him to rest, I really don't think Snape will let Raven go. Everyone fell silent. What a tragedy. Go, Raven, I hope you make it home safely this Christmas. What's wrong with Snape? The whole school knows you're creating a new spell, and it's Wednesday already with only 4 days left in the week. He actually wants you to complete a potion recipe that he can't fix under these circumstances. Raven slumped onto the table, utterly devastated. I wonder what's gotten into him this time. Oh well, I'll stop thinking about him for now. Have you all prepared your Halloween costumes? The young wizards were excited about the upcoming Halloween. Even Kieran, who usually seemed quite lazy, was excited. Of course, I'm going to dress up as a vampire. I'm going to dress up as a werewolf. You're all so lame you have no originality whatsoever. Listen up, the great Ryan is going to dress up as Merlin. What is it? I bet at least 50 people will dress up as Merlin on Halloween. But I'm different. I'm going to make myself a flaming pumpkin lantern and pretend to be the headless horseman. The 4 young wizards discussed for a long time, but the topic eventually came down to Raven. Raven, what are you planning to pretend to be? Raven gave a mysterious smile. It's a secret, just you wait and see. I've already ordered the clothes from Mrs. Malkin, and they should arrive in the next couple of days. Raven's unintentional actions and expressions captivated a large number of little witches who were secretly watching him. Raven, slumped over the table, didn't exude his usual elegance and nobility. Instead, he had a languid and alluring air about him. Just as the young wizards continued chatting, the hall doors opened once again. A slightly chubby little guy hopped in through the doorway with his legs together. It's Neville. Looks like he's been bullied by Malfoy and his gang again. Raven frowned. It's a minor curse. It makes your legs stiffen and you die. Raven wanted to help him, but he saw that Neville already had someone else helping him. His friend Seamus drew his wand. "I can help you break the curse." But Neville said fearfully, "No, I just can't walk properly right now. I don't want to become disabled." "You even blew off your own eyebrows before." Clearly, the title of Explosive's genius is still quite intimidating. "Hey, I didn't just explode because I wanted to chant a spell. And maybe you didn't notice, my burned-off eyebrows have already grown back." After saying that, Zemo angrily turned and left, and everyone could see that there was a bald patch on the back of his head. It's hilarious. Why is there still a bald patch on the back of Seamus's head? His eyebrows have clearly grown back. It's probably because the two places were fried at different times. I remember his eyebrows were burned off earlier, and then the back of his head was blown bald by his own actions. Well, he truly deserves the title of Demolition Genius. "Navi, don't move. I'll break the curse for you and it will stop immediately." With a flick of her wand, Neville's legs instantly regained their mobility. However, Neville remained depressed. "I really hate them, they always bully me." Harry and Ron comforted Neville, saying, "Malfoy only gets to bully you because of his two lackeys. That doesn't mean they're any good. If Harry and I were with you, you definitely wouldn't be bullied so badly." Harry then opened a bag of chocolate frogs and placed it in Neville's hand. "Don't worry, Neville. In a one-on-one fight, 12 Malfoys combined wouldn't be as good as you." Hermione awkwardly tried to comfort Neville, though her attempts always backfired because of her personality. "I can teach you some spells to deal with them, Navi, so you won't be afraid of those guys anymore." Hermione meant well, but she overlooked the fact that Neville disliked studying. Just as the group was comforting Neville, the blonde-haired Malfoy walked into the Great Hall with his two henchmen. "Ha, what did I tell you? The crybaby is definitely hanging out with Scarface and the others right now." "Raven is really strange. Why do every school have kids who bully others? Do they think this is cool, or do their parents think it's cool? Do parents really exist?" "Shut up, Malfoy. What gives you your confidence, your two pug lackeys or your poodle follower?" "I think you should open a pet store." Wow, Harry's attack power is amazing. The young wizards of Hufflepuff all looked on with amusement. "Huh, you scarred guy without parents, how dare you talk to me like that? Since when did Hogwarts become an orphanage?" Wow, Malfoy's attack power isn't bad either. The verbal battle between the two quickly escalated into a multi-person verbal battle. Harry gets Ron's help, while Malfoy gets his two henchmen and a girl named Pansy Parkinson. It must be admitted that Ron and Harry are both incredibly talented at verbal sparring. The two of them, facing four opponents, managed to verbally defeat Malfoy and his men, leaving them red-faced with anger. Whether to save face or for some other reason, Malfoy challenged Harry to a duel. Although Harry didn't know what a duel was, he accepted the invitation nonetheless. He thought that at worst it would just be a fight, but he later learned from Ron that duels could result in death. However, the die was cast, and there was no turning back. Ever since Harry embarrassed Malfoy in his flying lesson and wasn't expelled afterward, Malfoy has held a grudge against Harry and wanted to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Harry had also disliked Malfoy for a long time, so he wanted to take this opportunity to teach Malfoy a lesson. Harry and Ron didn't plan to ask Raven for help this time, even though they believed that with Raven around, Malfoy had no chance of defeating them. However, they felt it was their fault and it was better not to bother Raven. Malfoy privately informed Harry of the time and place of the duel, choosing midnight as the location. "I have absolutely no clue what to do." Ultimately, asking a first-year student who has only been in school for a month to repair potions from Merlin's era is simply an impossible task. Do you really think he's Merlin reincarnated? Raven spent a day reading through all the second-hand books he had kept related to potions, but the miracle he had hoped for did not happen. He was still completely confused. Come to think of it, if even Snape couldn't solve it, how could Raven, a student who'd only been in first grade for a month, possibly solve it? That's a joke. Raven had absolutely no ideas, so he could only cast a disillusionment charm on himself and go out for some fresh air at night. He asked his four roommates, but none of them wanted to go. So today's adventure is all Raven's alone. Thanks to the disillusionment charm, Raven easily arrived outside the castle. Neither the ugly Peeves nor the mischievous Weasley twins spotted Raven. However, Raven was discovered by an unexpected person. Who's there? The tall, burly Hagrid held a huge old crossbow and aimed it at Raven. Raven felt that Hagrid must have some special sense because he had really just stepped on a tree branch and then quickly ran to another location. Raven dispelled the illusion spell, raising his hands to reveal his true form. "Oh, it's you. I remember you, the most dazzling kid at the beginning of the school year. Hello, what are you doing here so late? Were you casting an illusion spell just now? That's a very advanced spell. By the way, what's your name?" Hagrid put down his crossbow and rattled off a string of arrows. Raven was somewhat helpless. Wait, Hagrid, one at a time. I came here to get some fresh air. Yes, I just cast the disillusionment charm. My name is Raven, Raven's Vincent Grindelwald. Hagrid is quite easy to talk to. Most of the time he is very gentle. Occasionally he seems a bit dull. Even if you want some fresh air, it's best not to come to the Forbidden Forest at this time. It's not safe there. Wait, what's your name? Raven. Hagrid's shout was so loud that even the birds in the woods behind him were startled into flight. SHH, Hagrid, I don't want to be discovered so soon. Hagrid scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Sorry, but I'm just really excited. You're a big shot, Raven. I even use the spells you created, they're so useful. I never knew that before. Teeth just likes to gnaw on my rockskin cakes. Raven raised an eyebrow. How come I remember you can't use magic like Hagrid? Hagrid immediately pursed his lips. Raven found it somewhat amusing. This big guy must have grown up drinking emetics. All right, Hagrid, I think we're evens. Hagrid knew what Raven meant. He wouldn't reveal that Raven had secretly gone out at night, and Raven wouldn't reveal that Hagrid had used magic carelessly. Hagrid was a big guy who was easy to get along with, so Raven and Hagrid quickly became friends. Hagrid initially wanted Raven to return to the castle, but he quickly forgot about it. I thought I'd encounter a unicorn on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid laughed a few times upon hearing this. Unicorns generally stay in their own territories and rarely venture out. You're unlikely to encounter them on the outskirts. However, you can look forward to hippogriffs and thistrals, as they occasionally appear on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. As it turns out, thistrals and hippogriffs are indeed more likely to be encountered. Before leaving, Raven and Hagrid encountered a thistral and a resting hippogriff. Both are very beautiful creatures. Thistral seemed to prefer Raven. Even though Raven had nothing with him, it was willing to let him pet it, and it even made joyful noises after Raven touched it. Raven didn't know why he could see thistrals. Perhaps it was because he had memories of his past life. The hippogriff, on the other hand, was rather indifferent towards Raven and Hagrid. Given that they hadn't brought any food and had mistakenly trespassed on someone's territory, disturbing their rest, Raven thought it was already a relief that the hippogriff hadn't pounced on them. On the way back, Haig kept talking about how shocked he was by Raven's encounter with thistrals. Merlin's beard, I've never seen an untamed thistral so enthusiastic towards anyone. You're practically a born magizoologist, Raven. I think that's just an isolated case, Hagrid. Look at the hippogriffs. They weren't exactly friendly to me, were they? That's because we disturbed its rest and didn't bring it any food. To be honest, I think it's already a good thing it didn't pounce on us. Big Hagrid was worried that Raven wouldn't be safe going back to the castle alone, so he escorted Raven all the way to the castle gate before leaving. Go back now, Raven. Don't come out so late next time. The Forbidden Forest isn't safe at night. Hagrid only turned back to his hut after watching Raven return to the castle. I quietly returned to my dorm room. Even as he lay in bed, Raven was still wondering why the Strauss had feelings for him. Was it because of his wand, or because he had witnessed his own death? Raven felt the latter was more likely. He didn't die peacefully in his sleep in his previous life. He died from excessive blood loss after saving someone. He clearly remembers all the feelings he had when he died and watched himself die with his own eyes. Then he opened his eyes and was still inside his mother's womb. This experience may have made the Strauss favor him. The experience of death, die. Raven was feeling drowsy, but then a sudden thought struck him. Hey, die. Isn't that old medicine supposed to save people in the near-death stage? Near death, forcibly brought back to life. Raven felt like he had grasped a bit of inspiration, but he was too tired, so he went to sleep first. In his dream, Raven seemed to become a potion master, frantically trying various materials to repair the potion. Snape never imagined that his casual challenge would actually backfire so well with Raven. You have to understand that he has been researching this thing for so many years, and the progress is still quite impressive. A young wizard who had only been enrolled for a month completed the recipe so casually. That's simply unbelievable. Snape's difficult behavior was actually quite interesting. He simply couldn't stand the fact that other colleges had influential figures. If it were Malfoy from their college who stole the spotlight, he certainly wouldn't have targeted him like this. Or if Raven were a Slytherin student, he certainly wouldn't have targeted him like this. However, this student who makes a big splash cannot be from another college. Boar has truly been possessed by Merlin. Raven took a nap that night, and when he woke up he found that he had a plan, inspiration, and even the technique was almost there. Such a generous gift of crab, am I really a genius? Raven replenished all the remaining potions, and for the ones he was unsure about, he outlined a rough range. Next comes brewing the potion. Raven wouldn't use his own money to brew potions. Didn't Snape assign me extra homework? Then it's perfectly reasonable for me to use your herbs to brew potions, isn't it? Then Raven took the things and went to find Snape. Raven will never forget the look on Snape's face at that moment. First came disdain, then mockery, then a slight seriousness, and then his face grew increasingly gloomy. Raven knew that his ability to recreate the potion recipe so quickly was largely due to luck. But so what? Anyway, he'd be happy if he could make Snape suffer. A wildly imaginative idea. I'm sure you've thought about what you'll face if none of what you've written here succeeds. Huh? You still want to put pressure on me even now? Do you think I'm easily scared? Bro, you were a true scientific genius in your past life. You've seen it all. Of course, Professor, but I think your concerns are unnecessary. Raven's words made Snape frown. We'll wait and see. Raven would never believe those stories from his past life again. Oh well, Stalin is actually pretty good, except he's a bit arrogant. Pooh, it's all a lie, he's just bad, he's just annoying. He wasn't just targeting Harry, but also Raven, and even the young Ravenclaw wizards recently said they were being relentlessly targeted by Snape. That guy has no professional ethics. Raven truly felt Snape's undisguised malice while he was brewing the potion. Whenever Raven brewed the wrong potion, Snape would spew venom like a viper. Whenever Raven finalizes a potion ingredient, his face becomes longer than a Shar-Pei's. In the end, Raven successfully brewed and replicated a near-death healing potion, and Snape even said something like, "Enjoy it while you can, your good fortune won't last forever." Aunt Rowling is right. As a teacher, the worst and most despicable thing you can do is bully your students. That's the kind of person Snape was. He's a really annoying jerk. You were bullied at school and suffered domestic violence, but that wasn't caused by us. Why are you taking your anger out on us? Although Raven successfully avoided being locked up, he still left in a huff. To prevent Snape from secretly appropriating his work, Raven even went to Professor Sprout and asked him to inform Dumbledore. It's not that Raven is cautious. It's just that Snape hasn't shown him any goodwill since he enrolled. At least the Snape in the Harry Potter movies had some professional ethics, but the Snape Raven encountered was exactly like the original Snape, completely devoid of any professional ethics. In short, amidst all the bickering, Raven accomplished another great feat. Dumbledore originally intended to wait a while before informing Fudge, but seeing Raven's increasingly gloomy expression, he decided to tell Fudge immediately. Of course, what Raven didn't know was that this time, Dumbledore's letter wasn't delivered through any other means, but rather by Dumbledore himself. He really needs to give Fudge a good talking to. The pressure he faced last time was really just a small appetizer from Raven. Then he told me, "Enjoy it, your good luck won't last forever." The children listening to Raven's story all wore expressions of certainty. "That's the kind of thing that old Bat would do," Harry said with a smile. "I can't believe it. Raven even completed the potion recipes from Merlin's time, and that old Bat isn't happy at all. What does he want?" Ron is truly baffled now. He probably wants Slytherin to produce a Raven, not Hufflepuff. Ryan shared his opinion, and the young wizards around him all rolled their eyes. Then he can forget about it for the rest of his life. Given the current atmosphere at Slytherin, they have ambitions but no real strength, and spend their days engaging in crooked and shady dealings. Even if another Raven did go to Slytherin, he would probably be led astray very quickly. Anyway, Raven really escaped unscathed this time. Our duel with Malfoy last time was also. Speaking of this, Raven suddenly remembered that Harry and Ron had a duel. "What happened with your duel, you and Harry won?" Harry and Ron looked at each other with disdain when this was mentioned. "No, that cowardly, despicable scoundrel. He promised to duel us at midnight, but he didn't show up at all. Instead, he notified Filch, and then we ran up to the 4th floor, where we encountered a giant dog with 3 heads. Ron said with great emotion, "Its head is as big as a little wizard's. I can't believe Dumbledore kept such an animal at Hogwarts." Harry picked up the conversation and lowered his voice, saying, "Hermione noticed the large dog had its paws on a trapdoor. It was probably guarding something." Gray heard this. "Oh, there's something about Miss Know-It-All. I thought she didn't like these kinds of adventures." The rather naive, kind, and thoughtful act quickly covered Gray's mouth. "SHH, don't mention that nickname. She seems to really dislike it." Kieran, who was standing nearby, yawned. "So, what exactly is that 3-headed dog guarding?" Harry and Ron both shook their heads. "I don't know, there's not a single clue." Everyone rolled their eyes in unison again. "Adventure is fun, but it's not fun if you get nothing out of it. So, how's the training going, Harry?" "It's all right. Wood always throws me a golf ball to catch, and I haven't missed it yet." Harry felt a little proud when he talked about it. He shouldn't have revealed that he was already a Gryffindor seeker. But Wood, who had previously said he would keep it a secret, had already spread the news everywhere. Therefore, Harry felt there was no need to keep it a secret anymore. Go Harry, you're the youngest seeker in years. Harry scratched his head. Actually, I think it was mainly due to luck. Harry is always like this. It's probably because he's used to a hard life at his aunt's house. Raven didn't try to correct this, it was the subtle influence of his friends that mattered. Anyway, it's always good to try your best, but I hope you've prepared your Halloween costume. You don't want to cosplay as the boy who lived on Halloween, do you? Harry chuckled, no way. Halloween Eve has finally arrived. The Raven family likes to exchange gifts on every major holiday, so Raven also prepared gifts for his family. The gifts for the eldest sister and second brother were miniature headless horsemen and vampires that could move, while the gifts for the youngest sister were all sorts of strange and delicious candies. Of course, there were also some candies that the youngest sister could share with her muggle friends. The gift for my mother was a bright red dress with a temperature-regulating function and an automatic body-adjusting feature, making it both comfortable and beautiful to wear. The gift prepared for her father was a real, flammable pumpkin head. Wearing it wouldn't burn anyone, but it looked very cool and realistic. The gifts Raven received from his family were quite unique. The older sister gave Raven a shiny military-grade dagger. Raven's second brother gave him a silver revolver. The little sister gave Raven a greeting card with a crooked drawing on it of his family dressed as wizards going trick-or-treating. Raven's mother gave her a hand-knitted black and yellow scarf with a small badger embroidered on it, a feature of their college that Raven had told her about before. The father gave Raven a bank card, saying that he could use it to buy any muggle items he needed, and that all the money in it belonged to Raven. He put the gifts from his eldest sister, second brother, and parents into his handbag. He didn't need these things yet. He collected his younger sister's greeting cards in a small notebook, which contained all the greeting cards and various small cards his sister, Zia, gave him every year. As the youngest and most beloved child in the family, Zia always enjoyed many privileges with her family. Oh my God, Raven, I thought you were joking when you said you'd give Halloween presents. Gray looked at the little figurine Raven had given him and was at a loss for words. He didn't prepare a gift for Raven. Raven had no particular thoughts on this. It's just a family custom, you don't have to reciprocate, it's just our family tradition. He gave Gray a small figurine of a skeleton kicking a soccer ball. It could move and interact with the owner to some extent. Give Ak a big, warm hat. When he wears it outdoors in winter, steam will rise from his head. Give Ryan a glass jar containing blue flames. Shaking it will cause the blue flames to burst into bright light, which will last for about 10 minutes. I gave Kieran a pair of thick cat gloves. He can lie down and sleep anytime without pressing on his hands. The only downside is that the wearer will grow cat whiskers. When you take off the gloves, they will return to their original shape. No one expected that Raven was serious. He would actually give gifts to his family and friends for Halloween. And the shock continues. It soon became clear that Raven wasn't just giving gifts to his close friends, but to anyone he could call a friend. As for Harry and Ron, they were already good friends of Raven's, so of course Raven would give them gifts. Surprisingly, he also gave gifts to Hermione, Neville, and even Hagrid, whom he usually only exchanged a few words with. However, Hermione wasn't there, so she didn't receive her gift immediately. Cedric and several other baby badgers of Hufflepuff, they all received gifts. Then came the professors, almost all of them received gifts. Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, Professor Sprout. Only Snape did not receive a gift. Of course, he acted as if he didn't care at all, and even seemed a little sarcastic. My God, that kid gave me a dual champion medal that's on fire. The craftsmanship is exquisite. It must have cost him a fortune. Professor McGonagall looked at the kitten in her arms with surprise. This is a fire cat. When it gets angry after reaching adulthood, its body will catch fire. The price isn't low. Professor Dumbledore grinned from ear to ear as he looked at the large box of vampire gummies in his hand. This is a limited edition. It includes collectible cards and models. I think I finally understand why this child was so anxious for money. So many gifts and all of them were carefully selected. It will definitely cost a lot of galleons. No wonder Raven isn't greedy, but he suddenly got furious when the topic of his money being confiscated came up. What a good child. Professor Sprout was also very pleased with the little figurine Raven had given him. It was a sunflower with a smiling face. If you gently poked it, a small sun would pop out from its head and remain for 5 minutes before disappearing. Good, I doubt it. A clumsy attempt to win people over. There are always untimely voices. Snape's words angered Professor Sprout, and even the sunflower figurine in her hand seemed to show an angry expression. That's why you didn't get the gift that kid gave you. He even had to worry about you stealing his credit. Snape, however, showed great disdain. HMPH, a narrow-minded fool who only knows how to chase fame and fortune. Are you? All right, don't let the children laugh at us later. Professor Dumbledore promptly interrupted the argument. Dumbledore knew a lot about Snape, but few could replace his knowledge of potions, and his mission required him to continue as a professor at Hogwarts. The Halloween dinner began quickly, and the strangely dressed little wizards entered the hall one by one, grinning at each other. Since the young wizards are not allowed to leave school and most of them don't have much pocket money, their outfits aren't particularly elaborate. Most of the young wizards who had received Raven's gifts sitting around the long table were looking around in bewilderment. They are looking for Raven. The young wizards didn't see Raven until Gray and his companions appeared. For Merlin's sake, he actually dressed up as King Arthur. He turned his beautiful white hair to gold, wore magnificent silver armor, had a blue shawl on his back, and carried the sword in the stone in his hand. Why does everyone immediately recognize it as the sword in the stone? Because the tip of that sword really did have a stone embedded in it. The young wizards were stunned for a moment, then they all exclaimed in amazement and burst into laughter. Harry and Ron couldn't stop laughing. The Weasley twins laughed the loudest. They were laughing so hard they were doubled over. That's a great idea, Fred. Why didn't we think of that before? If you can't pull the sword out of the stone, then chisel the stone out too. The most authentic King Arthur ever. The two of them whistled at Raven. Raven, on the other hand, was busy responding to the other young wizards who greeted him. Professor Dumbledore couldn't stop smiling. Even Professor McGonagall's serious expression softened into a smile. Dumbledore only slowly rose when everyone's voices gradually faded. Oh, the laughter and joy, this is what a festival should be like. I'm sure everyone is quite hungry, so this old man won't waste any more time. Let the banquet begin. Although Raven had forgotten many details, he still remembered some key moments from the original story. For example, tonight Quirrell will let a giant monster in to cause panic, and then take the opportunity to sneak up to the 4th floor. Raven had no intention of joining in the fun. Anyway, Harry and Ron dealt with that guy in the original story, so Raven didn't need to show off. Let Harry and Ron enjoy the glory they deserve. However, Raven's idea soon went awry. Midway through the banquet, a figure who hadn't appeared until now finally stumbled in through the door of the auditorium. His head was wrapped in a thick turban, and he smelled of garlic. Yes, there are 3 giant monsters in the underground classroom. I thought you knew. After saying that, he fainted, landing face down on the ground. Raven popped a piece of carrot into his mouth, and looking at Quirrell lying on the ground, he couldn't help but think, he's quite the actor. That fall must have hurt a lot. The next moment, Raven frowned. Wrong, how many giants? 3. All the young wizards were immediately filled with panic. Professor Dumbledore had to use his wand to create a few firework explosions to force the children's attention to him. Prefect, please take your students back to the dormitories immediately. The Hufflepuff baby badgers all seemed a little scared. Axe's little face turned deathly pale with fright. How could a troll get into Hogwarts? Who knows? Given how incredibly stupid they are, I think someone must have let them in. Maybe it's Peeves. That guy loves to play pranks on little wizards. Gray thought it was Peeves's prank, but Kieran thought it was impossible. Although Peeves enjoys playing pranks on students, he certainly wouldn't intend to kill them. Of the 3 giant monsters, only older students could likely escape unscathed. Okay, Kieran makes a good point. Raven's brow furrowed even deeper at this moment. Harry and Ron had already quietly left the Hufflepuff group. They had just followed the Hufflepuffs downstairs and were now turning in another direction. What should we do? Will Harry and Ron encounter 3 trolls at the same time? If they encounter 3 giants at the same time, they probably won't have any chance of escape. Damn it, wasn't there only 1 giant monster? Why are there suddenly 2 more? Is it because of the butterfly effect he caused? Raven watched the 2 little ones gradually disappear into the distance, then gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Their family doesn't have the habit of leaving a friend in distress. Cedric, could you please hold this for me, and then tell the prefect I need to go to that corridor over there, and to call the professors as soon as possible. Cedric's eyes widened immediately. Are you crazy, Raven? What if we encounter a troll? Raven gritted his teeth. I'm capable of dealing with trolls, and I have a reason I absolutely must go there, please. Cedric isn't an idiot. He immediately realized that Raven might have to do this. He glanced down the corridor, then gritted his teeth. I'll go with you. Raven shook his head. We don't need seed. If we encounter trolls, I can handle them all by myself. If we don't encounter trolls, your presence will only deduct 1 more point from Hufflepuff's score. Cedric still wanted to persuade Raven, but Raven worried that there wasn't enough time. Cedric's heart pounded as he watched Raven's figure disappear. He hurried to find the prefect, who had already entered the dormitory. Meanwhile, Raven quickly caught up with Harry and Ron. To be honest, he wasn't confident he could protect Harry, Ron, and Cedric all at the same time when attacked by 3 trolls simultaneously. Cedric is only in 3rd grade this year, and his fighting ability is not yet considered outstanding. Although Raven knew he was quite strong in combat, he was still just a 1st grader with little magical power. Raven breathed a huge sigh of relief the moment he caught up with Harry and Ron. Thankfully, it was just a giant monster. Harry was now clinging to the troll's neck, nimbly dodging its hands and even trying to get the troll to hit itself. However, he failed and nearly got caught by the giant several times. Ron pulled out his wand. He didn't know many spells, and the ones he could actually use could be counted on 2 hands. But at that moment, he suddenly remembered the levitation charm that Professor Flitwick had taught him that morning. Eugodimer Leviosa. He succeeded. The giant club in the troll's hand rose high into the air, and the foolish troll didn't even realize what was happening. The giant wooden club finally slammed down, striking its master on the head, and the enormous monster wobbled and collapsed to the ground. For a moment, none of the 3 were in a daze. Raven, who was still in the shadows, breathed a sigh of relief first. It's good that nothing unexpected happened. The professor will handle the remaining 2 trolls. However, just as Raven turned to leave quietly, the tremor that came from the corridor again pulled him back to reality. I knew it. 2 hideous, monstrous creatures reeking of a terrifying stench were drawn to the girls' restroom by the loud noise and roar. The 3 little ones were just about to breathe a sigh of relief when their hearts jumped again. Harry was the first to react. He grabbed Hermione and Ron and shouted, "Run." Then they prepared to run quickly through the gap between the troll and the door frame. If it were just Harry alone, his agility and physical abilities might have allowed him to escape, but now there are 3 of them trying to escape, and 2 trolls are blocking the doorway. Therefore, their escape plan unsurprisingly failed. The giant at the entrance nearly turned the 3 people into a puddle with a single blow. "I'm coming, Eugodimer Leviosa." Ron planned to use the same trick again, but the 2 giants clearly didn't intend to faint like their companion. They gripped the wooden stick tightly, making it impossible for a 1st-year wizard to wrest it from their hands. Actually, if the 3 little ones cast a spell together, they could take away a giant monster's large wooden club. Unfortunately, this was their first time facing such a dangerous and terrifying creature head-on, and even Harry, with his exceptional mental fortitude, couldn't think of a solution for the time being. "Harry, what, Ron? You are my best friend." "Thank you, Ron, you're my best friend too." "I'm sorry, Hermione, I shouldn't have said that to you this morning. Although you can be harsh, rigid, and annoying at times, you're still a very good person." Hermione was initially quite moved by the first few sentences, but her face immediately fell when she heard the rest. Ron has already begun reciting his last words, but it's clear that today won't be the anniversary of his death. "That's really hurtful. I thought you'd have a few last words about me." Raven shouted at the opportune moment. The troll's attention was immediately drawn back to Raven. Raven's hair had now turned completely white. He touched his throat with his wand, and then strange words came out of his throat. "Hey, you 2 idiots. You should pick a more suitable opponent." Troll's language isn't difficult to learn, but Raven clearly wouldn't waste his time learning it. Therefore, when Raven insulted the troll, he communicated with it using the whisper of all beings. This greatly angered the 2 giants. They charged at us, brandishing large clubs. Raven's physical fitness, honed through years of training, came into play. He easily dodged the attacks of the 2 giants and used various spells to counterattack. Unfortunately, the troll's skin has extremely high resistance to magic. Instead of using the magic of a 1st-year wizard to cast spells to attack him, it's better to use physical attacks. Raven also tried using polymorph to extend stone pillars from around him to block the giant's attacks, but it was still largely ineffective. "Stay away from him, you idiots." Grinning and spitting. Legs stiffen and he's dead. Flames are raging. The 3 little ones were also trying to help, but unfortunately Raven's spells had no effect, and their little curses were even less likely to work. Hermione's fire spell was the most effective, but unfortunately due to its magical limitations, the damage it inflicted on the troll was still limited. Raven was speechless. "Where are the Hogwarts professors? You should have arrived much earlier. No, if this continues, his magic will run out. If the professor doesn't arrive by then, they'll be in real danger." Raven gritted his teeth. "I never imagined I would do this, but..." "The demon spirit has been summoned." Instantly, a large amount of magical power erupted from behind Raven. The white magic appeared to be liquid, rapidly combining behind Raven and eventually forming half of a giant armored man. The spell isn't finished yet. Raven can only summon half of the armored creature, meaning the monster still has to rely on Raven's own legs for movement. But that should be enough. I definitely need to have a serious talk with Professor Dumbledore about Hogwarts emergency procedures. Although the giant armored man only had an upper body, it was still about 4 meters tall at this moment. The blue and white armored figure gestured with his right hand, and a knight's sword formed from condensed magic appeared in his grasp. Raven used his wand instead of a sword, immediately assuming a starting stance. His eyes glowed blue, indicating that a part of his senses had become connected to the demon. When the professors arrived at the battlefield, this was the scene they witnessed. A towering blue and white knight skillfully wielded his knight's sword, while the two giants opposite him were covered in numerous wounds of various sizes. It seems they've finally found their rhythm. The tall knight twirled his sword beautifully, then swiftly pierced the heart of one giant and severed the head of another. As the two giants fell, the three little ones behind them were completely stunned. Raven turned around and saw that the professors had finally arrived. He immediately relaxed, and half of the demon's spirit slowly dissipated. The moment he turned around, the professors noticed that Raven's nose was bleeding profusely, and his face was frighteningly pale. He looked at Dumbledore with a twitching smile. For Merlin's sake, is it really necessary for you to put your students through such a test? She fainted after saying that. Dumbledore rushed over and found that Raven had only exhausted his magic and was otherwise unharmed, which immediately put him at ease. What are you doing here? Professor McGonagall was like a roaring lioness at that moment, and even Snape, who was standing next to her, secretly gasped. Raven woke up a day later. His magic was severely depleted. This is one of the problems with the current use of this spell by the demon spirit. The cost of its use is too high. Raven wrote his feelings in his notebook, but the next moment his notebook was taken away. Madame Pomfrey angrily rebuked Raven for his irresponsible attitude and then fed him a large cup of potion to accelerate his mana recovery. Professor Dumbledore was only granted 10 minutes of visiting time because of his position as school principal. Professor Dumbledore, I need a reasonable explanation. Regardless, they shouldn't have reacted so slowly. What if Raven hadn't gone with them? 3 kids who were only average geniuses wouldn't have been able to deal with 3 trolls and escape unscathed. I think this was indeed our problem. I'm sorry, Raven. Raven didn't answer. He continued to stare into Dumbledore's blue eyes. What he needs is not an apology, but the reason and a solution. We discovered something that we really didn't want to believe. Raven frowned slightly. Can't I know about this now? No, it might be necessary to keep it a secret from other children for now, but it's different for you. Dumbledore looked into Raven's dark eyes and continued slowly. We've discovered. Voldemort might still be alive, and he may very well have sneaked into Hogwarts to steal the Philosopher's Stone from me. Raven frowned slightly. You mean Voldemort is very likely at Hogwarts right now, and he's the one who let the troll in? So you're late to confirm if this information is true. Dumbledore sat on the edge of the bed, nodded, then shook his head. He was right about Raven. Raven possessed a strong heart and an exceptional ability to understand. However, arriving late wasn't solely due to the need to verify the information. Where is he now? Why don't you catch him? Because I still want to confirm some things. Sorry, Raven, I need to know exactly how he was resurrected so I can find a way to completely defeat him. I must admit, in terms of the soul, Voldemort has gone further than I have. Okay, that makes sense. Raven thought for a moment, then raised one eyebrow. So you're just leaving us to face 3 giants. Dumbledore's expression became even more apologetic. I'm very sorry about this. I didn't expect all 3 trolls to go to the same place. Other professors even said they heard troll roars in other areas before heading to the underground corridor. They checked those places, which took quite a while, which is why they couldn't arrive in time. Thankfully, you were there. There were shouts elsewhere. Too, is Quirrell that cautious? Is the butterfly effect he caused really that big? Raven was right. This incident was indeed a butterfly effect caused by him. Quirrell wasn't originally this wary. However, now there's an extra Raven. A child prodigy who taught himself all the spells from grades 1 to 5 in first grade and even created a complete spell. Most importantly, Raven always seemed very kind-hearted. In Voldemort's words, he just liked to meddle in other people's business. So to guard against Raven, Quirrell released 2 trolls and also set up a phonograph in the castle beforehand, hoping to distract the young wizard, Raven, and the professors. We've already found out about the relevant matters through Harry and Mr. Diggory. To make it up to you, I specially found this for you. I suggest you open it and read it yourself quietly. Dumbledore handed Raven an envelope and then left the infirmary. Dumbledore actually managed to get him an invitation from Nicholas Flamel. Raven was now genuinely confused about what Dumbledore knew and didn't know. His interest in alchemy lasted only a few days, less than half a week. However, Dumbledore found out about this, and in a very short time, obtained the invitation letter that any alchemist would want. But to say he knows everything wouldn't be entirely true. After all, he hadn't expected Quirrell to bring Voldemort into Hogwarts, and he still didn't understand how Voldemort had been resurrected. He had no choice but to take the risk in an attempt to find out how Voldemort had been resurrected. Raven thought for a moment, then slapped his forehead. He underestimated Voldemort. This guy is theoretically stronger than Grindelwald. Even Dumbledore couldn't defeat him decisively in a direct confrontation. Otherwise, young Harry wouldn't have needed to use the bloodline protection charm to deflect Voldemort and kill him. It's perfectly normal for Dumbledore to have many things he doesn't understand when dealing with this kind of opponent. Raven lay back down on the bed. In fact, he not only underestimated Voldemort but also overestimated Dumbledore. This old man is very learned, but he doesn't have the blood of a prophet. In fact, Dumbledore had already obtained this invitation letter beforehand. After Raven became famous in wizarding circles, many old guys wrote to Dumbledore to inquire about Raven. The two most important among them are Nicholas Flamel and Newt Scamander. Newt took a long time to mentally prepare himself, but Nicholas Flamel quickly accepted Raven and asked to meet him. That's how this invitation letter came about. Dumbledore originally intended to observe Raven further before deciding whether to give him the letter. But the Halloween events completely lowered Dumbledore's guard. Raven is Raven. He's not the Grindelwald of the past, nor will he be the next Voldemort. He possesses immense power and could quickly build up his own influence in a short period of time, but he will not do so unless absolutely necessary. Since that's the case, then we should nurture him properly. Perhaps he can even reverse that prophecy, since Dumbledore doesn't want to completely believe it either. Raven lay in the infirmary for 3 days, feeling like every part of his body was rusting. In reality, he had simply overdrawn his magical energy. He had no other physical problems. However, Madame Pomfrey still strictly ordered him to stay in bed for 3 days. Lady Pomfrey stated that excessive use of magic could lead to rapid physical aging and disease, which is no small matter and requires close monitoring. Fortunately, after 3 days, Mrs. Pomfrey, having confirmed that there were no problems, finally released Raven. Upon being discharged from the hospital, Raven was greeted warmly by the children. Over the past few days, big-mouthed Ron has been spreading the news about their adventure with exaggerated details. According to rumors, he and Harry were like knights, while Raven was like the king of knights. The children imagined Raven, draped in a blue cape and wearing silver armor, descending like a divine warrior and effortlessly severing the troll's head. He's so handsome. The young Slytherin wizards were insanely jealous of Raven. In pureblood families, the head of a prey is a source of honor, and the severed troll's head was awarded to Raven after a unanimous decision by the professors, except for Snape. This was unacceptable to them. You're just a Hufflepuff kid from a Muggle family, you should just be a good cook, why are you going off to fight trolls? For a while, Malfoy, who always liked to cause trouble for Gryffindor, also quieted down. Because every time he tried to mock them, Harry and Ron would bring up the excuse, "Oh, you're so amazing, but our friend has a giant head and he chopped it off himself." Don't underestimate Harry and Ron's verbal skills. They've even dared to go head-to-head with Snape on occasion. After this incident, Harry, Ron, and Hermione finally became very good friends. Hermione also thanked Raven for the Halloween present she received and said that she would definitely reciprocate with a present for Christmas. Time passed, and finally, Britain entered the cold month of November. Raven is finally about to complete the summoning charm, and he also created a secondary spell that allows the user to multitask for a short period of time. This way, the wizard can fight alongside the demon. Furthermore, since the spirit's entire body is generated from the wizard's own magic, when combined with the Divide and Conquer spell and with a little training, the wizard and spirit can achieve a synergistic effect greater than the sum of their parts when fighting side by side. While Raven was busy wrapping things up, Harry was training like crazy. Wood really wants to win a Quidditch championship. Harry didn't want to lose too badly in his first appearance. With these two conditions combined, Harry now has absolutely no time to do his homework each day. Fortunately, he and Ron had become very good friends with Hermione, who would lend Harry her homework in some other way, thus greatly reducing the time Harry spent doing his homework. Hermione also thoughtfully borrowed a copy of Quidditch Origins from the library for Harry, hoping that he could relieve stress by reading. As it turned out, Harry did indeed divert a lot of his attention through this book. He liked the book's introduction to Quidditch, and the distraction it provided while reading did indeed help relieve a lot of his stress. The day before Harry's Quidditch match, Hermione, Ron, and Harry ran out into the cold courtyard during recess. Although it was noticeably colder here than in the classroom, Hermione could secretly use a spell to conjure a bright blue flame for the three of them and seal it inside a jam jar. This will warm their hands, making them warmer and more comfortable than they would be in the classroom. Strictly speaking, this is a violation of school rules, but since Harry and Ron broke the rules to save Hermione last time, Hermione hasn't cared much about whether or not she broke the rules. This awful weather is freezing. I really wish Raven could create a spell to warm up the castle. Ron sniffed, his hands were almost frozen from the cold in the classroom. Professor Binns's history of magic was already quite boring, and Ron felt like he was about to hibernate during the class. If he weren't afraid he might fall asleep and never wake up, he really would have taken a nap in class. Raven doesn't have time for all that. His summoning spell is almost finished. Can you imagine how much effort he's put into making it easier to learn? Hermione said irritably, he's been really busy lately. Hopefully the Ministry of Magic won't cause him any more trouble, or he might go berserk again. Harry warmed his hands around the jam jar. The three little ones didn't chat for long, because soon an uninvited guest arrived. Harry could smell the nauseating scalp oil from a distance. It was Snape. He saw the three little ones and their anxious movements and almost instinctively limped over. The three children huddled closer together, trying to use their bodies to block the jam jar behind them. In fact, Snape did not find the jam jar. He squinted and said in a voice as venomous as a snake, "What are you holding in your hand, poop?" To avoid revealing the jam hand warmer jar, Harry took out the book Quidditch Origins. "It's Quidditch Origins, Professor." "Just a book?" Snape narrowed his eyes, his viscous gaze sweeping over the three little ones, trying to find something else amiss. But he failed. However, how could the great Professor Snape so easily let go of this opportunity to deduct points? He suddenly stretched out his hand, which made Harry think he was going to slap himself. "Give it to me." Library books aren't allowed out of school. For this, Gryffindor will lose 5 points. After taking the book Harry had borrowed, he limped away, but seemed to be in a much better mood. Ron and Hermione both wrinkled their noses. That despicable guy, he actually made up a school rule just to deduct points. Does he even have that kind of right? Harry, however, seemed to be used to it, his face showing only regret and confusion over the books being taken away. "Why is he walking with a limp?" Ron pursed his lips. "I don't know, I hope he's in so much pain he can't sleep at night." In the evening, Hermione was checking Harry and Ron's homework. She didn't let them copy directly, but Harry and Ron discovered that if they wrote it out first and then had Hermione check it, they would get Hermione's answers directly. Harry is very anxious about tomorrow's game. He wanted to go find Snape and get the book back, but he was too afraid to go alone. He wanted to invite Ron or Hermione along, but both of them immediately shook their heads, indicating that they definitely wouldn't go. They were afraid Snape would turn them into rats or worse, turn them into trolls. Unfortunately, Harry had no choice but to go alone. But when he arrived outside Snape's office just as he was about to knock, he heard what Snape said. "That damn thing, how could anyone possibly keep an eye on 3 heads at the same time?" "3 heads? That 3-headed dog." Harry peeked through the crack in the door and saw that Snape's leg was a bloody mess from being bitten, and Filch was handing him bandages. Harry intended to leave quietly, but he was discovered. Harry had no choice but to reveal his purpose, but Snape simply told him to get out. Harry wanted to say that he hadn't gone in at all, but now was clearly not the time for arguing. He returned to the Gryffindor common room and told his 2 friends about his discovery. "So, you suspect that Snape tried to steal something from under that trapdoor, but got bitten instead?" Harry nodded, looking somewhat excited. "Ron and I saw him heading towards the 4th floor alone on Halloween Eve. We'd also seen it before. There really is a 3-headed dog on the 4th floor, and it's guarding something. So Snape must have been trying to steal that thing and ended up getting bitten by that guy. Indeed, all the current clues point to this fact. As far as they know, only the 3-headed dog on the 4th floor of the castle matches Snape's description. It has 3 heads and can bite people, but Hermione still couldn't believe that a teacher would steal. I don't think it would be surprising if Snape did anything. By the way, what do you guys think is under that trapdoor?" Ron said he accepted it easily. After all, it was Snape, who practically had "I'm a supervillain" written all over his face. "I don't know, but whatever it is, it must be something precious or dangerous. Or it could be something that is both precious and dangerous." Harry didn't sleep well that night. On one hand, he was nervous about Quidditch the next day. On the other hand, he kept wondering what was under the trapdoor and why Snape wanted to steal it. The next day, Raven also went to watch the game. After all, this was Harry's first match. He wasn't worried about Harry getting hurt. Even when Harry was being tossed around in the air, Raven simply pulled out his wand to prevent Harry from actually falling. After the game, the three kids found Raven and persuaded him to come to Hagrid's cabin. It's Snape, he wants to kill Harry. Yes, Raven doesn't think Snape was wronged at all. He usually behaves terribly. Even if all the clues now point to Snape, Raven would find it acceptable for Harry and the others to suspect him first, let alone have all the clues pointing to Snape. Hagrid, however, was not happy about it. Nonsense. Why would Snape want to harm Harry? He's a professor. The three children told Hagrid and Raven all the information they had. Raven pondered for a moment, thinking about how to use this incident to cause Snape some trouble. Hagrid, however, put down the teapot with a serious expression. How did you find out about Louis? Ron looked surprised. Louis, that monster even has a name. Hagrid said instinctively, of course it's one I raised. I bought the little guy from a Greek back then, and now it's on loan to Dumbledore to keep watch. Seemingly realizing he had said too much, Hagrid suddenly stopped. Harry urged, what are you guarding? All right, stop asking. There are no more questions, that's top secret. How should I put it? Raven took a sip of tea. He sensed that Hagrid was a bit dazed. He was quickly tricked into revealing information by the three kids, and Nicholas Flamel's name was thus extracted from him. Niccolo Flamel, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Hermione frowned. If he can be grouped with Professor Dumbledore, then he must be a great wizard too. We can check in the library. The three kids were very enthusiastic, but unfortunately they forgot they had a cheat code next to them. No need for that. Nicholas Flamel is a great alchemist, a famous creator of the Philosopher's Stone, and he's over 600 years old. What kind of stone? Harry and Ron looked bewildered, but Hermione's eyes lit up. A magic stone? You mean that kind of magic stone that can turn any metal into gold and create elixirs of immortality? A nouveau rich from a few stones. An elixir of immortality. Raven shrugged. If there isn't any other stone called the magic stone, then this must be the one I'm talking about. The three children felt they had come across the truth. No wonder Snape wanted to steal it. It's like turning stone into gold. If I could get my hands on the Philosopher's Stone, I'd definitely buy the whole Quidditch team. Unlike Ron, Hermione looked at Raven with some confusion. Raven, how did you find out about Nicholas Flamel? Is Raven's knowledge really that extensive? Raven took out the invitation letter from his crossbody bag. It's simple, he invited me to go to France during the summer vacation to talk to him. Merlin's beard. To his friend's amazement, Raven arrogantly replied that he was just that good, and there was nothing he could do about it. So the Philosopher's Stone was hidden under the trapdoor, and Snape tried to steal it on Halloween night, only to be bitten by Fluffy. Harry gave a summary, at least that seems to be the case at present. Harry and Ron immediately declared that they would find a way to stop Snape, and even if they couldn't get the Philosopher's Stone, they would absolutely not let Snape steal it. They're happy if they can make Snape uncomfortable. Hermione seemed somewhat hesitant about this, but whether or not to stop Snape, a plan can't be devised in a short time. The three children quickly shifted their attention to the upcoming Christmas. There will be a 2-week holiday for Christmas, and young wizards can choose to go home or stay at Hogwarts to spend the Christmas season. Raven will definitely go home. His family never misses Christmas. No matter how busy they are with work or studies, they always make sure to go home for Christmas and reunite with their family. However, before going home, Raven planned to deal with the demon summoning curse first. Raven has created a new spell. The news was quickly published in the Daily Prophet. This time, Fudge learned his lesson and didn't cause him any trouble. Raven silently withdrew the methods he had prepared. The primary beneficiaries of this spirit summoning spell are Aurors. They loved the spell and donated as much as they could to Raven. What Raven didn't know infuriated Fudge. Fudge was angry that his subordinates had donated money to Raven without his permission, and he was also angry that he had no way to control the matter. Dumbledore personally threatened him. This implies that if Dumbledore continues with these underhanded tactics, he will stop doing anything unnecessary. Although he didn't quite understand the meaning of the sentence, Fudge knew that Dumbledore was threatening him. This left him both angry and helpless. The Merlin Order is also paying close attention to Raven. As is customary, Raven only needs to cast one more spell to earn him a Merlin third-class medal. As more and more people paid attention to Raven, some strange people also took notice of his existence. However, with Dumbledore around, they couldn't harass Raven while he was at school. As for Raven's home, they didn't know where it was. With another large sum of galleons coming in and going out, Raven finally managed to secure his Christmas presents before Christmas. Developing spells is really profitable. Raven knew this was because the spells he had created were targeted at relatively wealthy wizards, which allowed him to amass wealth through their donations. If he creates other types of spells later, he probably won't receive as much money. But so what, he's already earned quite a bit. He won't have to worry about holiday gift expenses for at least the next 2 or 3 years. Finally, Christmas arrived. Raven slung his crossbody bag over his shoulder and started his journey home. Since it was only for 2 weeks, Raven didn't bring much luggage, just essentials and gifts for his family. On the train, Hermione and Raven talked about a lot of things. She enjoys exchanging knowledge with others, but others often perceive her as too arrogant and thus avoid discussing knowledge-related topics with her. Goodbye, Raven, see you when school starts. At the station, Hermione waved to Raven and Raven waved back to Hermione. After Hermione left, Gideon, wearing sunglasses, got out of an SUV. Wow, Reese, you've already got a little wizard girlfriend in less than a year. Raven rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm like you, going to school just to date? She's my friend and just a friend. Gideon shrugged. Okay, I guess you wouldn't like that type of girl either. Please stop talking about this, I'm only 11 years old. So what if you're 11? Your brother had already had 3 girlfriends when he was 11. Truly a young man of great talent. Raven climbed into the car. I'm different from you, I want a love that's mutual. Okay, love boy, I hope you won't end up alone, buckle up. Back home, César told Zane about her longing and worry for Raven, while her younger sister Ja also fussed about missing Raven, and then 5 minutes later went off to play with Raven's wand. Even though she couldn't use magic, Ja liked to wander around waving her wand around. Raven found it funny but also felt much more relaxed. Where's Sayron? Hasn't she returned yet? Gideon sat down at the table with a bright red apple in his hand. Something came up at the company, she'll be back a little later. Those damn bastards, they even boycott us when we run a legitimate bodyguard business. I really don't know what they're thinking. Raven knew who Gideon was referring to. They are other gangs. They had been causing trouble for Raven's family for a while, which Gideon could understand at the time since they were competitors. Although they don't deal in human trafficking, let alone fan bingbing, they did seize territory and collect protection money. It's understandable that other gangs might disapprove and want to compete, but now their family wants to clean up their act and run a legitimate bodyguard business. Saren even specifically chose a different location to start their new business. But those shameless people are still trying to stop us. You won't let us operate in the underworld, and you won't let us operate openly either. You think we're easy to bully. Did you deal with them? Not yet, we just finished the arrangements. Let them have one last good Christmas. Gideon is a ruthless man who has transferred the family business to the United States. He wouldn't let his eldest sister suffer in vain. Even the eldest sister, Seal, wouldn't suffer injustice for nothing. Can the US really go this far right now? We didn't go too far. 11 years ago, American gangs were far more unrestrained than they are now. We're just crippling their leader and throwing him in jail. There won't be any particularly bad consequences, and there won't be any innocent casualties, so we shouldn't run into any trouble. Raven nodded. The American Mafia from 1920 to 1980 truly had no taboos. Although that era has passed and the Mafia has faded into history, it is only 1991 now, just 11 years later. The Mafia's influence still lingers. Gideon's subsequent actions effectively hasten the dissipation of the remaining heat, and presumably they won't cause too much trouble because of it. All right, no work talk on Christmas, Raven. Go tell your sister to stop playing. Aren't you worried she might accidentally cast some spell and cause you trouble? Since Mom has spoken, I naturally have to listen to her. Anyway, Raven believed Gideon was well aware of what was going on in the US. Gideon insisted on moving his family's businesses to the United States so that he could help his older sister, Cielin, completely launder her money there. You can say Gideon isn't very studious, but you can't say he lacks clear thinking at work. In fact, if it weren't for other gangs constantly interfering, they should have successfully laundered their money long ago. After all, their family used to only collect protection money. Unlike those scoundrels, they would actually solve problems for those who paid protection money. With such a small amount of business, it would have been laundered long ago if no one had stopped it. These are things Raven doesn't need to worry about right now. She is pretending to be a fairy holding Raven's wand. Raven was worried that she would actually conjure up a fairy costume for him, so he coaxed and tricked her into giving him back the wand. He didn't want to give the Ministry of Magic any opportunity to take advantage of him. If Fudge caught him red-handed, even the trolls knew he wouldn't be happy. I wish I could grow up quickly so I could go to magic school too. Raven chuckled and pinched his cheek. You can see the gift I gave you tomorrow morning. I think you'll like it. The eldest sister, Cielin, didn't get home until 10 p.m. that night. She seemed very angry and said she would definitely twist the heads off those idiots. The next morning, the first part of Christmas began. Unwrap the presents. The Raven family always puts their gifts under the Christmas tree, but this year there were many more gifts under the tree than in previous years. Looking at the mountain of gifts, Raven's lips twitched a few times. He was certain that someone had sent 2 or even 3 gifts, a sight he hadn't seen in at least 3 or 4 years. It seems our Reese is quite popular at the magic school. These are all gifts delivered by owls. Thank goodness Thessaly didn't close the kitchen window last night, otherwise the owls would probably have been locked out. All the young wizards who received gifts from Raven on Halloween returned the favor, as did the professors. This resulted in Raven receiving so many gifts that it was like a wall, almost enclosing the entire Christmas tree. Professor McGonagall gave Raven a wand care kit that looked very expensive. Professor Seplot gave Raven several expensive, nutritious, but safe-to-eat herbs. Professor Flitwick then sent Raven a letter. Raven opened the letter and found it was a ticket to the International Junior Wizards Duel Tournament. Professor Flitwick suggested that since Raven was going to France anyway during the summer vacation, he could go and watch this year's International Junior Wizarding Tournament. According to Professor Flitwick, it was a lot of fun, and even just being a spectator would provide a great experience. Okay, so Raven has 3 plans for his summer vacation so far. I'm going to visit Nicholas Flamel, attend the Junior Wizard Tournament, and work for a month at a clothing store in Diagon Alley. Besides the professors, the young wizards also gave Raven many interesting things. For example, Cedric gave Raven a longsword made of fine iron, the kind that wasn't sharpened. Harry gave Raven a beautiful quill and a beautiful bookmark. The bookmark would remind the reader which sentence on this page he had last read, which was quite interesting. Ron sent Raven 3 large boxes of candy and chocolates. And it's also possible that Mrs. Weasley sent Raven a gift because he had mentioned Raven in a letter to her family. She gave Raven a warm yellow and black sweater with a big G embroidered on it, and also a box of homemade fudge that smelled sweet when opened. She loved it, but her mother wouldn't let her eat too much at once. Mrs. Weasley thanked Raven for saving Ron and expressed her hope that he would visit the burrow sometime. Hagrid also gave him a gift, a blanket made of unicorn hair, which appeared to have been sewn by Hagrid himself, as it looked quite rough. Rye is doing really well over there. I thought he was exaggerating when he said he'd been in the newspapers twice. Cesarly looked at the letters and said, he truly deserves to be called the most outstanding member of their family. He's only 11 years old. When he grows up, he'll probably have a huge following of supporters. This proves we were right before. Sending Raven to the wizarding world not only gives Raven more options, but also gives us more options. I'm very satisfied, said Father Zane, then opened the gift Raven had given him. Zane really liked the pumpkin head Zane from the previous Halloween event. He even specially prepared a basement just to store these interesting magical gadgets. This time, Raven's gifts to his family weren't related to the fire and terror theme. The gift for my father Zane was a pair of boots with an automatic massage function. They were very comfortable to wear. The gift for her mother, Cesar, was a pair of beautiful, comfortable gloves that could change shape to suit the user's needs when required. The gift for my eldest sister, Seal, was a t-shirt with automatic defense capabilities. It was better than a bulletproof vest because it provided all-around protection. Although it couldn't stop powerful magic, it was more than capable of stopping bullets. The gift for his second brother, Gideon, was a pair of proper boxing gloves. They couldn't change shape, but they could make attacks extremely painful, at least twice as painful for the person being hit. As for the gifts for his little sister Je, Raven gave her two, a small, fluffy, adorable tabby cat with super big ears and a toy magic wand. He ordered the cat from a pet store in Diagon Alley at a high price. These little guys are difficult to tame and are in high demand. You have to pay a lot of money to order one. Luckily, the pet store staff caught it in time. They reminded Raven that these little creatures can sometimes be aggressive, and since Raven wanted them in such a hurry, they wouldn't have enough time to tame them. Therefore, they suggested that Raven try to tame them first to avoid getting hurt. However, their worries were clearly unnecessary, because the cat-like creature showed obvious affection the moment it saw Zia. She happily hugged the cat and ran around with her toy magic wand. He said Raven was the best brother in the world, which made Gideon incredibly jealous. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron at Hogwarts also opened the gifts Raven had given them. The gift for Ron was a large red hat shaped like a lion's head. It was very warm to wear, and it was said that the lion's head would roar like a lion when the wearer was angry. Ron looks great in it. Harry received a very professional set of flying broom maintenance tools. Ron said this toolkit costs more than many flying broomsticks. Although it doesn't cost as much as Harry's Nimbus 2000, it's not far off. This was the first time Harry had received so many gifts, and the first time he truly understood how wonderful Christmas should be. George and Fred burst into the common room as Harry and Ron unwrapped the gifts Mrs. Weasley had given them. Aha, look, Harry got a Weasley sweater too. Merry Christmas, folks, look what His Highness gave us. A really expensive-looking book on alchemy. I knew it was right to find an opportunity to chat with His Highness. He's like a real Santa Claus. Ron was a little angry, and the lion head hat on his head made a low growl. Enough, Raven is my friend. He's not a wish-granting machine for you to get presents. Wow, what a cool hat. George said that. Relax, we really do want to be friends with Raven. He's a really nice person, and we've given him some really nice gifts. Ron still wrinkled his nose when he heard Fred say that. You didn't send him a dung beetle, did you? Of course not, we wouldn't be that stingy. We gave him 2 complete sets of all the prank products we've invented so far. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, then said speechlessly, I really don't know what to say to you guys. A complete set of Gemini's prank products wasn't cheap, but they really didn't think Raven would need them. He doesn't play pranks much. Harry had his first truly happy Christmas as far as he could remember. He received gifts from his friends. Perhaps to reward Harry for not going home for Christmas, even his aunt and uncle gave him a coin as a Christmas present, and their tone in the letters was quite friendly. In the afternoon, he had a snowball fight with the Weasley brothers until his clothes were soaked before returning to the common room. He ate a big meal at dinner, and then played a game of chess with Ron using the new wizard chess set he got from the firecrackers. Although he ultimately lost badly, he believed that if Percy hadn't been giving him bad advice, he wouldn't have lost so badly. What made him happiest was that very night, he secretly donned an invisibility cloak and accidentally found a mirror in the castle. In the mirror, he saw his deceased family members, his mother, father, even his grandparents, a whole family. Is this fake, or did this mirror temporarily bring his deceased family members to his side? Harry didn't know, he didn't want to know. All he knew was that this Christmas, he finally saw his family for the first time. Finally, I'm reunited with them. He really wanted to talk to his family, even just a few words. Or even he could remain silent. He just wanted to hear their voices, but he couldn't do it. He could only see them in the mirror, watching them look at him tenderly, sometimes laughing, sometimes crying, sometimes patting his shoulder encouragingly, sometimes gently embracing him. Harry couldn't hear or feel anything, but even so, the scene was enough to captivate him. During the rest of his vacation, he went to that mirror almost every day and sat on that cold ground for a whole night. The warmth of being reunited with his family always made him forget the cold on the ground. Ron was worried. He feared the mirror was a cursed magic mirror because he had gone to see it with Harry. Ron had hoped to see what Harry's family looked like in the mirror, but in the end, he only saw his own future reflected in it. Just before the holiday was about to end, Harry's actions were discovered by Dumbledore. He explained the effects of the Mirror of Erised and ultimately moved the mirror. After Raven and Hermione returned to school, Harry and Ron immediately recounted the magic mirror they had discovered at Christmas. Even though Harry now knows it was just an illusion, he still seems very excited. This was the first time in his life that he had ever seen what his family members looked like. Even at his Aunt Penny's house, he had never seen a single picture of his family. At first, I even wondered who they were. I thought they were all invisible people like me, but after I saw my mother, I immediately realized she was my mother. Her eyes really looked like mine. Hello, Harry. Hermione hugged Harry, her eyes welling up with tears. She couldn't imagine what she would have become if she had grown up in Harry's environment. Hermione thought that way, at least she definitely wouldn't be sorted into Gryffindor. Meanwhile, Raven was deep in thought. Harry's longing for family touched Raven as well. He wanted to help Harry, but he had no idea how. Resurrection and time are two extremely taboo areas. Voldemort could only be resurrected if he made thorough preparations. Or rather, Voldemort never truly died. His remnant soul state can also be considered a form of living. No one can truly resurrect the dead, and even if they could, no one could guarantee that the person they resurrected would be the one they wish to resurrect. Throughout the long history of wizarding, only the Resurrection Stone, one of the Deathly Hallows, possesses the ability to resurrect. But how exactly does the Resurrection Stone resurrect people? According to rumors, it was nothing more than forcibly pulling the soul of the deceased from the other side of the curtain. There won't be any problems in the short term, but over time the soul of the deceased will become tormented and grieved. Wait, pull the soul from one side of the curtain to the other. Curtain? I'm fine, Hermione. I'm just a little excited. Okay, let's not talk about that. Professor Dumbledore also said he doesn't want me to get lost in fantasy. Let's talk about something else. The referee for the next Quidditch match has been decided. Snape will be the referee. I think we're going to face a tough battle. Oh my god, that jerk is going to give Hufflepuff a huge boost. Sorry, Raven. Raven only came to his senses after Ron said that. He didn't seem to care much about it. Perhaps you shouldn't participate in the competition. Hermione frowned. Ever since she saw Snape trying to harm Harry during the last Quidditch game, her attitude towards Snape had changed a lot. You could pretend to be sick. Ron said, No, 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 you should pretend you broke your leg. Hermione immediately said, What if you really break your leg? Ron and Hermione were anxiously offering Harry advice, which Raven found amusing. I can't do that. The team has no substitutes. If I don't play, Gryffindor can't play. This kind of topic is clearly inappropriate to discuss in front of a Badger School student like Raven. If other Badger House students saw this, they might worry that Raven would betray them. All right, guys, I have to go. I need to speak with Professor Sprout and Professor Dumbledore. Harry. Harry looked at Raven. Raven simply smiled. I think I have a surprise for you for Easter. After saying that, he left. The three little ones were left completely bewildered. Will Raven give gifts for Easter? I don't know where this custom came from in their family. It feels like they're giving gifts all year round. It's all right. The bigger holidays are Christmas, Valentine's Day, Father's Day, Mother's Day, Halloween, and Easter. Realistically, he might need to give a lot of gifts only during Christmas, Halloween, and Easter. Why isn't there a New Year's Day? Harry shrugged at Hermione. New Year's Day and Christmas are always so close together. Raven didn't give us 2 presents during the Christmas holidays this year, did he? Okay, that's true, a strange custom. Do you think we should also give Raven a gift on all 3 holidays? Hermione shrugged and said, I'll definitely return the favor each time. After all, it only happens 3 times a year and 4 times including Raven's birthday, so it won't take too much trouble, right? Speaking of birthdays, does Raven give his friends birthday presents? If that's the case, then Raven would indeed be busy preparing and giving gifts all year round. After all, he must have a lot of friends, especially from Hogwarts alone. Raven wasn't making things up. He really did have something to discuss with Professor Sprout and Professor Dumbledore. The Whisper of All Beings and the summoning spell for demonic spirits are now complete. Raven's next step is to work on the growth acceleration spell and the spell that suddenly came to his mind. Professor Sprout was delighted with Raven's arrival. Because the growth acceleration charm needs to work on the vast majority of herbs, Raven not only needs to understand the relevant spells, but also needs to have a deeper understanding of most herbs. He has memorized the entire book, 1,000 wonderful herbs and mushrooms, but to gain a deeper understanding, simply memorizing it isn't enough. Professor Sprout said that Raven could have an extra hour of tutoring with her every evening after dinner. Professor Sprout originally intended to give Raven 2 extra hours each week, but Raven felt that was too little. Unfortunately, Professor Sprout had no choice but to adjust the time to 1 hour per day. She herself didn't think there was anything wrong with it, since she needed to spend 2 hours tending to the herb garden every evening after dinner anyway. She was worried that Raven wouldn't get enough rest. However, since Raven insisted, she had no choice but to comply. Leaving Professor Sprout's herb garden, Raven found the principal's office. Password. The stone beast was very strict, indicating that a password was required to enter the principal's office. However, the next second he saw Raven take a notebook out of his crossbody bag. A pile of cockroaches, vampire gummies, lemon Olaf. He was actually reciting the names of dishes from a notebook. The stone beast had to admit that he really didn't want to open the door for Raven, but he did answer the password correctly. The stone beast reluctantly moved aside, and Raven went upstairs through the staircase that appeared behind it. Dumbledore seemed slightly surprised to see Raven. Raven, what happened? Professor Dumbledore, I have a new idea, and I would like to obtain some knowledge from you that I need. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Oh, Raven, sometimes I really wonder if you're Merlin reincarnated. Your ingenious ideas seem endless. Okay, what kind of knowledge do you want to ask me? Knowledge about the soul, Professor. Dumbledore was initially quite pleased, but upon hearing this topic, his expression immediately turned serious. Are you sure, Raven, this isn't a topic you can just casually discuss? I think I need to understand what your crazy ideas are all about. Raven expressed his understanding. The soul is indeed dangerous. The person who has gone the furthest on the subject of the soul so far is Voldemort. Look at the mess he's made of himself. Her personality changed drastically, and her face was completely disfigured. Raven told Dumbledore everything about his sudden inspiration. In other words, I want to briefly connect the other side of the veil through dreams, allowing the caster to briefly communicate with the person on the other side. In my conception, this spell shouldn't pose any danger, because it's not about forcibly pulling the person on the other side of the veil back, but rather establishing a stable channel temporarily through dreams. Dumbledore grew increasingly alarmed as he listened. Raven's thinking is always very creative, something both Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall have told him. Dumbledore had previously thought he already knew Raven's talent quite well. However, what he didn't expect was that he had underestimated Raven's imagination. Compared to Raven's almost photographic memory and his ability to grasp knowledge almost instantly, his imagination was far more terrifying. He always has all sorts of whimsical ideas popping up, and most wizards, after receiving these fantasies, generally just treat them as mere fantasies. Even if they try to realize them, they often use some dangerous methods. But Raven was different. The moment this little guy gets an idea, he starts thinking about how to implement it. Then he does his best to find a safe and stable way to implement it, and finally tries to turn his idea into reality. He truly is the most dazzling genius of this era. These are my current thoughts. I've read before that dreams are a bridge connecting to another world, and the ancient Eastern country also has the concept of entering dreams. So I think dreams might be the key to realizing my idea. Dumbledore opened his mouth. He instinctively wanted to dismiss anything related to the dead, but after a brief moment of thought, he realized that Raven's idea was actually quite feasible. There is at least a probability of success. All right, kid, I now understand why so many people genuinely believe you're Merlin reincarnated. Your idea is very novel and interesting, but I think even I would need to consult a lot of relevant materials before I could accurately judge whether your concept is dangerous. Okay, Professor, I'll refine my idea further. Once you're sure it's okay, just let me know and I'll come find you. That would be perfect. Once Raven left, the portrait of Dumbledore behind him suddenly erupted into a flurry of discussion. Boundless imagination. Astounding creativity. No wonder he's called Merlin reincarnated. This idea is simply brilliant. The portrait of Principal Deli's Deventer, who had once served as a healer at St. Mungo's, speaks with great emotion. Connecting the two ends of the veil through dreams. My God, if this spell succeeds, not only will those remorseful wizards have a chance for redemption, but the wizarding world could even achieve a giant leap forward. Armando Dippet, Dumbledore's predecessor as headmaster, also spoke excitedly. How many spells and potions have been lost to time throughout history? Through this spell, they can directly ask those on the other side of the veil and receive the inheritance through dreams. Dumbledore was also very pleased. Because Raven's suggestion doesn't seem dangerous at the moment, at most, it's just a bit difficult to use. We can't be too happy yet. Creating this spell wasn't easy. I think those books that I get every Christmas can finally come in handy. Who can live without regrets? Dumbledore certainly had his regrets too. If Raven's idea can be realized, Harry won't be the only one to benefit. Perhaps I need some ancient Eastern books, which is a real headache, as my Huxia isn't very good. He complained of a headache, but Dumbledore's smile was so wide that even his long white beard couldn't hide it. This smile wasn't the wise, all-knowing kind. Rather, it was a gentle, hopeful smile. Raven's campus life was always very busy. This made it very difficult for his roommates to catch him. But today was different. Gray and the others grabbed Raven and wouldn't let him leave. Come on, guys, I really have serious business to attend to. You always have something important to do, but not today. You have to come with us to watch the Quidditch match today. It's Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. Gray is now a die-hard Quidditch fan, and in his opinion, Quidditch is almost as fun as football. Do you really think our team can beat Gryffindor? It's not that I'm biased, but you've seen Gryffindor's skill level. The greatest Gryffindor team of all time, this is not just random talk, they are really good at flying. That won't do either. Cedric will be very sad if he sees you didn't go to the game, and you don't want Cedric and us to be upset, do you? Axe said this, Ryan nodded in agreement, then continued. Besides, knowledge is inexhaustible. You learned about spells from Professor Flitwick, then transfiguration from Professor McGonagall, and now you're learning about herbs from Professor Sprout. There's no end to learning. You need to relax. Kieran, who was wearing cat-paw gloves, yawned. Stop struggling, buddy. I was planning to catch up on sleep in my dorm, but look where I am now. All right. Raven gave up struggling completely and let his friends pull him toward the Quidditch pitch. Sitting in the stands, Raven could clearly see that the young wizards were very unhappy about Snape standing on the referee's bench. Apart from the young wizards in Slytherin, the young wizards from other houses all believed that Snape's role as referee was unfair. The Badgers wanted a fair fight. The Gryffindor Lions unanimously believed Snape would kill their players during the match, and the Ravenclaw Hawks joined in the commotion. I can't believe Professor Dumbledore actually let Snape be the referee. Ryan looked very angry. Everyone knows Snape will definitely whistle unfairly during the game, and even if they win, they'll be ridiculed for winning unfairly. Don't worry, look at the stage, Professor Dumbledore is there too. He definitely won't let Snape go too far. Sure enough, following the direction Ack pointed, a white-bearded old man dressed smartly sat smiling in the stands. This put everyone at ease, especially Harry, who was about to take off. He was just worried that he might die on the field, but now seeing Dumbledore made him much happier. At least he's definitely not going to die, right? The other young wizards quickly discovered Professor Dumbledore's presence, which reassured everyone considerably. But everyone was still booing Snape. On the judge's stand, Snape glared with his wicked eyes, scanning the faces of all the booing wizards, as if trying to remember who had jeered so he could poison them later. The young wizards who were seen were terrified, but they still booed. This shows just how much the young wizards trusted Dumbledore and how much they hated and feared Snape. With Professor Dumbledore present, I believe this will be a relatively fair match. That's hard to say. Shortly after the start of the match, Snape began giving Hufflepuff free throws for various reasons. The little wizards were very angry. This match is no longer worth watching because it's not a fair and just game at all. However, just when everyone thought Hufflepuff had it all figured out, Harry suddenly swooped down, shooting towards the ground like a bullet. It's the Golden Snitch. Harry has spotted the Golden Snitch. He hurtled toward the Golden Snitch like a rocket, making a beautiful sudden stop just before hitting the ground. My goodness, this must have broken the record for the fastest capture of the Golden Snitch. Harry caught the Golden Snitch in less than 5 minutes into the game, ending the unfair match and winning another game for Gryffindor. The Lion Cub stood up and proudly roared. The Badgers, impressed by Harry's superb writing skills, gave him a round of applause. This is absolutely the fastest record for ending a match. No one has ever caught a thief in such a short time. Gemini's friend, the black man Lee Jordan, was excitedly giving his commentary, while Raven noticed some commotion on the Gryffindor side. He squinted slightly and saw a red-haired wizard wrestling with a blonde-haired wizard. In the distance, 3 chubby boys were also wrestling together. Are they Ron and Neville? They're fighting with Malfoy and his group. Raven didn't know what had happened, but he sided with his own family regardless of right or wrong. Raven stealthily drew his wand from his belt and aimed it at Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. Then the 3 of them froze, their hands and legs pressed together. What happened? Ron and Neville didn't think twice. They seized the opportunity and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Raven quietly left, concealing his accomplishment. No one present, not even Ryan and his group, saw Raven's actions. No one knew that Raven had done something wicked. No, there must be some people who have realized this. Professor Dumbledore looked in the direction Raven had left and gave a mysterious smile. Since Malfoy and his group started the trouble first, Dumbledore didn't see anything wrong with Raven's actions. Cedric was a little frustrated after failing to snag the Golden Snitch, and Raven came to the players' lounge to comfort him, which made him feel a little better. Well, at least we didn't win unfairly. Cedric quickly adjusted his mindset and said, in his view, whether the competition is fair and just is more important than winning or losing. Perhaps it's the broom's fault. I just saw you spot the Golden Thief too. Raven offered words of comfort. Cedric shrugged. But this is the best broom we could get our hands on, and Harry's flying skills are truly amazing. I feel like if I were in his position, I definitely wouldn't dare ride a broom like that. By the way, Raven, are you going to apply to join Quidditch next year? All the girls in our house are talking about it. Is it this matter again? Why are these girls still spreading this story? Sorry, Seed, I exercise for health. I'm not particularly interested in most competitive sports. Upon hearing this, Cedric's expression visibly lowered. Okay, I always felt that if you had played Quidditch, we would definitely have beaten the other houses. That's too optimistic, isn't it? I don't know why I had that feeling. Before we begin today's discussion, I'd like to say that the silent, long-range petrification spell was beautifully executed, with exceptional precision. Raven wasn't surprised at all that Dumbledore knew about his secret mischief. Professor, with all due respect, I don't believe you haven't noticed the problems that exist in Slytherin. I don't think this is a good thing. Don't you want to change this? Raven learned what had happened from Ron's. That Malfoy has a foul mouth. Raven was genuinely confused. These Slytherins all seem to have something wrong with them. You claim to be an aristocrat and expect others to respect and admire you, that's fine, but you need to act in accordance with your aristocratic status, right? Rights are meant to be enjoyed while obligations are meant to be borne. Isn't that a joke? Then what gives you the right to enjoy special privileges? I really want to change this, but unfortunately I'm not omnipotent. There are some things I simply cannot change. Snape is now the head of Slytherin, and he has considerable influence over the house. The quality of young wizards entering Slytherin in recent years has been declining. Salazar Slytherin in his prime was ambitious, capable, hardworking, ruthless in achieving his goals, and valued his honor and the obligations that come with it. He possesses a unique personal charm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become friends with the Gryffindors. But look at Slytherin now. They are ambitious and will stop at nothing to achieve their goals, but they have now lost their strength, their effort, and their sense of duty. Can't you guide them as the principal? I've tried, child, believe me, but it didn't work well. It looks like it has no effect at all rather than that it's ineffective. Sigh, the school doesn't have a huge impact. Children are mainly influenced by their families. For example, you value family and friends, which isn't something Hogwarts taught you, but rather something your family taught you. All right, Raven nodded. He realized that this phenomenon was not caused by Dumbledore's inaction, but by the vicious cycle brought about by the families of those pureblood wizards. There's nothing we can do about that. Unless there is a major revolution or purge, this situation is unlikely to improve. All right, Professor, this is what you're supposed to be worrying about. Let's begin today's discussion. The questions I've prepared for today are these. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, Raven, this isn't just a headache for me. Compared to the Veil charm, the growth acceleration charm is much simpler to create. With Professor Sprout's help, Raven quickly grasped the inspiration. The time has come for Easter. Raven is finally about to complete the growth acceleration spell. Professor Sprout was also very excited. Although she had watched Raven create the spell bit by bit from scratch, she was still thrilled when the spell was finally completed. She felt honored that Hufflepuff had been assigned such an outstanding junior wizard, and proud of Raven. In addition, it's worth mentioning that Harry rode a broomstick to the Forbidden Forest after the previous Quidditch match, because he discovered Snape sneaking into the Forbidden Forest, dressed in a black robe. Then he discovered that there, Snape was threatening Professor Quirrell. The three kids unanimously agreed that besides Lou Williams, there must be other mechanisms hidden under the trapdoor, and that Professor Quirrell was the one who set them up. Snape had to get past the traps he set up to steal the stone, but the traps set by Lou Williams and Quirrell blocked his way. Raven almost laughed when he heard this, but he didn't. Instead, he seriously asked his three friends what they wanted to do. The answer I received was hesitant and fragmented. Raven could tell at a glance that the three little ones weren't ready yet. That's normal. Is the Philosopher's Stone really that appealing? Of course it's big. It can turn stone into gold and also make elixirs of immortality. Ron had already planned it all out. Once he got the Philosopher's Stone, he would conjure up a huge pile of gold. Hermione, on the other hand, wanted to try brewing an elixir of immortality. Harry, on the other hand, wanted to buy a house with gold so he could move out of the Dursleys' house, not to mention that Snape would be upset if they got their hands on the Philosopher's Stone sooner. But these beautiful hopes were shattered in the face of that huge, terrifying three-headed dog. They didn't want to risk their lives for those wishes or to cause Snape some trouble. Harry wanted to invite Raven along because he felt that with Raven there, they wouldn't need any plans. Raven could knock the three-headed dog unconscious with just a few spells. Unfortunately, Raven said he simply didn't have the time, so the matter was put on hold for the time being. Raven wasn't lying, he really was very busy. Busy finishing up the growth accelerating spell and also busy creating the Veil spell. He started staying up late lately. This is quite unusual for Raven, who has a regular schedule. Dumbledore stated that the Veil Curse is a spell that most wizards would spend their entire lives trying to create and would almost never be able to. Their current progress is already terrifying to other wizards. Raven doesn't need to push himself so hard. But Raven's reaction was like, I won't listen, I'm going to make the first attempt at this spell by Easter. What could Dumbledore say? He guessed he had no choice but to go along with Raven's antics. The ultimate result of Raven's antics was that the growth acceleration charm entered the testing phase, and the Veil charm was also initially completed. Most people never know how useless they are until they push themselves, but Raven is a prime example. He never knows his limits until he pushes himself. Professor Sprout's test results were encouraging. Growth acceleration charms can significantly shorten the maturation time of herbs or crops, and the extent of this reduction depends solely on the surrounding nutrients and the caster's magical power. A wizard of Professor Sprout's caliber could easily accelerate a seedling to maturity, provided the herbs were surrounded by sufficient nutrients, and the resulting herbs would be of exceptional quality. And that's not all. Professor Sprout discovered that this spell also had a certain reviving effect on plants. For example, take an old tree branch. Everyone knows that the branch is beyond saving, but if you keep using this spell on it, the seemingly dead branch will slowly come back to life. The recovery speed wasn't fast, but the fact that it was able to revive dead plants was already quite surprising. While Professor Sprout was preparing more examples for verification, Raven found Harry and prepared to give him his Easter present. Here you are, Raven, I was just about to come find you. Here, this is a chocolate egg for you, I made it myself. How did you manage to do that at Hogwarts? Well, I won't ask anymore. I still have a gift for you here. Oh Raven, more than chocolate eggs, I'd like you to teach me how to use that summoning spell. I've tried for ages, but I just can't seem to learn it. I can only project the magic outwards. Hermione can already create a blurry shadow. Raven shook his head. It's not chocolate, Harry. I'll teach you the spell of the demon summoning later. Today's gift is something else entirely, and I promise you'll love it. Merlin doesn't even deserve to be compared to Raven. After Raven finished explaining the effects of the Veil Curse, the three little ones had only one thought in their minds. Could a wizard really have come up with such a spell? Etc. Raven, when did you start researching this spell? That's not important. No, this is important. Did you only start casting this spell the day after you went back to school after Christmas? Seeing that he couldn't fool her anymore, Raven frankly admitted it to Hermione. That was that day, but I was able to create this spell so quickly thanks to Professor Dumbledore's help. And it's only in its initial stages. For now, only Professor Dumbledore and I can use it, and the effect is quite limited. You and the person you want to see must have a blood connection. That's already incredibly impressive. Good heavens, Raven, are you sure you're telling the truth? I'm sorry, I don't doubt you, it's just that this is really. Can I meet my grandfathers? Raven nodded to Ron. Theoretically, as long as there's a blood connection, you can see your great-great-great-grandfather if you want to, but not today. My magic is too low. I can only grant Harry's request for now, sorry. Ron quickly waved his hand. Compared to him, Harry's longing for his family is far more intense, so Harry should definitely come first. At this moment, Harry was completely stunned. Hermione nudged him and he snapped out of his daze. Raven, you mean, with this spell, I can dream about my parents when I sleep at night. Strictly speaking, you're not dreaming. This spell forcibly shapes your dream into a central area within a veil. In this area, everything you see is real. They are not your fantasies, nor illusions created by the spell. In this area, you can clearly feel them, touch them, and talk to them. You will also clearly remember what you experienced upon waking. Harry felt a little thirsty. So that means that after I fall asleep tonight, I will truly see my parents. Right, Ravens. Harry was somewhat incredulous. He had to confirm it multiple times. His heart started pounding when he saw Raven nod. Yes, Harry, I'm sorry I can't resurrect your parents. Resurrecting intelligent beings, like manipulating time, is extremely dangerous and fundamentally impossible. Professor Dumbledore and I can only indirectly fulfill your wish through this method. No, don't apologize, Raven. Thank you, this is the gift I've wanted most. With this, I don't need anything else, thank you. Harry clung tightly to Raven, muttering frantically that he deserved a better gift. He'd be willing to drop out of school and return to the hellish Dursleys for this gift. What could Raven say? He could only comfort Harry while being held tightly in Harry's arms. All right, Harry, the Grindelwald family always cherishes its friends, not just you, but also Ron, Hermione, Cedric, Ackerman, Gray, and the others. You are all friends I cherish, so if you ever have any trouble, feel free to come to me for help. I also believe that one day when I'm in trouble, you will do the same for me. This is also the main reason why their family doesn't engage in any excessive business. Yet their men are still willing to follow them, and everyone in their territory genuinely respects all members of their family. Even though their business has moved to the United States and they are preparing to launder their money, the people in their former territory still respect them as before. I will, Raven, I definitely will, Harry said seriously. Seeing that Harry's condition had calmed down considerably, Raven took out his wand and gently touched Harry's forehead, muttering some complex and obscure incantations. The incantation was so long that Ron started to worry that Raven might get thirsty from chanting it. Fortunately, the incantation was finally finished. As the spell ended, Raven used his wand to draw a strange symbol between Harry's eyebrows. It looked like a horizontal eye surrounded by symbols resembling ancient runes. The symbol emitted a pale blue light and eventually remained on Harry's forehead. Phew. The drawbacks are too obvious, it needs further revisions. Raven let out a long sigh of relief. His face was a little pale. Casting this spell nearly exhausted all of his magical power. High energy consumption, long incantation, and excessive learning difficulty. These are all shortcomings of this spell, and Raven still needs to refine it. Ha looked at Raven with an apologetic gaze and was about to say thank you when Raven stopped him. You'll feel very sleepy at 9 p.m. tonight. I've linked the sleeping charm with this spell to ensure you won't have trouble sleeping due to excitement or nervousness. Once you enter that space, remember to call out to the family member you want to see. It can be your mother or father, you don't necessarily have to say their name. Remember to tell me about your experience tomorrow morning, okay? Of course, Raven, I'll tell you everything you want to know. Raven nodded wearily. It's 7 o'clock now, let's go grab something to eat and enjoy this time together. Although it's not Christmas, it's Easter. Although it's impossible to truly resurrect Lily and James, the Veil Curse can be considered a kind of resurrection. Raven went to the auditorium to eat first. He's exhausted. It feels really uncomfortable to have all your magic power depleted. His current magical power is already among the best of all young wizards his age, but it's still simply not enough. Watching Raven's departing figure, Ron involuntarily uttered a sentence. He really does look like Santa Claus. Because of those words, Hermione immediately punched him with her hammer. Hey, Raven is our friend. He's not a wish-granting machine or Santa Claus. Oh, of course I know, I was just saying it's a metaphor, you know. Of course, I didn't treat him like a wish-granting machine, but don't you think he's a bit omnipotent? Hermione, however, seemed somewhat worried. He's too perfect ... it feels unreal. I mean, have you seen him take a break? Ron rolled his eyes, he thought Hermione was worrying unnecessarily. He is resting. I saw him wandering around Black Lake last weekend. He said he wanted to fish there. To me, that's resting. You haven't seen him rest because you're always reading and memorizing things even when you're walking. Sometimes we greet you and you don't even react. How did Harry get up the next morning? He forgot, all he knew was that his pillow was covered in water stains the next day. Ron said he was crying and laughing all night and occasionally talking in his sleep. Seamus and the others wanted to wake Harry, but Ron stopped them. Ron didn't believe Raven would harm Harry. In reality, Raven did not do that. Did Raven's curse work? Did you see them? How did it feel? Ron was worried about Harry, but also curious about the effects of Raven's spell. Harry couldn't help but smile happily when he mentioned this. Ron had never seen such a happy expression on Harry's face. Looks like he succeeded, right? Yes, Ron, yes, Raven is the most talented wizard in the world. I met my mother and father, I talked to them a lot. They said they've been watching me from the other side of the veil. They are delighted that I made such good friends with you and Hermione at Hogwarts, and they are also very grateful to Raven for giving us the opportunity to reunite. Ron's eyes widened. Although he was fairly certain that Raven's spell was unlikely to fail, he couldn't help but marvel when he heard that Raven had actually succeeded. Oh my God, did they mention Snape? Didn't you say before that Snape hated you, and it seemed to be related to your father? Harry nodded. He had talked a lot with his parents last night, including about Snape. My parents said Snape definitely wouldn't kill me, but his dislike for me might indeed have something to do with my dad. My mom said that back in school, Snape and my dad were very at odds, even to some extent more so than my relationship with Malfoy. Ron gasped. Merlin's beard worse than your relationship with Malfoy. Then your father and Snape must have fought dozens of times, risking their lives. Harry's smile never left his face after he woke up. Compared to the Mirror of Erised, Raven's Veil Charm not only allows him to see his parents, who are not illusions, but also allows him to really hug them and have a proper conversation with them. This feeling was so warm. Harry had never been so happy. Raven, thank you, your spell worked. My parents said they're grateful for all the years you've taken care of me, they've been watching over me. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, Harry gave Raven a big hug. Raven chuckled softly. If it works, that's good. It proves that Professor Dumbledore and I weren't working in the wrong direction. I will continue to refine the spell so that you can learn it too, and then you can use it on your own. Hermione arrived and also learned that the curse had taken effect. However, while she was happy for Harry, she was also worried that the spell might have side effects. Raven responded to this by saying, "Currently, there seem to be no side effects. The main problems are the high mana consumption and difficulty in learning it. We don't know how much we can optimize it later. Isn't there a risk of being possessed or something similar?" Hermione was a little scared. She always felt that these ghosts had this ability to possess and be reborn, but Raven assured her that he was not worried. First of all, the space created by the Veil Curse is based on the dreams of living people. And as far as Professor Dumbledore and I know, no one can keep the space alive while possessing another body. Secondly, I have added a safety measure to the Veil spell. Any undead with malicious intent will be automatically expelled from the space instantly. Finally, Professor Dumbledore stated that there is no such thing as possession. Indeed, there is no way for a dead person to forcibly occupy a body that already has an owner. The worst and most evil dark magic can only allow the caster to absorb the life force of another person to complete the resurrection. Dumbledore and I agreed that a dead person already on the other side of the veil could not possibly possess such power. So Hermione, you don't need to worry at all, I see. Raven's words reassured Hermione considerably. What followed was amazement. For Merlin's sake, are they really the same age as Raven? They're already doing very well to have learned second-year spells. She earned Professor McGonagall's lavish praise for turning a match into a needle in Transfiguration class, and even received 5 extra points for Gryffindor. But look at Raven, he's already released 2 spells and 2 more look like they'll be announced soon. In addition, he also replicated a fragmented potion from Merlin's era, completing the missing ingredients and even the brewing method. Comparing yourself to others can be incredibly frustrating. Just as Hermione was sulking, it suddenly occurred to her that, to be honest, Raven was already stronger than most adult wizards, and even some senior wizards. Most people won't create even one magic spell in their entire lives. Even learning the existing spells would take them a very long time. Okay, I feel better now. During breakfast, Raven noticed that Dumbledore also seemed quite pleased. He's usually very kind and funny, but today he's radiating an aura as bright as the sun. It seems the Veil spell is indeed very effective. The next step is to refine this spell further, and then Raven plans to take a break for a while. He creates spells purely out of interest. The Veil charm had already satisfied many of his interests for the time being, so Raven planned to take a break from magic and research other things that interested him, such as alchemy. Of course, he'll first go fishing at Black Lake, and maybe make some music to relax a bit. After breakfast, Raven was preparing to leave with Ryan and the others to attend Professor Binns's History of Magic course. But Professor Sprout stopped him. "Raven, come here, Professor Dumbledore and I need to talk to you. I've already asked Professor Binns for leave for you." Raven made a smug face at his 4 roommates. Then, amidst their angry gazes, Professor Binns legitimately escaped from the History of Magic. At first glance, you might only think Raven is incredibly handsome, elegant, and well-mannered. But as you get to know him better, you'll discover that he's also a very funny and quirky person. I don't want to take Professor Binns' History of Magic class either. I always feel sleepy there, but the desk is as hard as a rock. Ryan gave Ak a wan smile. If we could create 3 or 4 brand new spells, fix a damaged potion recipe, and even slay 2 trolls in our first year, I don't think Professor Sprout would be angry even if we skipped class. The 4 of them immediately sighed in unison. Geniuses always enjoy more privileges. 50 successful cases of the growth acceleration charm have been collected, along with 10 successful cases of reviving withered plants. Dumbledore has packaged the spell and the successful cases and sent them to the Ministry of Magic and the Merlin Order. I believe they will reply to you soon. So fast. Professor, have you been busy testing this curse lately? Professor Sprout waved his hand. Don't worry about me, Raven. Compared to me, I think you've been pushing yourself harder lately. Dumbledore said you're working on a new spell and it's extremely difficult. Don't wear yourself out, okay? It seems Dumbledore didn't reveal the effects of this spell. Yes, this thing has a rather exaggerated effect, making it more suitable as a surprise. After I finish this, Professor, I'll need to rest for a while. I'd like to go fishing at the Black Lake. Do you think Professor Dumbledore would allow that? Professor Sprout instinctively wanted to stop Raven upon hearing this. But then she thought, shouldn't geniuses always receive some special treatment? Sorry, Raven, I don't know much about this. Perhaps you could ask Dumbledore later. I know, Professor. Actually, I haven't even finished making my fishing rod yet. Professor Sprout brought Raven to the principal's office again. Dumbledore smiled broadly when he saw Raven arrive. He really does resemble an old bee, even his smile. Do bees laugh? Raven didn't know, but he imagined that a bee's laugh would resemble Dumbledore's. Raven, come and sit down. Pomona, please make yourself at home. What would you like to drink? How about honey black tea? I got this can of black tea from an Eastern friend. He said it tastes very good, but I still like to add honey when I drink it. I don't need to add honey, thank you, Professor. No need to trouble yourself, Albus. Hasn't a reply arrived yet? With a smile, Dumbledore waved his hand and the tea leaves flew automatically into the teapot. Pomona, could you give the owl some time? We just sent the letter this morning. It will be at least this evening before the owl flies over. This time, Dumbledore did not personally deliver the letter to the Ministry of Magic. He wasn't a mailman, he had many other things to do. Especially today, he plans to spend a lot of time discussing with Raven the future direction of improvements to the Veil Curse. Could you please bring out those 10 withered branches that have been revitalized, Pomona? Professor Sprout nodded and took 10 small jars out of his satchel. Each small jar contained a small twig. Raven, you are the creator of this spell. Can you see why these withered branches can come back to life? Pomona and I can't figure out why they can revive. Raven squinted and began to examine the 10 withered branches carefully. Interesting. After studying it for about 10 minutes, Lei Wen finally spoke. I'm sorry, Professor, I'm not sure either, but I think perhaps there are still a few living cells in these branches. Oh, that's a Muggle theory. Yes, we know about cell theory. So your guess is that the growth accelerating spell accelerated the growth of the remaining still living cells. Raven nodded. This relieved Dumbledore. If he really did resurrect the dead plants, then Dumbledore really needs to do more research on the growth acceleration charm. Resurrection is a taboo topic in any field, even if it's just bringing a dead plant back to life. That would be considered resurrection. Plants can be fragile at times, but they're always incredibly resilient, aren't they? Professor Sprout looked at the withered branch that had come back to life in the jar and couldn't help but say something. He and Dumbledore both knew about the Muggle cell theory, but since they were both wizards, they didn't initially think about cells. It's somewhat limited. After figuring out why some dead branches could come back to life, Professor Sprout left. Only Raven and Dumbledore remained in the headmaster's office. You seem to be in a very good mood today, Professor. Dumbledore smiled, took a sip of honey tea, and then took a box of soft cookies from his desk drawer. Yes, Raven, yes, it's always hard for people to make peace with themselves. But I think the redemption I found in my dream last night. How about some chocolate chip cookies? Thank you, Professor. Raven didn't hold back either. Raven prefers softer treats like fudge and soft cookies to hard biscuits and candies. A brilliant concept, a near-perfect spell effect, Raven, I must commend you. The Veil Charm is, so far, probably the greatest wizarding spell of this era. It deserves at least a Merlin second-class medal and a Hogwarts Special Contribution Award. Thank you, Professor. Raven's performance was rather lackluster. He doesn't value honors that much. Now that he has money, he doesn't want to think about how much prize money the Special Contribution Award or the Order of Merlin, second class, would give him. I admire your indifference to fame, Raven. Sometimes I feel that in your presence, all those honors and accolades are less important than my cookies. Looking down at his cookie box, Dumbledore discovered that nearly a third of his cookies were gone. Your cookies are delicious. Raven wasn't embarrassed at all. He and Dumbledore were already quite familiar with each other. What was wrong with him eating some cookies? All right, let's get to today's discussion. The Veil spell is currently very effective and safe to use. However, its extremely high cost, high learning curve, and cumbersome casting method are its obvious problems. I will assist you in resolving these issues as much as possible. Raven nodded. What about the results, Professor? Are there any other areas for improvement in terms of results? Dumbledore recalled the events of the previous night, his long white beard lifting slightly. He seemed to be laughing and laughing heartily. Even his exaggerated beard couldn't hide the smile on his face. Yes, Raven, so far the Veil Curse is working very well. However, if you would allow this capricious old man to make a small request, it would be even better if that space had a few soft sofas and a warm fireplace. A completely white space is always a bit monotonous, isn't it? Should we add a warm scene to the curtain curse? It might actually work. Let me think about it, Professor. I'm worried that arbitrarily adding scene changes might make spells more difficult and the space more unstable. But it should still be a good research direction. On a Wednesday afternoon, Raven, as usual, went to the library to browse books during his free time. Because he came so often and always borrowed books, Mrs. Pince, the librarian, never really welcomed him. However, Raven never damaged any books, which left Mrs. Pince with no way to cause him any trouble. Raven ignored Mrs. Pince's gaze. Some people just couldn't stand him. Mrs. Pince was already quite lenient. Filch and Malfoy were truly impervious to reason. Raven even gave Filch a big bag of cat food that looked delicious and nutritious, along with a lot of cat toys for Christmas. But when Filch saw him after school started, he still had a sour face and even threatened Raven, saying that he shouldn't think he didn't know what Raven was up to. What is Raven trying to do? Raven wanted nothing more than to punch that ugly face, but his good manners kept him from doing so. After that, he would avoid Filch whenever he saw him. It turns out that Filch and his ilk, who were disliked by the students, were completely hated by themselves. Raven wasn't the type to fawn over someone who wouldn't listen. "Oh, Raven, you're here. I've been looking everywhere for you." A large man with messy hair and a big beard appeared next to Raven. Raven put down his book and looked at Hagrid. "Keep your voice down. Mrs. Pince is trying to find a reason to kick me out of the library. What's wrong, Hagrid?" Upon hearing Raven's words, Hagrid glanced furtively at Mrs. Pince, only to see her glaring angrily at them, as if Hagrid's behavior had reached her limit. Hagrid quickly pursed his lips. He was also very afraid of the librarian. Could you come to the cabin a little later tonight? There are some things I'd like to ask you." "I was originally going to ask Professor Kettleburn, but I don't know where he's been lately." "Oh, Professor Kettleburn recently took leave and went to Dorset, apparently at the invitation of the magizoologist Newt Scamander." Hagrid's eyes widened. "Newt Scamander? Good heavens, Professor Kettleburn will surely have a wonderful few days there." After admiring Professor Kettleburn for a moment, Hagrid lowered his voice again and approached Raven. "So, could you help me? I'm really struggling to manage." "Of course, Hagrid, I'd be happy to help." Hearing Raven agree, Hagrid immediately smiled happily. "Thank you, Raven. Sorry to have taken up your time." Hagrid then planned to leave the library, but then he discovered the three little ones studying frantically. There are still 10 weeks until the exam, which is 2 months, but Hermione has already started studying. Moreover, the review intensity was very high, which caused headaches for her two friends as well. Hagrid didn't believe the three kids were studying, because he didn't think anyone would start studying 2 months in advance. He thought the three kids were still looking into Nicholas Flamel, but then he heard that Harry and the others had already learned about the Philosopher's Stone. This made him a little flustered, and he invited the three little ones to come to the cabin later so they could discuss the matter in detail. More than Hagrid's anxiety, the three children were curious about what he was doing at the library. They found Raven, who said he didn't know either. He wasn't lying. He really had forgotten that part of the story. It was only after Hermione secretly found Hagrid's borrowing records that she understood what Hagrid was planning to do. "It's a fire dragon." Raven spent a short while reading before heading to Hagrid's cabin with the three little ones. "I keep thinking, can you really remember everything just by flipping through the book like that? In such a short time, I probably wouldn't even have finished reading the titles." Ron was genuinely shocked when he saw Raven farming books. Raven reads incredibly fast. He can finish 2 pages in less than a minute, which is terrifying. In a minute, he'd probably only get to the middle of the first paragraph on the first page. Raven shrugged. "This is a skill that can be trained. Anyone can do it. And because of this, Gray and the others don't want to come to the library with me anymore. I think it's because they think the sound of me turning pages is too loud." Harry rolled his eyes. "I think it's because reading next to you constantly reminds me of how big the gap is between us." Raven could finish a book in 30 minutes, and this wasn't just a simple flip through. He truly achieved photographic memory, memorizing the entire book and understanding it thoroughly. "All right, you guys, instead of thinking about this, why don't you think about how to persuade Hagrid not to keep a dragon? Didn't Ron just say that keeping a dragon without permission is illegal?" Hermione looked somewhat worried. They knew how much Hagrid wanted to own a dragon, but Ron was right. Owning a dragon was a serious violation of the law. Hagrid could be imprisoned in Azkaban for this behavior. Raven smiled. "The Ministry of Magic has other prisons. Azkaban is only for the most heinous criminals. Keeping dragons isn't enough to warrant locking Hagrid up there." The three little ones pursed their lips at the same time. "Oh, that's great. Hagrid won't be put in Azkaban, but he'll be in some other prison. Damn it, we have to persuade him to give up raising dragons. I don't want to see him get himself into jail." To be honest, Raven felt that even if they didn't interfere, Hagrid couldn't keep the dragon for very long. He meant, where should Hagrid keep it? Forest Ban? That's ridiculous. If you place a fire-breathing dragon in a forest surrounded by trees, the Forbidden Forest will be open to all young wizards at the end of the school year, because the dragon will soon set the Forbidden Forest ablaze and drive away or kill all the dangerous animals inside. If not in the Forbidden Forest, where would Hagrid keep it? The small cabin was barely big enough for the hybrid giant to stretch his legs out, but it was far too small for a dragon. A giant dragon in its adolescence would be far too large for that little cabin to contain. Not to mention that most dragons are freedom-loving creatures. If you confine it to a small room forever, it will probably develop depression or irritability before puberty. Therefore, regardless of their advice, Hagrid could not keep a dragon for too long. By the way, we also need to ask Hagrid how many more traps are hidden under that trapdoor. Now that we already have Fluffy and Professor Quirrell's traps in the room, Professor Dumbledore must have set up even more. We need to ask Hagrid what the other traps are, and at the very least, we need to know who set them up. Raven raised an eyebrow. You haven't given up on your plan to get the Philosopher's Stone. Actually, our main concern is preventing Snape from getting the stone. Everything else is secondary. Ron and Hermione nodded, and then Harry knocked on the wooden door of the cabin. The three little ones are trying to get Hagrid to talk. To be honest, it wasn't difficult at all. Raven didn't even think it was a platitude. Hermione only had to coax Hagrid a little, and Hagrid spilled all the information like beans from a bamboo tube. Oh, and Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick. The big guy grew up drinking truth serum. What can you say about him? Raven knew about Dumbledore's plan. He initially wanted to stop Hagrid from revealing this information, but then he thought that nothing would really happen in the end. Dumbledore's current thought was that since Voldemort believed he would be foolish enough to hide the Philosopher's Stone in the fourth floor puzzle, then he would actually do it. He would use a fake stone he painstakingly crafted to lure Quirrell away, and in the meantime, study Voldemort's current state and see how Voldemort was resurrected. In other words, starting from Halloween, Quirrell's every move was under Dumbledore's surveillance, and he couldn't cause any trouble. The adventures of the three boys, starting from that point onward, were probably all part of Dumbledore's plan, because Dumbledore had previously told Raven that Harry possessed a kind of magic that could protect him until he came of age. Raven guessed that Dumbledore wanted to see exactly how effective the bloodline protection curse was. To be honest, Raven was also a little curious about the effect of that bloodline protection spell. This incantation is ancient and powerful. Despite studying so many spells, Raven still hadn't figured out a way to block the three unforgivable curses, but the bloodline protection curse could. This made Raven very curious about its specific effects. In short, the three little ones' adventure won't be in any real danger. If you're really worried, Raven can follow them. He definitely can't handle a fully healed Voldemort right now. Without a doubt, a fully healed Voldemort could easily send him to the other side of the veil with a single spell. However, Raven was confident that he could still escape with Harry and the others by dealing with a severely damaged Voldemort who was possessing Quirrell's body. With that in mind, Raven stopped trying to stop the three little ones from gathering information and instead focused his attention on the dragon egg. This was the first time he had ever seen a real Norwegian Ridgeback dragon egg. Hagrid, where did you get this? It's a beautiful dragon egg. Raven quickly sketched the dragon egg in his notebook, then turned and asked. Hagrid immediately pursed his lips. He seemed reluctant to tell Harry and the others about it. Raven spoke helplessly. Please, Hagrid, you don't think you can keep this a secret, do you? Hermione has dug out all the books you borrowed from the library, and look at your room, Hagrid. It's so hot you could steam a cake in it, and you haven't even opened the windows. The three little ones nodded, and seeing that they couldn't hide it any longer, Hagrid could only say somewhat dejectedly. Okay, this is a Norwegian Spinosaurus egg. I want it playing cards at the tavern. I think that guy was either in a hurry to sell the egg or he was really bad at cards. Afterwards, Hagrid and Raven discussed dragon-raising knowledge, and the three children were no longer surprised that Raven knew so much about it. No problem, Hagrid, your knowledge is very comprehensive. I don't think Professor Kettleburn has much more to tell you. However, I suggest you don't put that book under your pillow. You know, Mrs. Pence. The three little ones tried for a long time to persuade Hagrid to give the dragon egg away, but Hagrid was determined to hatch it. So they had no choice but to give up on the idea for the time being. On the way back to the castle, Hermione kept hesitating to speak. Raven realized what she wanted, so he simply copied Professor Kettleburn's notebook and handed it to her. For Hermione, I think Professor Kettleburn would be happy to have another bright child learning about magical creatures. Hermione's eyes were practically sparkling, her messy hair stood on end. Oh my God, thank you, Raven. Thank you so much, this is so precious, I really. She was very excited. She had only wanted to borrow or look at Professor Kettleburn's notes with Raven, but she didn't expect Raven to give her a copy directly. It's nothing, Hermione. I swear on my spell, Professor Kettleburn is more than willing to impart this knowledge to other young wizards, as long as they show more proper interest in his classes than simply playing around. Many young wizards enjoy Professor Kettleburn's classes, but the vast majority of them are just there to play. They are curious about magical creatures, but this curiosity is quickly satisfied, and then they lose interest in them. This may be why Professor Kettleburn did not give his notes to the other young wizards. Back at the castle, Raven talked with Harry and the others, and then they decided that Raven could also tell Gray and the others about it, since there was something hidden under the trapdoor, which they had already told Ryan and the others about before. Hagrid got hold of a Norwegian Spinosaurus, and Harry and the others were debating whether or not to tell Ryan and the others. Theoretically, the fewer people who know about this, the better. But this is witnessing a baby dragon hatch, something that might only happen once in a lifetime. If Ryan and the others miss it, they'll definitely be heartbroken. After thinking it over, they decided to ask Hagrid's opinion. If Hagrid said it was okay, then Raven could bring Ryan and the others along as well. Hagrid replied that of course, and he would welcome Raven's friends to watch the dragon egg hatch. Harry joked that if Raven were to bring all his friends, the area around the cabin would be so crowded that Hagrid wouldn't even need to light a fire to heat the dragon eggs. When Gray and the others were told about it, they were visibly excited. Even Kieran was so excited he could hardly sleep. This state continued until Hagrid sent Raven a letter saying that the egg was about to hatch. Sprint, sprint. Charge. I don't want to go to potions class anymore, shall we skip it? I'm telling you, aren't you all getting a little too excited? It's just a hatch shell. Raven's words immediately provoked the dissatisfaction of Gray and his three companions. Just a hatch shell, forget about a dragon egg hatching. I've never even seen a chicken egg hatch. Gray said, many people never see a dragon in their entire lives, but we can witness a dragon hatching up close. Ryan said, I don't want all we'll see when we get there are eggshells. Kieran said, let's skip class. Ack shouted. Raven wondered if his 4 roommates had been assigned to the wrong college. Shouldn't they have gone to Gryffindor instead of Hufflepuff? Raven still didn't let his 4 roommates skip class. That was Snape's class. Every time he taught Hufflepuff, those wicked eyes would first search for him and his 4 roommates. Dare to skip his class. Do you want everyone to lose 50 points and then eat a poisoned breakfast? After potions class, Snape seemed to notice that Raven and the others were in a hurry, so he annoyingly kept 5 of them behind and said some pointless things. This prompted the gentle and naive Ack to hurl a scathing rebuke at Snape on the way. He said that you don't need oil when cooking in the kitchen. As long as Snape goes over and says a few words, a lot more oil will appear in the pot because of his damned tone. Kieran described Snape as a despicable person and wondered why Dumbledore would appoint him as the potions professor, arguing that teacher selection shouldn't be based solely on a person's abilities. Kieran's words were met with agreement from everyone. When they arrived at Hagrid's cabin, the 3 little ones were already there. Fortunately, the dragon egg has not yet hatched. They arrived at the perfect time. Hagrid took the scalding hot dragon egg out of the fire, and Raven stared intently at it, hoping to witness the entire process of the egg hatching. He wanted to record this to expand his knowledge base, accompanied by a clicking sound. The sturdy dragon egg was gradually broken open, revealing a creature inside that looked like a small black umbrella. Norwegian Spinosaurus. When it was first born, it really did look like a crumpled little umbrella. It looks terrible. The young wizards were fascinated while Raven was sketching. He sketched what a newborn Norwegian Spinosaurus looked like and recorded some of its habits. For example, it has canines. However, the newborn Norwegian Spinosaurus's sharp teeth couldn't break through Hagrid's skin, and Hagrid thought the little dragon was being affectionate with him. Based on the fact that females of Norwegian Spinosaurus are much more ferocious than males, Raven felt that this dragon might be a female. Hagrid named him Norbert. Never mind, it's your dragon, whatever makes you happy. The 3 little ones' loud discussion today was overheard by that annoying guy Malfoy. He sneaked up to Hagrid's window to peek, but ran away as soon as he was discovered. Everyone seemed a little scared, because Malfoy was clearly an unpopular person, and few students from the other 3 houses liked him. They were all worried that Malfoy would betray Hagrid and send him to prison. However, Raven expressed his relief. After all, there were 8 junior wizards and a half-giant sitting around the table. From Malfoy's angle, he couldn't see anything. Hearing this, the young wizards and Hagrid were relieved a lot. However, in the following days, Malfoy would occasionally pop out with a meaningful expression, which made them feel like their hearts were in their throats. I really hate him, really. He's just like their dean. How can someone be so annoying? If Axe says he hates someone, then that person must really be hateful. Most pureblood nobles in the wizarding world are like that. I really don't know what they're so proud of all day long. Are they proud that their ancestors produced outstanding people? The Weasleys are also a pureblood family, and they've produced outstanding people too. How come they haven't become obsessed with the past? Ryan also disliked Malfoy. His expression was just too irritating. Nobles, but I've never heard of the Malfoys doing anything of significance to wizards. Kieran was somewhat puzzled. Because they've never done anything meaningful. The wizarding world should really learn a thing or two from the Muggle world in that regard. Gray has been researching a lot these past few days, and he's discovered that many pure-blooded nobles in the magical world haven't done anything good. He truly couldn't understand it. In the Muggle world, such a family would definitely have to keep a low profile these days. It was said that in that ancient Eastern superpower, they might even be subject to official sanctions. All right, if you keep talking, Fudge might think you're plotting a revolution, and he might throw you in Azkaban. Raven opened the newspaper, shook it, and then took the money for the newspaper from his bag and handed it to the owl. After scratching the owl's chin, the owl flew away with a satisfied look on its face. The Daily Prophet has already announced Raven's growth acceleration charm. Sure enough, Fudge has learned his lesson. Since he can't resist, he might as well go along with it. He'll do whatever it takes to gain more benefits. This time, Fudge lavishly praised Raven and his growth-accelerating spell. Raven chuckled softly. It would be best if Fudge knew what was good for him. Otherwise, the impact of the Veil Curse would likely have been far greater than he imagined. This is the third spell you've cast so far, isn't it? Raven nodded, agreeing with Axe's words. Ryan frowned, feeling as if he had thought of something. After thinking carefully, he suddenly widened his eyes. Merlin's thick lips. Raven, you're now eligible to apply for the Merlin Level 3 badge. Merlin Level 3 badge. Aside from Lane, Kieran and the others were all junior wizards from Muggle families, and they didn't know much about Merlin's emblem. The Merlin badge is an emblem that can only be obtained by those who have made significant contributions to the magical world. There are 3 levels in total. There are many ways to apply for a Level 3 badge, but the most prestigious one is creating 3 magical spells that can change the magical world. Whispers Among the Masses, the demonic summoning spell, and now the growth accelerating spell. Does that mean Raven can apply for that medal right now? Ryan said excitedly. It's the Order of Merlin class III. You have no idea what this means. Raven is absolutely the youngest person in history to receive the Order of Merlin class III. Do you even know what an honor this is? What pure-blooded holy race? Raven's honor is far more dazzling than any honor those holy races claim. Many of the current members of the pure-blooded holy race have not received such an honor. With such an honor, let's see how arrogant Malfoy can still be. For Merlin's sake, Raven, you absolutely must apply for this honor right away. Let's see how that Malfoy can still act so arrogantly because of his family's honor. Raven chuckled and put down the newspaper, then pointed to a column below the headline on the front page. Don't worry, Professor Dumbledore has already applied for it for me. The Merlin Order is currently reviewing it, and we applied for a second-class badge, not a third-class one. The next column prominently displayed Raven's Vincent Grindelwald, the youngest ever applicant for the Order of Merlin, second class, a true Hogwarts Hufflepuff genius. After reading the second edition, the 4 young wizards around him jumped up and cheered deafeningly. The other young wizards in the hall were startled. They didn't understand what was happening, but after the 4 excited young wizards explained, they quickly understood what had happened. Then they all got excited. This is an honor that would make all the young wizards at Hogwarts proud. The 3 kids were happy for Raven that he was about to receive the Order of Merlin, second class, but they were still worried about Hagrid's Norbert. For Merlin's sake, it's already as big as a tooth, and I think it'll soon be as big as a bull. It'll definitely cause a ruckus then. I mean, only Hagrid would call its current behavior obedient. Ron got a headache just thinking about it. Hagrid was their friend, and he didn't want to see him crippled by the dragon or go to jail because of it. We need to find a way to get rid of it. That's right, Charlie. Harry looked at Ron and said. Ron looked puzzled, then reached out to check Harry's temperature. Are you out of your mind? I'm Ron, remember. Harry slapped Ron's hand away and rolled his eyes. What I mean is your brother Charlie. Didn't you say he was raising dragons in Romania? We can write to him and ask him to take Norbert away. That way, Norbert will definitely be well cared for, and Charlie will surely be able to release it into a suitable place afterward. Hermione and Ron's eyes lit up. Yeah, how come I didn't think of that? That's a fantastic idea, Harry. But Romania is quite far from here, Ron. Will your brother be able to get here in time? Ron said he would write the letter first, and he would know when he received a reply. The reply came faster than expected. Ron quickly received a reply from Charlie, who said he was happy to help them solve the problem and that he would have his friend quietly pick up Norbert that Saturday night. His friend was on his way to visit him in Romania and could secretly take Norbert when he passed by Hogwarts. This relieved Harry and his friends. After Hagrid told him about it, Hagrid was very sad, but he also knew that he couldn't support Norbert forever, so he agreed to send Norbert away. Harry then found Raven, but unfortunately, Raven had to work with Professor Dumbledore that night to finish the Veil Curse, and they might have to stay up all night, so Raven didn't agree to go with him to see Norbert off. What could possibly happen? I thought you would go see that little guy off. Raven shook his head. Harry and the others can handle it, just be careful not to get caught by Filch. Raven pulled a large number of spell characters from his notebook, turning them into blue text that floated in the air. To be honest, I feel they could have gone to Professor McGonagall about this. I don't think Professor McGonagall would kick Hagrid out for this. At most, she'd scold him for being reckless. Dumbledore watched with a smile as Raven created his own little spell. This kind of spell that pulls words out of the notebook and makes them float in the air is unprecedented. It must be a little spell that Raven created himself, but he didn't reveal it. Half Harry grew up in that kind of family, so it's normal for him to subconsciously feel that adults are scary and unreliable. After all, Harry hadn't had a good time with the Dursleys. He has to outwit and outmaneuver his eccentric family members every day, and none of the adults have ever offered him a helping hand. It's normal that he subconsciously distrusts adults. He's now developed the habit of trying to solve problems himself first, which is probably a good thing. Is there really no other way to get Harry to move away from that family, Professor? Dumbledore shook his head. I'm sorry, but it's true, child. The Protectorate charm requires Harry to stay with his family for extended periods, and I can't do anything to make them treat him any better. They don't expect anything from him, and I think you've noticed that. Raven nodded. He also discovered that the Dursleys, or at least Harry's aunt and uncle, were somewhat psychologically unhealthy. They bullied Harry simply to make him uncomfortable. As long as Harry was unhappy, uncomfortable, or sad, they were happy and comfortable. In this situation, simply offering some compensation will definitely not solve the problem. They will still secretly abuse Harry. As for the use of force, Raven didn't think Dumbledore, who had such high moral standards for himself, would do that. Okay, I'll try again to see if I can resolve this completely. My house isn't far from theirs, so it shouldn't be difficult for me to intervene. Since he and Harry were friends before, he had tried to handle the matter before. But unfortunately, it didn't work out well. He didn't put more effort into it afterward, because at that time Harry was just an ordinary friend to him, not someone he was willing to go to great lengths to help. This may sound cold-blooded, but everyone has their own boundaries, and the Grindelwald family is no exception. They might help a casual acquaintance once in a while, but they'll go to great lengths to help a close friend. Raven and Dumbledore stayed up all night. The Veil spell was difficult to finish, and even with the help of a powerful wizard like Dumbledore, Raven struggled to complete it. Good news. The learning difficulty of the Veil spell has been reduced by at least one level, and the cost has been reduced by at least 1/3. Moreover, it is no longer necessary to draw complex runes between the eyebrows when using the Veil spell. Furthermore, the Veil spell can now create a cozy room, and the style of the room can be chosen by the caster. The bad news is that even though the Veil charm has been downgraded in difficulty, it's still very hard to learn. It's estimated that only highly experienced wizards can master it, and even Aurors might not be able to learn it. Moreover, currently, only those with a blood connection can summon their deceased relatives. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the principal's office, Raven stretched. It's finally finished. Now I'll leave the rest to you, Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore wrote down all the spells and their effects in a letter, then wrapped it in an envelope. Of course, Raven, I should thank you for creating this spell. You've helped this old man make up for a regret. Raven quickly waved his hand. He knew his own limitations. Without Dumbledore's vast knowledge as a foundation, this spell would have been impossible to cast. This spell could easily earn you a Merlin second-class medal. I'm sure the Merlin Order will come to award you the prize after verifying the spell. Raven's Veil charm could significantly alter the current landscape of the wizarding world. The impact of this will be enormous. The Merlin Order would be more than happy to award Raven a Merlin second-class badge for this, but only if they could first verify that the spell was indeed as powerful as Dumbledore had described to them. Isn't this a bit too much of a show-off, Professor? Professor Dumbledore laughed. Haha, kid, the moment you asked that question, I wasn't worried at all that the current situation would affect you. For a genius like you with your personality and mindset, showing off a little is no problem. Sitting in the auditorium, today's news is different from the news of the past few days. The other day, the young wizards at Hogwarts were all talking about Raven, the new legendary Hufflepuff badger, and how he, as a Hufflepuff, was more outstanding than students from other houses. But today, everyone is discussing how Gryffindor's score suddenly dropped by 150 points. That's a lot of points. Everyone quickly realized that this was caused by the famous savior, Miss Know-It-All and Neville, who was usually quite inconspicuous. They were caught sneaking out at night, and as a result, their own dean deducted 50 points from each of them. This was not only embarrassing, but it also made people from other houses feel disappointed in Halliher, and they would point and whisper about them from time to time. Harry and his friends felt so ashamed they wanted to disappear into the ground. The only thing that made them feel better was that their friends in Hufflepuff hadn't changed their attitude towards them because of this. You guys are so stupid. How could you forget something like an invisibility cloak on the rooftop? Kieran said to Harry and Hermione while yawning. He sensed that Harry and his friends would be eating at the Hufflepuff long table for a while. Don't even mention it, Kieran. I want to strangle my past self. Just one slip-up and we earned ourselves 150 points deducted and a detention. Ack looked at the young wizards at his long table with a bit of a puzzled expression. Some of them were also pointing and whispering about Harry and his friends. For God's sake, what's wrong with people? I never knew our house valued the house cup so much. But Harry and his friends lost Gryffindor points. What does that have to do with us Hufflepuffs? Raven took a piece of bread and spread sweet, shimmering orange marmalade on it. Perhaps everyone doesn't want to see Slytherin win the championship, since Gryffindor was previously the most likely to stop them. Ryan's expression turned strange upon hearing Raven's explanation. That's really weird. If they want to stop Slytherin from winning the championship, why don't they try to earn some points themselves? Oh, Hermione, you can't drown yourself by burying your head in your hair. Hermione's eyes were red. She looked like she had just been crying. Hermione, have something to eat. Hermione shook her head, her messy and unruly hair nearly hitting a collie beside her. Come on, Hermione, eat something. Don't worry, you won't starve, and I bet my hair they'll forget about it soon, so don't take it too seriously, okay? It's strange, I don't even know why everyone cares so much about the Academy Cup. Even if you win the Academy Cup, there aren't any great rewards or special privileges, are there? Kieran has never understood the significance of the Academy Cup since he learned about it. College honors, how much is that thing worth? He found this thing even less interesting than the Quidditch trophy. The Merlin Medal's honor would bring Raven benefits, which Kieran could understand, but what about the Academy Cup? What's the use of this? Raven shrugged. He didn't care about the honor of the Academy Cup, and he didn't understand why the professors and students valued it so much. Okay, Hermione, if you're really feeling unwell, I think I have a way to help you. Raven pushed the plate piled high with bread, bacon, and lettuce toward Harry and Hermione. Sorry, Raven, I really don't have much of an appetite right now, and besides, how can you help us? Raven finished his bread and then elegantly wiped his fingers with a napkin. That's too easy, wait a minute. Raven left the long table, found Professor Dumbledore at the teacher's table, and directly asked for extra credit. Please, he created 4 spells and even restored a potion recipe. He certainly deserves a lot of extra points. The reason he hadn't asked Dumbledore for extra points before was because he didn't want to steal the spotlight from Harry and Hermione. Professor Sprout and the young wizards of their house also showed little interest in winning the House Cup, so he hadn't asked for extra points. Dumbledore laughed upon hearing Raven's words. A very clever and kind thing to do, Raven. I'll give you extra points once most of the little wizards have arrived. Thank you, Professor. Dumbledore originally intended to use this incident to train Harry and the others, but Raven's point also made sense. This is not conducive to students uniting together. So, around 9 o'clock in the morning, when most of the young wizards had come for breakfast, Dumbledore conspicuously gave Raven a bonus. The Whispers of the Masses earn 50 points. The Demon Summoning spell adds 50 points. Growth Acceleration spell adds 50 points. Complete the recipe for the near-death healing potion and successfully replicate it earn 60 points. A total of 210 points. Hufflepuff surged to become the House Cup champions and pulled ahead of Slytherin by a large margin. The little snake who was so happy this morning suddenly couldn't smile anymore. The Badger courtyard side was initially stunned, then erupted in deafening cheers. They shouted, "Your Highness," and surrounded Raven, tossing him high into the air and catching him. Raven didn't like this feeling, and he remembered that the one who egged them on the most was Cedric, the guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. April Fool's Day is coming. Harry and Hermione were both dumbfounded. So this is the method Raven was talking about. Aren't the other colleges trying to prevent Slytherin from winning the championship? That's too easy, they can just take it from the Badger Manor, right? It's just points. Raven could get his hands on them in no time. Not to mention that he has already announced 3 spells and perfected a potion recipe. Even the Veil Curse, which hasn't been officially announced yet, is worth 100 points. And don't forget, Raven still has a stabilizing charm for the Unseen Extension charm that he hasn't taken out yet. He doesn't care about grades simply because he doesn't really care. Raven's actions didn't change Gryffindor's attitude towards Harry and his friends much, but they did change the attitudes of the other houses towards them. This certainly made them feel much better. I can't believe Raven would do this for us. I mean, he clearly doesn't like being the center of attention. Hermione was touched. Raven had previously stated that he didn't like being too conspicuous. Giving gifts to friends is a family tradition. The curse was revealed to make money. He even applied for the Order of Merlin because Dumbledore said that the holder of the Order of Merlin would be respected in many places, and sometimes he could use it to negotiate a lower price for things. The Grindelwald family always values their friends. Harry never doubted this statement. After all, Raven had even worked with Professor Dumbledore to create the Veil Charm in order to help him. But at this moment, Harry's understanding of that sentence reached a new level. Raven forcefully drew attention back to himself, which resulted in him receiving even more attention in the days that followed. Even some of the little snakes in Slytherin tried to establish a friendly relationship with him. Raven is definitely fine. He enjoys making friends, but whether these friends have ulterior motives is not something he considers when making friends. If they have ulterior motives, then they shouldn't expect Raven to go out of his way to help them when they run into trouble. Hufflepuff, 5 points deducted, because of your joking and laughing during class just now. Snape's face has been getting darker and darker lately. Even with his current biased approach, there's no way he can get Slytherin back to number 1. Moreover, the little badgers now largely ignore any threat he poses. Is it useful? As long as there are no geniuses in your academy, our prince is invincible. Faced with those always stinky little snakes, the badgers finally got to experience the feeling of stinking too. Your badger brother once told you little snakes that in front of our prince you are nothing more than muggles. When Snape heard this, he became even angrier. He almost started making up reasons to deduct points from Hufflepuff, and then, as expected, was punished by Dumbledore. But this did not diminish his desire to deduct points from Hufflepuff. He started setting various traps for the badger cubs, and then deducted points from them after they fell into them. For example, during class, the teacher might deliberately, accidentally, knock over the materials prepared by the students, and then use this as a pretext to deduct points from the badgers when they are unable to make a good potion. This shameless behavior made the little badgers a bit panicked. They were worried that Raven's points would be deducted by them. But their worries were quickly dispelled, because the Daily Prophet finally published Raven's Veil Curse. A groundbreaking spell, a spell that could propel the wizarding world forward several steps at a time. As usual, Fudge praised Raven highly, but this time his praise seemed to carry a hint of genuine emotion. Dumbledore used this as a reason to give Raven another 120 points. This is the most bonus points I've received in recent years. Ron, whose hand had recovered, was stunned when he heard about the recent events. He spent several days in the school infirmary because Norbert bit his hand. So many things have happened in the last few days. George and Fred weren't nice to you either. I'm going to see them. They've gone too far. Ron's face was almost as red with anger as his hair. He simply couldn't believe that George and Fred wouldn't be on Harry's side after something like this happened. They clearly deducted a lot of points too, definitely more than 50 points in total over the semester, so why did they treat Harry like this too? No, Ron, they might be joking. At least they're willing to joke with me, which is better than ignoring me. For Merlin's sake, I simply can't believe anyone else would do such a thing. While you did lose points, they lose plenty of them normally. Not to mention Hermione usually adds more than 50 points to Gryffindor's tally. Why are they targeting you? All right, Ron, it's all right. Things have gotten much better lately. We're fine. More important than this, we should be studying the Veil Charm that Raven revealed. Hermione seemed a little tired. She had been frantically reviewing and learning the spells Raven had created to try and forget about losing 50 points. This spell is really difficult. This is the result of Raven and Professor Dumbledore's efforts to simplify it. Hermione scratched her head, making her already messy hair even more disheveled. I think we should wait until at least 5th grade before trying to learn this spell. Ron also read the Daily Prophet. Even Dumbledore said that this was not an easy thing to learn. I have to learn it, Ron. It's important to me. I can't bother Raven every day. Harry tried very hard. His emerald green eyes revealed a resolute determination. I'd like to try my best to learn this spell. I mean, I have to learn it eventually, don't I? Hermione was also determined, but her dedication was solely for the purpose of learning. Seeing how hard his two friends were working, Ron felt embarrassed to just give up. Okay, I'll see if I can learn it too. As it turns out, this spell really wasn't one a young wizard should learn. Ron and Hermione quickly gave up because they simply couldn't learn Raven's Veil charm. This made Hermione, who had never encountered many difficulties in her studies, begin to doubt herself for the first time. Ron, however, had a big heart. I told you, this spell is completely unsuitable for a young wizard to learn. It would definitely take several years to master. However, before Harry, Hermione, and Neville went to solitary confinement, Ron's statement was refuted by his best friend. Harry learned the spell. Hermione and Ron were both surprised. Could it be that perseverance and determination really do work sometimes? Regardless, Harry, who needed the spell the most, mastered it first. The day of confinement finally arrived. Filch, accompanied by 4 young wizards, traveled and intimidated them along the way. Aren't you going with Harry and the others? A unicorn died in the Forbidden Forest recently, you know what happened. Raven, holding a glass of milk, looked out the window from the principal's office at the small black dot below. Harry needs to grow up. But Neville's Hermione, and that Malfoy didn't need to grow up like that. Professor Dumbledore's wise blue eyes looked at Raven. Do you really think I'm the kind of person who would discriminate in training young wizards, Raven? Raven raised an eyebrow. Do not you. What nonsense are you spouting? Haha, okay, I admit it, but you didn't go either, did you? They're your friends except for that Malfoy, of course. Raven shook his head. Anyway, this was all your plan. There's no way it could be life-threatening. My going would only disrupt your plans. Dumbledore is really growing to like Raven more and more. This kid is practically the perfect successor to the headmaster. Are you sure you don't want to be the next principal? Raven smiled. Please, Professor Dumbledore, don't joke around. I'm only a first-year student and I don't want to do such troublesome work. Dumbledore smiled too. There's plenty of time, no rush. Raven left, not hearing what Dumbledore said after he left. Mars's light is being swallowed by Venus's. Looks like I really need to make some time to visit my old friend. His old friend who had exiled himself in Nurmengard. How many years has it been since they last saw each other? It seems like a long time ago, but the last time we met also feels like it was just yesterday. What happened in the Forbidden Forest? Raven couldn't remember. It seems there was the first confrontation with Voldemort and the death of the unicorn. Raven never expected that his actions would have such a butterfly effect that Harry and his friends would end up saving the poor unicorn last night. Raven, you're a genius. I know I am's what happened. Raven heard about their adventure from Harry the night before. Harry said that after he learned the Veil charm, his father James taught him a simple and useful spell in the Veil space. Accept your weapons. Harry wasn't actually very familiar with this spell, but he immediately used it after being frightened in the Forbidden Forest. The spell struck the man in black robes, sending him flying, and then the centaurs arrived. They interrupted the black-robed man's actions in time, leaving the unicorn barely alive. Ference said I shouldn't be alone, that I should be with a white Venus. I felt he was talking about you, but when I told him you weren't in solitary confinement, he didn't say anything more. Raven's lips twitched. How did this get dragged into me? It's all uncertain, Harry. Harry pulled Raven aside. Raven, we need your help. We're determined to stop Snape. He's already got his hands on Professor Quirrell's secrets, and Ferencer told me that Snape might be stealing the Philosopher's Stone to resurrect Voldemort. We absolutely can't let him do that. They had originally intended to stop Snape, but after learning Snape's true purpose last night, they made up their minds. We must stop him. Voldemort must never be allowed to rise from the dead. Unfortunately, my parents can only see what I see, and my mom says Snape wouldn't do that. What did your father say? He said if he were still here, he would definitely give Snape a good beating, and that Snape used to be a Death Eater, but now he must have turned back into one. Well, Raven had a bit of a headache. What are your plans? Right now, there's still the hurdle of Fluffy that Snape definitely doesn't know how to get past. We can start by researching the professor's habits, so we can get the Philosopher's Stone before Snape. Anyway, Voldemort must not be resurrected. A standard Hermione-style answer. Make a plan first, then go for it. Why not tell the professors? We can't explain how we got the information. The professors won't believe us, and even if they did, they'd probably deduct a lot of points from us. A standard Harry Potter-style answer. They distrust adults and always try to solve everything on their own. Raven rubbed his temples. Okay, count me in. Just let me know when you need me. I'll probably be fishing by Black Lake soon, so you should be able to find me there. At least Harry knows to ask him for help, so that's all right. Ron actually thought that with Raven around, they didn't need to do any research and could just brute force their way through, but Hermione hit him again because of that. If they rely on Raven for everything, wouldn't they become useless? In the days that followed, the three little ones were so busy they were practically flying. Harry had to train in Quidditch, review his lessons, and also research the professor's habits. Hermione filled her days with study plans, and she also spent every day in the library learning a lot of extra knowledge so that they could use it under the trapdoor. Ron was being pressured by Hermione to study, which really exhausted him, but he couldn't say anything, since Hermione was his friend and genuinely meant well. The other young wizards also gradually became busy, as the professors began assigning them a lot of homework. But compared to them, Raven found himself becoming increasingly relaxed. He found a great fishing spot by the Black Lake. Then he met up with the Weasley twins, learned some alchemy from them, made himself a magical fishing rod, and upgraded his crossbody bag. Ever since the fishing rod was made, whenever Hufflepuff doesn't have classes, you can almost always see someone fishing by Black Lake. The assignments given by the professors were ridiculously easy for Raven. He wrote them while fishing, using a levitation spell, and finished them in half an hour. Then he can fish while doing whatever he wants. For example, he's currently making himself an alchemical electric guitar. There should be quite a few musical instruments in the magical world, but Raven wants some trendy ones, like an electric guitar or a keyboard. During his work, an uninvited guest arrived. A very interesting design. A white centaur emerged from the woods behind Raven. Raven was a little confused. "Excuse me, who are you?" "Hello, Venus the White, my name is Farrens, and I think the Potter family's little pony has already introduced us to you." Farrens gave a standard centaur greeting, and Raven quickly returned the gesture. This caught Ferencz's eye, very standard etiquette. "Thank you, is there anything I can help you with?" Ferenc scratched the ground with his front hooves, seemingly a little embarrassed. "I apologize for disturbing your rest, White Venus, but we need your help. A pure spirit is about to perish, and we have no way to save her. The starry sky indicates that you can save her, and we will pay you a reward that will satisfy you." "A pure elf, does that refer to a unicorn? Haven't they rescued that unicorn yet? But he doesn't have any particularly useful healing spells." Sorry, Ferenc, perhaps you've got the wrong person. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I don't have any particularly effective healing spells." Ferenc shook his head. Centaurs rarely make mistakes in their astronomical research. "You are the White Venus we've been searching for." Raven frowned. He really didn't want to hear these prophecies and all that nonsense. It wasn't that he had any prejudice. It was mainly that he didn't want to think about prophecies every time he made a decision. "All right, Ferenc, please lead the way. However, I feel I'm unlikely to be of much help, and besides, I don't want to hear any more about my prophecies, okay? I don't mean any offense, but I'm not keen on knowing anything about my future in advance." Unexpectedly, after saying this, Ferenc not only didn't feel offended, but also showed an expression of extreme admiration. "Excellent attitude, Venus. Your attitude will bring you endless possibilities. Only those who are not curious about their own future possess limitless possibilities, because their future will be built by their own hands." Raven followed Ferenc to the centaur camp. At first, the centaurs were somewhat displeased to see a human arrive in their territory, but their attitude changed immediately after they noticed Raven's white hair and his refined features. They seemed to respect him a lot. "Right here, Venus, she's in a lot of pain. We've done everything we can, but her injuries aren't getting better." Ferenc led Raven into a tent-like building, where a snow-white unicorn lay on the ground. She was so tragically beautiful, they didn't even seem to have the strength to howl anymore. She had a huge wound on her abdomen from which silvery blood was slowly seeping out. "We can't heal her wounds, we can only slow down the bleeding. It's a dark magic curse, there's no way to heal the wound without breaking the curse." "Poor guy," Raven gently knelt beside the unicorn. The unicorn looked at Raven with pleading eyes. "Okay, I haven't made any magical creature friends yet. I think the centaur and the unicorn will be my first two magical creature friends." Raven gently touched the unicorn's face, then quietly drew his wand. The black-maned centaur next to him nervously scratched at the ground. He seemed to want to say something, but was glared at by Ferenc and shut up. "All right, Ferenc, you guys move away. I need to figure out what kind of dark magic this is first. Blindly trying to break the spell might harm the unicorn again." Ferenc nodded and stepped back a few paces. Raven used a spell to extract a drop of unicorn blood from the flowing unicorn blood on the ground. With a flick of the wand through the air, the blood transformed into fine silver threads, spreading out like plant roots. On the silvery white root system, there was a black area. Raven gripped the wand in reverse and a red laser beam shot out from the tip of the wand. He used a laser to cut out the black area. Then with another wave of the wand, the black area reformed, but this time it coalesced into a cloud of black mist. Raven frowned deeply. Still too inexperienced, you can't tell at all. If Professor Dumbledore were here, he would definitely recognize this as some kind of dark magic at a glance. But Raven needs to use another spell. A blue light shone from the tip of Raven's wand. He pointed it at the black mist and made a swiping motion from which some black and red characters flew out. Raven looked at the characters and finally relaxed his brow. Fortunately, he knows how to break the curse of this black magic. How is Venus? Can it be treated? Raven nodded, pointed to the black and red characters, and recited a string of obscure incantations. The black and red text disappeared very quickly. What a coincidence, I happen to know how to break this black magic spell. I'll help her break the spell and heal her later. You can go get her some water first. Ferenz winked at the black maned centaur beside him. The other person left the tent reluctantly. Raven then knelt gently beside the unicorn once more. It will be over soon. Raven slowly uttered the incantation to break the spell. A dark red aura slowly emanated from the unicorn. That's truly terrifying black magic. Ferenz watched the dissipating black and red aura and couldn't help but feel a little alarmed. Could Venus possibly lift a curse of this intensity? No wonder it could devour the light of Mars. My God, you're pregnant. Raven's discovery not only surprised him but also surprised Ferenz. Ferenczek quickly stepped forward. What did you say, Venus? She has a child. Raven then carefully felt the unicorn's body with his hands. Then he nodded with a solemn expression. It seems there are still two. This is nothing short of a miracle. She's been losing blood for so long. She was already on the verge of death, yet the child in her womb was still alive. This is simply a miracle. What do we do now? Heal her wounds? Can you do that, Venus? Raven shook his head and then nodded. Her wound cannot be healed now. She needs a cesarean section. Someone must deliver the baby before her wound can be healed. Only then can both mother and child be safe. Why did Professor Kettleburn slip away again at such a crucial moment? You only have one arm and half a leg left. What are you going to do in Africa? Can you do it, Venus? Raven looked at the unicorn's yearning eyes. Those big, watery eyes seemed about to burst into tears. Okay, I can give it a try. I've seen some related information, and I think I should be able to do it. Raven conjured a pair of gloves for himself with his wand, then looked at Ferenz. Don't disturb me later, otherwise damaging her other blood vessels or organs could cause her death. Ferenz nodded seriously, and then he saw Raven conjure a mask for himself and without hesitation put his hand into the unicorn's wound. Raven carefully pulled the wound open a little and looked inside the unicorn's body. Ferenczek felt a chill run down his spine. After examining the unicorn's body, Raven picked up his wand and began the surgery with precise spells. This scene was witnessed by the black man who dropped the basin of water he was holding and roared. Ferenczek, what are you making him do? Unlike before, Ferenczek turned and knocked the black horse flying. Shut up, Bane. Do you want to kill that unicorn and her cubs? Bane's head was spinning from the impact. What did you say? She has a child. Otherwise, what do you think Venus is doing? Now shut up and don't bother Venus. This is the first time in 2 lifetimes that Raven has performed a C-section on a unicorn. Fortunately, Professor Kettleburn's notebook contained a detailed record of the situation, and he remembered the details very clearly. After working for half an hour, Raven finally managed to pull out the first little guy. My centaur ancestor, she really did have children. Ferenz quickly stepped forward and wrapped the newborn unicorn in a cloth to keep it warm. 10 minutes later, Raven pulled out a second child. Ferenz thought that was all, but Raven quickly pulled out another little unicorn. These are triplets. The youngest one is very small and looks like it might die at any moment. Because it was too small, Raven couldn't find it earlier. After confirming that the children had been removed, Raven began to heal his wounds layer by layer. Magic is still more useful. If he were to use a needle, Raven would probably have to stitch up the wound for at least an hour. But now, he healed the unicorn mother's wounds in just 10 minutes. At this point, the unicorn mother was completely healed, and all 3 baby unicorns survived. Raven let out a long breath trying to stand up, but found he didn't even have the strength to do so. I used too much magic again. As the adrenaline wore off, Raven's hands began to tremble, and he almost dropped his wand. I hope the compensation you offer is worth all the effort I've put in, Pharynx. After saying that, he lay down on the ground. He wasn't unconscious, but he was really tired. You need to use different methods to make friends with different people. For example, if Raven wants to befriend an easygoing young wizard, he only needs to spend some time buying gifts and sending them over, and the innocent young wizards will be very touched. However, if you use this tactic to befriend a wary species like centaurs, you'll likely only earn their wariness in return. To befriend these wary guys, you have to start the relationship with a transaction. Raven proved to be right. The centaur thanked Raven for his help and paid him, seemingly ending the relationship. However, judging from the attitudes of the other centaurs, Raven's relationship with the centaurs had taken a significant step forward. If we encounter any danger later and need the help of the centaurs, they will likely lend a hand. Forget about going all out for now. Raven needs to improve his relationship with the centaur before the centaur will be willing to help him fully. The centaurs were quite wealthy. They possessed many unicorn horns and tail hairs. According to Farenzier, these were left behind by male unicorns during battles. The centaurs knew these were important to human wizards, so they collected them to trade with them for various items. They even collected the skeleton of a Thistral, and seeing that Raven was very interested in it, they gave it to him as well. The smallest unicorn wasn't eating and looked like it might die at any moment. The centaurs were helpless. Raven regained his magic and made a makeshift incubator for the little guy, feeding him some of the antibiotic pills he was supposed to take when school started. By evening, the little guy seemed to have recovered quite a bit. Raven mixed some of the leftover milk powder from the cat he had bought earlier and gave it to the little guy to drink, which the little guy drank happily. Being able to eat means that everything is moving in a positive direction. Raven went back to the castle. Now the centaurs can take care of the little guy. Raven made quite a bit of money helping the centaur on this trip. Unicorn horns and tail hair are very valuable materials. Raven could sell these items for over 1,000 galleons, not to mention the Thistral skeleton. This thing probably won't be worth much on its own, but it's very valuable to Raven. He had always wanted to study the body structure of the Thistrals. The skeletons of these creatures, which could only be seen by those who had witnessed death, were of great research value to him. For Merlin's sake. Why is there such a huge difference between people? When Ryan and his companions heard about Raven's adventures that day, they immediately let out a wail of despair. In order to have a relatively pleasant holiday, they have to study and do homework like crazy on Saturdays and Sundays, but Raven was allowed to run around anywhere he wanted. A little unicorn, damn it. I'd give up my grades for a 0 if I could see a little unicorn born. Why are you taking food and money at the same time? Raven thought for a moment, then took out the Thistral skeleton from his satchel. Can you see this skeleton? The 4 young wizards, none of whom had ever witnessed death, nodded in agreement. That's really cool. What animal skeleton is that? It's a Thistral. The centaurs gave it to me because they saw I was interested. Do dead Thistrals also lose their invisibility ability? For the next few days, Raven ran around with the skeleton. Raven first asked Dumbledore, but Dumbledore said he didn't know much about magical creatures. Perhaps Raven could ask Hagrid instead. Then Raven asked Hagrid, but Hagrid was only shocked that Raven had rescued a poor unicorn mother and 3 baby unicorns, and did not provide Raven with any new information. Fortunately, Professor Kettleburn finally returned to school on Sunday, and Raven went to ask him about it again. Professor Kettleburn first praised Raven's C-section lavishly, saying that even if he were asked to help, he wouldn't have done it any better. He then explained to Raven a lot about his understanding of this Thistral's physical structure. Raven felt like he had grasped something, but he was still missing something. Professor Kettleburn suggested that Raven could write to Newt Scamander, the master of fantastic beasts, who would likely be happy to communicate with him. Raven followed Professor Kettleburn's advice. In fact, he had originally planned to do the same, but adhering to the principle of taking in-person classes whenever possible. He consulted Professor Kettleburn first. God knows how terrified Newt was when he received a letter from Grindelwald. He almost burned it without even reading the name on it. However, the difference between the names Ravens and Gellert is quite significant for him. He quickly replied to Raven, explaining a lot about the Thistrals and inviting Raven to visit their home when he had time. Raven said he wouldn't be able to make it this summer. He's going to France and will likely stay there for 2 months, followed by a month in Diagon Alley to fulfill a promise he made. Newt expressed his regret and invited him to visit next summer. Raven is definitely fine. After that, Raven's life returned to normal. Young wizards often saw Raven fishing by the Black Lake while examining the skeleton of some creature with a magnifying glass or wand. This frightened many timid young wizards, while making many of the braver ones feel it was cool. They asked Ack that Raven was studying what skeleton, and then the story spread that Raven had rescued a mother unicorn and 3 baby unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, gained the friendship of the centaurs, and received a complete Thistral skeleton from them. Malfoy would always make sarcastic remarks about Raven being a doctor again, but his sarcasm no longer gets much response. The final exams are finally here. Professor Flitwick's test was to make a pair tap dance across a long table. Raven conjured a suit and hat for the pair, making his tap dance very entertaining. Professor Flitwick couldn't stop laughing and immediately gave Hufflepuff 5 points. Professor McGonagall wanted to turn a mouse into a snuff box, the more exquisite the better. Raven turned the mouse into a royal-style snuff box, with 2 roaring lions carved on it in a lifelike manner. Professor McGonagall was also very pleased. Raven passed all his courses with excellent results. Even Snape couldn't find fault with him. In his opinion, Raven would indeed make a good student if he were in Slytherin. After the exam, Raven went fishing by the lake again. He really couldn't understand why he could never catch any fish. He's about to cast a spell to fry the fish. I think it might be because His Highness has such a strong presence. Perhaps you should cover your face. Cover your body too. Wear a tent over your bodies. The Weasley twins joked as they teased the giant squid's tentacles. Come on, I don't think there are any fish in Black Lake anyway, and I won't be able to catch anything. Lee Coyote was also fishing, but he couldn't catch anything, which made his already dark face even darker. You can't catch anything, that means your skills aren't up to par. That's right, your movements aren't as standard as His Highness's. The 3 little ones were joking around with Gray and the others, and then they couldn't stop laughing. That's great. No more studying, no more exams. This period is a happy time that only children can experience. Harry's scar was still hurting, which, according to his mother, was a sign, a reminder. Harry has been feeling like he's forgotten something lately. What's so important? However, with final exams approaching, he didn't have time to think about it in detail. Harry finally finished his exams today and finally had time to figure out where things went wrong. As he thought about it, his face suddenly turned pale. Oh my God. He quickly pulled Raven and the others towards the cabin. What's wrong, Harry? What's on your mind? We've all forgotten one thing. Hagrid has always wanted a dragon egg. Everyone who knows him knows that. But why is it such a coincidence that someone happens to be carrying a precious dragon egg? I mean, who would carry a dragon egg around for no reason? If he wanted to sell it, shouldn't he be heading to Nocturne Alley? Why is he wasting time in the tavern? Upon hearing this, Ron's heart sank. So you mean that person must know Hagrid ... It must be Snape. But Harry, Hagrid said he won't tell anyone how to deal with Fluffy. Hermione felt they should trust Hagrid, but her voice trailed off as her friends looked at her with "Are you serious?" expressions. Hermione, you managed to get information out of Hagrid just by saying a few nice words, let alone Snape, who knows Hagrid well and has a dragon egg. Gray said that. Oh my God. 8 little wizards ran to the cabin and knocked on the door. Harry asked Hagrid about how he obtained the dragon egg. As a result, Hagrid learned that he had already told Hagrid how to get through Lou Williams. The 8 young wizards quickly ran to an empty classroom inside the castle. They huddled together and discussed it. The timing matched. Surprisingly, Professor Quirrell's challenge turned out to be the final line of defense, not the giant 3-headed dog Lou Williams. Harry wanted to go find Dumbledore immediately. With Dumbledore there, Snape certainly wouldn't dare to make a move. They had to get Dumbledore to stop Snape as soon as possible. Raven led the young wizards to the headmaster's office, where they were always running around, and learned from the stone beast that Dumbledore had just received a letter from the Ministry of Magic and was temporarily leaving. The young wizards were utterly disheartened. Only Raven and the stone beast blinked at each other. Others might not understand Dumbledore, but surely Raven does. This guy can teleport at Hogwarts using Fawkes. Even if he did have correspondence from the Ministry of Magic that required his attention, he could go there in no time, spend half a day dealing with it, and then return instantly. We can't wait any longer, we'll go tonight. Snape has gotten everything he needed. Gray, are you going? Gray and his companions also wanted to go on the adventure, but it wasn't advisable for too many people to enter through the trapdoor. So the main force was finally decided to consist of the 3 little guys plus Raven, Gray, and Ark, who were responsible for waiting a little while and then notifying the professor, while Kieran and Ryan were responsible for luring away the annoying Peeves and Filch. By then, Raven and the others will already be behind the trapdoor. Whether the professors believe it or not, they will have to get to the trapdoor and then they can stop Snape in time. As for Peeves and Filch, Raven gave Kieran and Ryan the complete set of prank items the twins had given him, which they could use to lure them away. Harry lent them the Nimbus 2000, saying they could escape quickly on broomsticks. A very good plan. For an 11-year-old, this plan is already quite good. However, even a good plan can have problems. As evening fell, the Centaur Farrens found Raven and once again asked for his help. Professor Kettleburn also stated that Raven needed to be with him to solve the problem. Before the plan could even be implemented, their strongest fighting force was taken away. Harry was speechless, but now the die was cast and he had no choice but to go for it. However, Raven, who was dragged away, didn't have anything particularly important to do. He is currently surrounded by 3 little golden unicorns playing with them. Dumbledore is here too. Professor, is this really necessary? Dumbledore raised his hand to pat the unicorn mother's head, but she dodged it. It's necessary, Raven. It's hard to prove someone has courage if they don't bleed. Deng Xiaoping is Batman. Raven curled his lip. Aren't you worried that they might actually encounter danger? Dumbledore winked playfully. I do have some tricks up my sleeve, Raven. Fine, you're the principal, so you call the shots. Raven scratched the chin of the little unicorn nestled in his arms, and the little guy comfortably squinted his eyes. It seems you've all recovered very well. Raven used the whispers of the masses. The unicorn mother showed Raven a great deal of trust. Yes, thank you for your help, Raven. Raven said it was nothing. After all, he had his own agenda. Professor Kettleburn watched Raven's affectionate interactions with the unicorns and felt a little envious. He had healed unicorns before, but he had never earned such trust from them. He had never done anything like playing with a baby unicorn while relying on a large unicorn. Soon after, a loud bang came from the direction of the castle. It looks like a dung bomb exploded. Raven suggested they could tie the dung balls together and throw them out to explode. It seems they listened to Raven's advice. Hopefully, poor Filch can clean up those marks. Professor Dumbledore smiled. I don't feel sorry for him at all. The explosions continued, and the sounds became more numerous and dispersed over time. It looks like Karen and his crew lured the Weasley twins out. Well, he's a bit pathetic now. 4 people played a prank together and Filch got into big trouble. All right, I think you should go back now. A while has passed since Harry and the others went through the trapdoor. Raven can go and check it out now. Raven rolled his eyes. Harry and I are friends, but I'm not his babysitter. Don't say that, this was part of our plan, wasn't it? And I even gave you a real philosopher's stone as payment. There should always be some sense of contractual obligation. Raven put the little unicorn down and then stretched. I thought you were going to see Voldemort's condition in person, but I didn't expect you to be using an alchemical camera to record it. Dumbledore shrugged. If I stay in the castle and don't leave, Voldemort will definitely sense it and he'll be extremely vigilant. Voldemort is now severely wounded and low on mana, but as a legendary wizard, some of his skills have been rendered passive. I'll be back at the castle in 15 minutes. You have plenty of time to gather what we need. Raven gave an okay sign. What were Raven's bases for his actions? It can be said that there is no basis for this claim. Having been given a second chance at life, Raven only wants himself and his family and friends to live happily. As long as no one threatens this goal, Raven's actions are entirely up to him. He created the Veil charm before Easter and used it on Harry, not because he was Harry's babysitter or a wish-granting machine, but simply because he wanted to. He stopped creating spells after the Veil curse, even though Dumbledore said that if he had continued, he would very likely have earned a rare Merlin first-class medal in his second year, by creating a large number of high-quality spells. But he still didn't continue, not because he couldn't do it, but simply because he didn't want to. Just like now, Raven came to the trapdoor to rescue Harry simply because he wanted to follow Dumbledore's plan, so he came. Raven behind the flames. Harry's already behind the flames and Snape should be there too. The professors should be on their way. Raven happened to run into Hermione, who was helping Ron, who had a bruise on his face that looked like he'd been punched. Okay, I'll go over there now. Raven nodded, then quickly went up to the 4th floor. He had a little passage that Dumbledore had left for him, a slide, which Raven used to get to the last room as quickly as possible. Kill him. Zavada. Torn apart. Raven's magic is far stronger than that of his peers. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the strongest 11-year-old wizard. The shattering attack sent Quirrell flying before either Quirrell or Voldemort could react. Although not far off, it's still a very impressive achievement. Raven, it's Quirrell, he's with Voldemort. Yes, Harry, I think I saw it very clearly. He needed to hurry, he didn't have much time to observe. Damn it. I knew he was a menace, kill them. Avada Kedavra. Raven grabbed Harry and pulled him away from the green light. Raise your hand, Avada Kedavra, buddy, however, you're still a bit off. Harry stepped back. I'm going to give him a hard time. Raven suddenly raised his hand, and the light in the surrounding space began to dim. Light and shadow leave no trace. Heart piercings, ah. What kind of magic is this? The instant Raven finished reciting the incantation, Quirrell's body was slashed open by numerous unseen spells, leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds. Fool, chant the spell. Kill him now. Oh ha ha, Mr. Voldemort, I'm afraid your poor vessel won't have that chance. Raven flicked his wand again and Quirrell was completely bound and knocked unconscious. What bound them, and what knocked them unconscious? No one can see it, even Voldemort couldn't see it. Damn, this little wizard is out of this world. Voldemort knew that Quirrell was no longer able to break free and that the professors were on their way in the distance. He had to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, he was shocked to find that he couldn't even walk. Ah, what did you do to me? Raven, however, walked over to Quirrell with great interest. One body, two souls, how interesting. I suppose you wouldn't mind if I took a little of your blood, Professor Quirrell. If you don't speak, I'll take that as a yes. Oh, Mr. Voldemort, don't look at me like that, you're going to scare me. It's just a small application of transfiguration. Someone as great as you would surely look down on it. Transfiguration? How could transfiguration possibly possess such power? Voldemort thought Raven was playing a trick on him, but Harry seemed to have figured something out. Is it possible to deform light? This is a question Raven raised in class. The light here just dimmed a bit. Raven really managed to transform his beam. Oh my god, I must say, you have indeed gone very far down the path of souls and curses, Voldemort. Raven also cut open Quirrell's skull, the very spot where Voldemort is now attached, and collected some blood. Unexpectedly, Voldemort did not reply, but simply stared at Raven with his malevolent eyes. Raven felt uneasy under his gaze, but Voldemort laughed first. Oh, young lad, you can even compare to me in my youth. Join me and I can give you everything you desire. Together we will soar beyond death. Raven smiled. I'm sorry, Mr. Voldemort, but I want too much and it's always changing. I don't think you can provide me with what I want. Unexpectedly, Voldemort wasn't angry at all. Instead, he laughed even louder. Ha ha ha, Raven's Vincent Grindelwald, you're excellent. You haven't tarnished your name, but you're far too arrogant. Did you think you could hold back the great Voldemort? As he spoke, a large amount of black energy appeared around Quirrell, and at the same time, Quirrell's body rapidly aged. You've caught my attention, little one. See you next time. No sooner had he finished speaking than Voldemort burst out of Quirrell's body. He charged at Raven, enveloped in black energy. Raven used his shadowless technique again, but couldn't stop him. At the critical moment, Harry, who had somehow appeared, rushed out and knocked Raven aside, taking the brunt of Voldemort's attack himself. Harry had the bloodline protection charm, so Voldemort didn't affect him much. He just lost consciousness. Raven tried to stop Voldemort again, but to little avail. Watching Voldemort escape, Raven sat down next to Harry, his face pale. I used too much magic again. The light and shadow without a trace technique is still not perfect, and its consumption is still too high. Raven was surprised that Voldemort, in his remnant soul form, found his weakness and the way to break the deadlock in less than 2 minutes. His ability to manipulate light and shadow should theoretically allow him to completely control ghosts, spirits, or remnants of spirits. But he is, after all, still a first-year wizard. No matter how powerful one's magic is, it cannot compare to that of a fully grown wizard. That is his weakness. If the magic power isn't strong enough or the emotions aren't intense enough, even a killing curse might at most cause a nosebleed, let alone its ability to create a flawless illusion. Therefore, Voldemort decisively overdrawn Quirrell's magic power, using his immense magical strength to forcibly break free of the restraints. Raven's lack of magic power meant his spells were not indestructible and were easily broken by Voldemort. Raven never intended to keep Voldemort trapped forever, but he also never expected that Voldemort would see through his weakness in just 2 minutes. Legendary wizards are truly extraordinary. He definitely still has a lot to learn, but I admit I might have gotten arrogant, but you weren't exactly observant either, Mr. Voldemort. Raven looked at the 2 bottles of blood he had collected. These 2 vials of blood were not as unimportant as Voldemort thought. Why didn't Dumbledore go back to the castle with Raven? It was all for these 2 vials of blood. Voldemort would flee at the first sign of Dumbledore's arrival. Even if Dumbledore uses Fox teleportation, that cunning fellow will surely find a way to escape immediately, making it difficult for Dumbledore to collect enough blood. Even if other professors arrived at the scene quickly, Voldemort would not hesitate to flee. He was clever. He knew he was no match for a skilled adult wizard, so he would run away at the first sign of trouble. But it's different if Raven goes first. He would subconsciously underestimate the threat a first-year wizard could pose to him, even if that wizard was very talented. As for why these 2 bottles of blood were collected, because by examining the blood, Dumbledore could understand how Voldemort survived. He took some blood, and with a flick of his wand, Dumbledore transformed the droplet into a grotesque network of veins. However, even Dumbledore frowned deeply upon seeing this clue, for Merlin's sake. The veins were almost entirely black, with the only other color being purplish red. Raven even suspected that the purplish red parts probably belonged to Quirrell. The blood in the other vial proved this point. The amount of blood obtained from Quirrell's wounds was not as exaggerated as the amount collected from under Voldemort's face. After careful consideration, Dumbledore finally reached a conclusion: it's a Horcrux, and there are 8. This is troublesome. What's the problem, Professor? Raven pretended not to understand. Horcruxes are an extremely evil form of black magic. They split the user's soul, and the user stores fragments of their soul in certain objects. As long as these objects are not destroyed, the user is immortal. So if we want to completely kill Voldemort, do we still need to destroy all the Horcruxes? Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. I think so, child. 8 Horcruxes. I need to think about it carefully. Dumbledore is unaware that Harry is one of them. I wonder what he'll do when he finds out this time. Raven left. In the days that followed, he was kept occupied by the young wizards. Everyone wanted to know what exactly happened that night. However, in order not to cause panic, Raven did not say that it was Voldemort who was trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone that night. Everyone loves adventure. So that night, all the participants suddenly became the object of the young wizard's adoration. This had no effect on Raven, who continued to fish in Black Lake in his spare time as he still hadn't caught any fish. Did you secretly have someone hang fish on your hook at the bottom of Black Lake? This is the talent, Raven. Cedric put the fish into his bucket, which already had many fish. What talent? Nonsense. I don't acknowledge it. One's own Air Force is certainly despicable, but the betrayal of friends is even more infuriating. Why does Cedric get to keep catching fish, bullying honest people? If you keep doing this, I'm going to use electricity to fish. All right, Raven, so you're saying you really don't want to play Quidditch next semester? Raven stared at his buoy. No, Said, I'd like to learn practical skills from Professor Flitwick next semester. I've already spoken to him about it. Oh, speaking of which, you actually managed to beat Quirrell. He used to be a top graduate of Ravenclaw. Raven curled his lip. In reality, he couldn't defeat either Voldemort or Quirrell, even if either of them were at full health and strength. However, due to being possessed by Voldemort and later drinking unicorn blood, Quirrell's condition was also very poor. He could only manage to capture one of the 2 severely injured men, the other escaped. It was pure luck. If Quirrell had been in better shape or more wary of me, I wouldn't have succeeded so easily. Besides, Harry also exhausted him quite a bit. I practically stole the credit from Harry. Cedric, however, seemed quite pleased. Obviously, Harry doesn't think so. He said you used spells with exceptional skill, and he was almost killed by Quirrell before you arrived. He's just being modest. Not being ridiculous is just you being modest. Cedric was delighted that Hufflepuff had produced another super genius. The last one was Newt. It was obvious that Cedric hadn't considered himself. Harry knew there must be a reason why Raven hadn't released the spell, so he didn't say that Raven had used a completely new spell. Even though he whispered to Raven that if Raven performed the spell for Professor McGonagall would be so happy that she would jump up and down and even kiss Raven a few times. Okay, maybe I'm being modest, but I really don't want people to focus too much on my sudden appearance and capturing Quirrell. I did take a shortcut. It was Harry and his friends who truly made it to the end through courage and wisdom. That's why you're getting just as much attention as Harry and the others right now. I heard from George and Fred that Harry and the others have become the most famous first-year Gryffindor wizards again. Honestly, I really don't like this feeling. It feels like it's all about grades. Oh, you won the Academy Cup for us. That's fantastic. We adore you. Merlin, you actually deducted 150 points from our score. We hate you. While I'm glad Harry and his friends are in a better situation now, this attitude does make me uncomfortable. Cedric gently pulled the fishing line. This is probably because everyone's quite young now. The Weasley twins weren't this popular at first, but look at them now. Raven nodded slightly. I guess so too. It's also possible that the Gryffindor Lion Cubs were unhappy because only a very few people knew about the dragon egg delivery. Nobody likes being penalized for no reason. Perhaps that's why they temporarily isolated Harry and his friends. Who knows? Raven isn't from Gryffindor, he can only guess. Hufflepuff is finally going to win the House Cup this year. I can't even remember the last time we won it. Professor Sprout will be so happy. Yeah, sometimes I really don't understand why even professors care so much about this. Is it just because it's an honor? Cedric thought for a moment. Maybe ... it's because winning the Academy Cup comes with a prize. That's how my dad's job is. There's always some prize money to be won. Do Hogwarts pay its professors? I always get the feeling that our school's teachers are all working out of pure love. Haha, there will definitely be a salary, it's just a matter of how much. Dumbledore had been unsure whether to give the Philosopher's Stone to Raven, and even after the stone was in Raven's hands, he still had some concerns. However, he quickly dispelled his worries. Ingenious design, Mr. Nick's alchemy is truly admirable. Why don't you ask him to help you kill Voldemort? You know, the older people get, the more prone they are to health problems. Nick is already over 600 years old. His body can't withstand any more strain. Raven nodded. If we could create a magical potion that could enhance physical strength, would combining it with an elixir of immortality truly grant immortality? How interesting. He was genuinely curious. Since the elixir of immortality only forcibly retains the soul within the body and cannot prevent the body from decaying, is it possible to create a magical potion that can slow down or even completely stop the decay of the body? Does this combination truly grant immortality? Seeing Raven starting to throw out ideas again, Dumbledore quickly interrupted his train of thought. I believe Nick is just tired of living, not that he has no way to go on living. Oh no, I didn't mean to save Mr. Nick, Professor Dumbledore. I was just curious. I know you're just curious. The problem is that when you're curious, you're prone to making some alarming mistakes. Speaking of curiosity, I'm curious too, Raven. Didn't you satisfy your own desires after you got the Philosopher's Stone? What? Oh yes, of course. I've already written to my family asking them to buy a lot of iron ingots. When I get home, they'll turn them into a huge pile of gold. Who would complain about having too much money, Professor? Especially since my family is quite large and needs a lot of money. Okay, Dumbledore laughed. Raven is always like this. He has worldly desires, but these desires are not like a bottomless pit that can never be filled. What was that saying again? Money doesn't have to be a lot, just enough to get by. Life doesn't have to be long, just exciting enough. That's the point, but how many people can actually do it? It's remarkable that Raven has achieved this at such a young age. His family is truly unique. How exactly do they raise a child like Raven? I don't need to tell you what you plan to do with the Philosopher's Stone, Raven. I'd rather know when you're planning to go to France. The week after summer vacation, I discussed it with my family. They also wanted to go to the United States to take care of some things, so I would be going to France by myself. I thought your parents would be going with you. They have their own things to do, but I'll go to the US to reunite with them on my birthday and have a proper birthday celebration. Dumbledore and Raven chatted for a while longer, then left the headmaster's office together. Today was their last day at school. Their term was finally over. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, the many young wizards applauded and cheered when they saw Raven. Raven smiled elegantly at them, then sat down at the Hufflepuff table. Ryan kept saying that Hufflepuff hadn't won the Academy Cup in years. The Badger Cubs were overjoyed. Then, just like in the original story, Dumbledore began awarding points to the young wizards. Ron gets 50 points, Hermione gets 50 points, Harry gets 60 points, Neville gets 10 points. Ryan and the others also received bonus points. Ak and Gray each get 50 points, while Ryan and Kieran each get 10 points. The reason they got fewer points is because they actually played a prank. Raven also received an extra 60 points. Although Hufflepuff ultimately came in first, Gryffindor moved up to second place, and Ravenclaw became the bottom-ranked house. However, the Eagles seem to have no objection to the bonus points. Isn't that fair, if we ignore the fact that the whole affair was ultimately controlled by Dumbledore? I can't believe it, Harry and I both got such high scores. I thought we did badly. All the way there, Ron kept saying how surprised he was that his score was so high. In fact, his and Harry's scores were much higher than they had expected, so their surprise was understandable. This proves that your learning is still inadequate. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so worried about your grades. Hermione has always held this view. She and Raven were tied for first place in the grade, which she took for granted. Raven, on the other hand, was discussing his summer vacation plans. Raven was going to France, and Gray and the others all knew it. Gray was going to a soccer summer camp, which was supposedly not far from their home. Kieran said he was going to the beach with his family to sunbathe and play in the water. Ake and his friends are going to Russia, where his aunt and uncle live. Ryan said he might sleep for 2 weeks first and then have a crazy summer vacation. The Muggle community had no idea how Ryan was going to have a wild summer vacation. In their view, the wizarding world indeed lacked entertainment options. While Muggles could play computer games and watch TV, the wizarding world seemed limited to playing chess and Goblin. With the whistle of the train, the little wizards returned to King's Cross Station. Raven and his companions crossed platform 9 3/4 and returned to the Muggle world. Here, they met Mrs. Weasley and Grey's family. They recognized Raven almost immediately because he was so distinctive, and their children had told them so many stories about the famous figures at the magic school. Mrs. Weasley hugged Raven and thanked him again for saving Ron and the others. Raven, in turn, thanked Mrs. Weasley for the sweater and the gummy bears. Raven also saw Harry's aunt and uncle, as well as his cousin. He gave a knowing smile and whispered to Harry, "Harry, didn't you say before that you planned to pretend you were outside of school and could use magic to scare them?" Harry nodded quietly. "What's wrong, Ravens?" Raven grinned mischievously and said, "Tell them you've made a good friend of Grindelwald at school, that'll be more effective." Hearing this, Harry paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up. He remembered that Raven had told him at Hogwarts that his family had considerable influence in the area. If his uncle had known earlier that he was good friends with a Grindelwald, it probably wouldn't have mattered much if his inability to use magic had been exposed. Raven finally arrived outside the station where César and Je had been waiting for a while. "Oh my son, Mua, how's school?" César gave Raven a kiss on the cheek and Je happily hugged Raven back. "Great job, Mom. I'm #1 in my grades." César wore an expression of nonchalance, but the pride in his eyes was still undeniable. "My children are all the best, let's go home. The iron ingots you asked us to buy have already been delivered to the warehouse." Then I told the centaur, "Don't bother me later, I need to concentrate during a C-section." At the dinner table, Raven was telling his family about his experiences in school. Although he wrote a letter to his family every week, hearing Raven speak in person was always more impactful than reading the words. After listening to Raven's words, César and Jay took Raven's notebook and flipped through the knowledge and sketches he had drawn. Father Zane frowned and said, "Reese, your principal is far too cunning and scheming. But as long as he doesn't intend to harm us, isn't it fine?" Zane shook his head. "It's not that simple. Sometimes, at the beginning of a plan, you might not see how it will affect you at all, and you won't realize until the very end that you've been tricked." "But I can't prevent it, can I?" You really can't prevent it right now. I hope this will be a good thing, but always remember to be careful when you're around him, okay? You did very well before, and you need to continue doing so." Raven nodded. "Reese, is the little unicorn really golden?" Zia was engrossed in reading the notes. Raven smiled. "Yes, they're golden, they grow very fast. By the time you start school, they might be big enough for you to ride on your back." "Wow, do you still have a unicorn horn?" Raven took the unicorn horn out of his bag. "Of course, Ferenczy gave me quite a lot." "I want one." Raven pinched J's chubby cheeks. "Of course, but do you remember our agreement?" Zia nodded. "Of course. You can't talk about magic with ordinary friends, you can't show off magical things to them, and most importantly, you can't get emotional under any circumstances." "Great, take it and play with it. Be careful and don't hurt yourself." "Haha, thank you, Reese, you're the best brother in the world." Je took the unicorn horn and went to play with it. Raven felt that she might want to attach the horn to her unicorn doll. The family stayed at home for a week. Raven conjured up a huge pile of gold for his family, which will greatly reduce Gideon and Sire Ron's workload in the future. After that, the family prepared for their summer vacation with Venusia. Before leaving, Zane personally visited Dursley's house. Raven's permission for Harry to use Grindelwald's name on a limited scale was itself a form of recognition. Their family members categorized their friends. Only close friends are allowed to use their family name on a limited scale. A close friend whom Raven acknowledges, someone Zane personally went to warn. The Dursleys weren't necessarily particularly afraid of Dumbledore's threat, since Dumbledore didn't live nearby. But the Dursleys would certainly be afraid of Zane's warning because Zane's house was too close to the Dursleys' house. Raven's demands weren't high, he just wanted Harry to eat and sleep normally. The Dursleys basically never intended to support Harry. They would often go without food for him, and Dudley would frequently beat and bully him. It's truly remarkable that Harry has developed to this point, both physically and mentally, under such circumstances. As for why Raven suddenly categorized Harry as a relatively close friend, it's mainly because Harry was able to push Voldemort away without hesitation and sacrifice himself when facing him. Raven knew that Harry had been trying to find out from his mother Lily why he had survived that night. But Lily had never said anything, and they would change the subject every time Harry brought it up. Raven thought Lily didn't want Harry to feel guilty. Harry was someone who felt guilty very easily, and if he were told this now, he would definitely feel that his parents' death was largely his fault. In other words, until he shielded Raven from the attack, he didn't know if he could survive the attack from Voldemort's remnant soul. Despite not knowing whether he would be killed by Voldemort, he still resolutely rushed out, knocking Raven aside. This is the main reason why Raven finally categorized him as a relatively close friend. Please be careful in France, okay? If anything happens, send us a message through your new owl. Don't worry, Mom, I wills. Besides, I bought the star-shaped gift to deliver the letter. On the last 2 days of the week, Raven took Sha to Diagon Alley, temporarily boarded Orange the cat at the Diagon Alley pet shop, and also bought himself a new owl. Among the whispers, Orange knew that Sha hadn't abandoned her. She was just temporarily fostering her at a pet store, so Orange was very obedient. It's worth mentioning that the pet store even has a rare two-way mirror. As long as the wizard pays a rental fee, they can enjoy the service of remotely chatting with their pet every day. Raven is flush with cash now, so he naturally enabled this service for West Asia. As for Starlight, the owl Raven bought, she was a silver-gray owl with blue stripes on her feathers. She always looked very haughty, but the moment Raven opened the cage, she flew out and perched on his shoulder. Raven quite liked this proud little guy, so he bought him and named him Zinkai Starry Night. Zinkai is very arrogant. Despite always having a disdainful expression, she doesn't resist when the Raven family touches her. Instead of using the portkey, which many wizards prefer for their travels, Raven flew to France. Because Raven still remembers the explanation of the portkey from the original book quite clearly. He didn't want to experience the feeling of having his belly button hooked so soon. It's perfectly fine to fly to France and then take a taxi to the French Ministry of Magic. How do you explain the luggage Raven was carrying? He doesn't need an explanation. He only carried a crossbody bag. He had created a very interesting little mechanism for his crossbody bag. Any muggle who opened it would only find some toiletries, while a wizard who opened it would only find Raven's wand, a few small notebooks and galleons. Only Raven himself can open the space that has been enchanted with the invisible extension charm. As Raven sat on the plane, gazing out the window, he couldn't help but wonder, why did the door key give the user that feeling? The belly button was hooked by a hook. Does this have any symbolic meaning? While it must be said that the portkey, flying broomstick, and flue powder are indeed quite convenient mobility tools, the user experience is not very good. Flying brooms aren't windproof or waterproof, flue powder might mispronounce place names, and door keys can provide a feeling of hooking someone's belly button. Welcome to the French Ministry of Magic. How can I help you? Hello, I'm a British wizard who just arrived in Paris and would like to register. I'd also like to know if there are any convenient wizarding hotels in the 3rd arrondissement of Paris where I can stay. The receptionist used magic to pull a huge book out from behind her back. When she opened it, the book contained a large number of names. What is your name? Raven's Vincent Grindelwald. The receptionist's hand visibly trembled. Perhaps he's not as famous as Grindelwald from Nurmengard. That's normal. So what brings you to France, Mr. Grindelwald? This is my ticket to the International Junior Wizarding Tournament. Raven didn't like the way the receptionist looked at him, but he didn't intend to waste any more time with them. Moreover, Raven could somewhat understand people's fear of his surname. After all, that guy had indeed done a lot of bad things. The receptionist carefully examined Raven's ticket repeatedly for a long time and only returned it to Raven after finding that there was absolutely no problem with it. We also need to register your wand information. Raven handed the wand to the receptionist. Elderberry, a Thestral's tail feather 15 inches. They carefully examined Raven's wand and his satchel. However, the little mechanism in Raven's satchel was an alchemical trick, not a magical effect. Raven even added a bit of Muggle-style sleight of hand, so it was impossible for them to detect the problem when using magic. All right, inspection complete. Welcome to Paris. Take out your wand at the entrance of the Department of Magic, and the Liberty bus will quickly come to you and take you to your destination. There's a drunken rat bar in the 3rd arrondissement of Paris where you can rest. Raven put his bag and wand away and smiled at the receptionist. Okay, thanks. He appeared cheerful on the surface, but was actually quite impatient inside. If they had dawdled for another 5 minutes, he swore to Merlin's bald head that he would have filed a serious complaint against them. After leaving the Ministry of Magic, Raven didn't call the Liberty bus, but instead took a Muggle taxi. The 3rd arrondissement of Paris is quite large, but Raven had just asked the receptionist for a relatively specific location, so he could find the location of the Drunken Rat Bar on his own. The Drunken Rat Bar is similar to the Leaky Cauldron Bar, but it looks cleaner and tidier from the outside. At least Raven felt this place was more stylish and cleaner. The oak barrels and warm orange lighting in the bar were very comforting, and upon entering the Drunken Rat Bar, he could smell a mixture of vanilla and grapes, which Raven thought was quite pleasant. Oh, a pretty little wizard, hello, what would you like? Butterbeer. The owner of the Drunken Rat Bar was an old man with a pipe. He wasn't particularly handsome, but he was dressed very smartly. I'd like to book a room here. I need to stay for 60 days. This is quite a long time. A single room here costs 10 sisal per night but will bring you dinner. Dinner will consist of one meat dish, one vegetable dish, soup, and a small glass of wine. Considering your age, I think we can substitute it with a small glass of butterbeer. This price is acceptable. He'd looked into it. A normal-sized cup of butterbeer costs 2 picos. A small glass of butterbeer costs about 1 psycho. With dinner, service charge, and accommodation, 10 psychos a night in Raven is acceptable. That's 35 gold galleons and 5 silver sickles. Okay, do you have breakfast and lunch here? Yes, but you'll have to buy it yourself. We don't offer meal ordering service. Okay, please get me a room first. The owner of the Drunken Rat Bar is named Anton Leclerc. People like to call him Old Anton. He could speak English, but his English always had a thick French accent. Raven's room is on the 3rd floor of the Drunken Rat Bar, room number 8483. The room contained a magnificent crystal chandelier, a large bed, a desk, and a small table lamp. Dinner will automatically appear through the food dispenser on the wall. After you finish eating, put your plate and dishes back into the dispenser, and it will disappear automatically after a while. Overall, it's not bad. Raven opened the window and looked outside. It's a bit of a shame that you can't see the Eiffel Tower from here. I don't know why Nicholas Flamel settled here. Perhaps it's because it's convenient. After all, there's a wizarding commercial district here. Raven released Zinkai and wrote a letter to his family, then had Zinkai deliver it. International letters are delivered by specialized wizards, so there's no need to worry about them not reaching their destination. After the starlight flew away, Raven used his wand. The trail actually has quite a few loopholes. For example, in the current situation, there are many adult wizards around Raven, so his spellcasting will not trigger the trail alarm. It was still early, so Raven planned to visit Diagon Alley in France. There's a magical shopping street called Claudel here which is supposedly quite bustling. However, if you're from out of town, it's best to speak fluent French as I've heard they overcharge tourists there. This is all what Dumbledore told him. Raven wasn't worried about these things because he could also speak French, a gift from a past life. In his past life, he never thanked his past self for studying hard until his death, but in this life, he truly thanked that past self for studying hard. He speaks at least Huxia, English, French, German, and Russian fluently, so he doesn't need to learn them again. You want me to pay for this rubber duck? Are you kidding me? This is an alchemical artifact. It really will squeak if you put it in the bathtub. You dare sell me a rubber duck that quacks when it gets wet for a measly 100 cents? I could buy 2 real ducks for that price. Don't give me that alchemical concoction stuff. Do you think I'm stupid? Almost all wizarding toys are alchemical creations. All right, you're a good negotiator. I can give you 20 nut each, but you have to buy at least 5. Very well, I'll go check out the others. I want to see if this rubber duck is really worth that much money or if you're just a heartless businessman. Wait. Don't be so impatient. You must be from out of town, right? I've never seen you on this street before. Do you really think an 11-year-old wizard from out of town could speak such fluent French? All right. You can take one for 15 nits, but you have to buy 5. That's more like it. A rubber duck costs $1. They're just crazy for money. Although Raven is rich now, he's not a sucker. If he lets himself be ripped off so easily, wouldn't he be a fool? I'll buy 10, please wrap them up for me. People in West Asia like to put a few of these little ducks in their bathtub when they take a bath. Putting everything else aside, although it may not look as bustling as Diagon Alley, it still has all the essentials. Moreover, many of the items sold here have a distinctly French character. For example, regarding food, Raven had already seen 3 cheese shops here. He tried some and they were indeed quite good. They had both savory and sweet cheese options and he bought some of each. And the clothing stores here, honestly, the robes they sell to young wizards are much nicer than those sold in England. At least they were willing to use more colored fabrics and more sewing techniques to make the robes. Hogwarts doesn't allow young wizards to buy robes from other places, perhaps to make it easier to standardize their attire for class. Otherwise, Raven would really like to get a few robes like these. However, while it's impossible to buy a better-looking robe, it's possible to buy several nice pieces of clothing. Raven bought 6 similar sweaters with beautiful patterns and they were very comfortable to wear. That wasn't enough. Raven also bought himself a decent-looking white leather cowboy hat. He had to admit that although this hat didn't look as authentically shaped as the one his older brother Gideon had given him, it was still much better looking. Raven is good-looking to begin with, easily attracting attention on the street. Now his constant shopping spree resembling that of a landlord only makes him more conspicuous. Raven didn't care. Some of these guys were simply curious, some had a somewhat aggressive look in their eyes, and some were curious, aggressive, and greedy all at the same time. This proves that among those watching him, there must be someone who wants to take him away. But Raven didn't really care. First, he believed that no one would dare to make a move in such a crowded place. Secondly, if a real fight breaks out, it's hard to say who will be punished. After checking the time, Raven decided to buy some more perfume for his mother and older sister before heading back to the hotel. Stepping into a perfume shop on the street corner, a rich but not unpleasant fragrance wafts towards you. Raven generally doesn't like browsing perfume shops because he always finds the scents too strong and makes him uncomfortable. However, this store is different. Is it because of the magic shop? Raven didn't know. He stepped outside and took another closer look at the shop's name, Provence Dream Perfume Shop. Impressive. Stepping inside the perfume shop, you'll find it spacious and bright. The perfumes are neatly arranged on the shelves. The cool-toned decor and slightly warmer lighting create a subtle contrast. The slightly yellowish, bright light shines on the crystal bottles of perfume, making them sparkle like starlight. Very impressive. Raven walked to the shelf, which rotated automatically like a roller. How can I help you? A man in a black suit approached Raven and said, Not at the moment, thank you. I might need you to recommend 2 women's perfumes later. It's my pleasure to serve you, sir. The man in the suit returned to the counter. To be honest, so far this store has indeed given Raven a very good experience. You can check later to see if this store offers international ordering services. Raven picked up a bottle of green perfume from the shelf in front of him and looked at the salesperson. The salesperson nodded slightly, and then Raven sprayed a little on his wrist. It smells like Haitian vetiver, fresh with a distinct soapy feel. Raven's nostrils twitched slightly. Perhaps there are also some spores of Naphalium, a fine asterisk. Spores of gill spores, Haitian vetiver, a trace amount of Hungarian tree bee dragon blood extract. Dragon skin gloves, an unsurprising choice, little cowboy. A slightly hoarse and somewhat sticky voice came from beside Raven. Although the voice was indeed slightly hoarse and a bit sticky, it unexpectedly hit the spot that Raven liked. He had always thought that this was his favorite kind of voice. Raven raised an eyebrow slightly. When did this person arrive? How come he didn't notice anything at all? Raven glanced at the person beside him out of the corner of his eye and saw that it was a tall woman wearing a black robe. He'll at least be a bit taller than he is now. A small amount of her silver hair was exposed, looking like a smooth river. This proves you should probably work at a perfume shop. You have a very sharp eye. The woman in the black robe chuckled. She raised her hand and took a bottle of black perfume from the highest point of the—
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.